Hola, people. How are you guys doing? Uh, we're gonna be covering Cosmonaut pretty soon, but while the guests don't arrive, we're talking about the new Doctor Who trailer. What's the name of the episode? Victory of the Daleks. I don't know what the name of the episode is.
Revolution of the
Oh,
Daleks.
Revolution of the Daleks. Yes, very early
Resolution
for
of the
me.
Daleks.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, hello, Evan.
There.
perfect timing.
Oh yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Voice here.
He should be arriving a bit later.
Oh, okay. He's later than me. Good.
Yeah, I thought he'd arrive earlier, but you know.
To say I was your unreliable guest who's like, wait on me. Okay. Congratulations on your appearance on EFAP, dude. I watched the coverage that Southpaw provided, like he was recording it as well. So like I got like 90% of it, but yeah, like congratulations, dude.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And for some reason, people were saying that Mulder and Rags like, were pretty cunty towards me because like they interrupted me a few times, and I find that funny. But like, yeah, it was a lot of fun to talk about it.
I thought it was pretty reasonable in terms of like interrupting. I mean, there like that happens every like pretty much in every single stream I've seen. There's like some level of interrupting, but it's like I thought they were pretty reasonable and they let you talk. You actually talked a lot.
Yeah, I thought talk more than I thought I would, considering how nervous I was at the time.
I know the feeling, dude, of those nerves before the podcast. I still get them.
Did you join the watch together, Evan?
I did not. 1 second, let me slap right in.
Marcus, just saying one thing, the stream description is kind of wrong because it says we're debating Spider-Man 2 and if...
Oh shit! Yeah, I knew I was forgetting to change something. Fuck.
Rip. We're always debating Spider-Man 2.
Okay, yeah, that's retarded.
I said it, man, on Twitter. I'm just like, dude, if I never have to hear the word Spider-Man again, I will die happy. I'm exhausted of all things Spider-Man at this point. Like everything with TASM, everything with Into the Spider-Verse, with the Raimi films. I'm just like, guys, I will find a different superhero.
I mean, yeah,
Next
like
is
honestly, how much how retarded the arguments have been to defend Spider-Man 2 has made me like really hate that film. Like even before I really liked the film, even though I liked it and whatnot. But now, like after seeing that it was bad, I still liked it. But after all the retarded arguments, I can't handle it anymore. It's just I get annoyed every time.
Yeah. Bad arguments can do that, man. Like for good movies and bad movies alike, you just get like arguments that like aren't solid, like either in defense of a movie or against it. It's just like, come on, guys. Like you gotta at least do your job right if you're the ones who are supposed to be criticizing a movie. Like try to be a little more accurate.
Yeah, one of the biggest things when we were talking about TASM2 was the fact that a lot of people were making very inaccurate arguments to criticize the film, and that's what like made us believe that the film was as good as it was. Though we still believe that it's at least better than we made it out to be on EFAP. But yeah.
Well, dude, like one of those was YMS's video. Like I actually rewatched that before that debate happened, and like I don't know if he like pulled it from a trailer or something, but like the Times Square scene, like it adds like dramatic music and he cuts out the part where like he's literally shot in the head. I'm
exactly. That's
and I was
so
like,
fucking disingenuous.
Is that misrepresentation or did he take it from a trailer? I'm like, if he took it from a trailer, why? Because it looks like he has footage. So it's weird. And there's a lot of arguments that are like that inside of that video. And seriously, everyone goes for the tooth cap. And it's like, there's criticisms like that about that movie. And like, seriously, what Muller and Rags were presenting was not like that. But I'm just like, people don't know how to criticize that movie from what I've seen and from what Thought was outlining. There's just a lot of misrepresentation. Even if the movie isn't very well made, like people don't understand how to criticize it well.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Next will be Mars Morales, so look forward to that.
Oh yeah. Oof, that's... But speaking of not being able to criticize stuff properly,
I've seen some arguments against it and they're fucking retarded.
we're gonna be covering Cosmonaut's video on the Star Wars sequels today. So
Yay!
yeah, prepare for some great arguments.
I think is this like his new video? I think I know he did a recent video like covering all three, and when he like I think he covered the Force Awakens and the Last Jedi like separately, right? Was this like is this like a review or?
I mean, this video was from December 31st of last year, so I don't think it's new. Maybe he made a new video.
I mean, yeah, I mean, like relatively new. Like like I said, I think he made videos about the Force Awakens, like when those came out, like when the original movies came out. I think this was like kind of a. I think he was reviewing all of the movies. Like he reviewed all of the OT, all of the prequels, and then all of the
he made
trilogies. So
one video for each trilogy.
Yep. So this is going to be his like shotgun arguments. Is like jumps out is like, okay, here we go. Got this, that. Everyone knows about this. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's time for him to
Cosmonaut.
prove to us that the sequels are better than the prequels, because we all know that that's true, right? That the sequels are great.
How can I don't understand those people. I really don't. There are people who think like the sequels are fantastic movies, but they hate the prequels, and I don't understand that position. I think a lot of people go for dialogue. I'm like, you're saying that the sequels are better because they have better dialogue. For one, I'd actually contest that in a lot of the films, but it's just the arguments towards the prequels as well. It's kind of like TASM, where they've just generally been hated for almost the wrong reasons, because like the stuff like Plinkett, like I don't agree with all of his criticisms, and I don't think all of them are like particularly fantastic. Like he kind of paved the way for a lot of Star Wars criticisms, but like even that has some arguments that people have like parroted, and it's not as good as it could be.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like just trying to say that at least the dialogue in the sequels is better is just like, I disagree heavily. When you have stuff like somehow Palpatine returned, like, yeah, that's a very good dialogue. Or what is this? It's a bad place.
This is the thing, is there's a lot of dialogue which is overt. There's very little subtlety inside of it, or like subtext to what characters are saying. Like you get a lot of that actually in the OT, especially stuff like between Han and Leia. There's solid dialogue. There's some cheesy stuff inside of the OT as well, and it's like that's kind of the charm of Star Wars. And not like you could argue that like should be maintained to a degree, but it's like in the sequels, man, a lot of the dialogue is very juvenile and it's very exposition heavy. Like if you pay attention, especially in the Force Awakens, from what I remember.
Oh yeah, they tried so much to fix the holes in the film by having very exposition heavy dialogue, but they still can't manage to do it, considering like how bad the plots still are. And hello, voice.
Good day.
Oh geez, that sounds distant. What mic? What microphone are you using?
This is just my voice.
Oh, you're using the voice modulator to sound like a radio, right?
I always sound like a radio. What are you talking about?
Oh yes, I'm sorry.
I see. Fascinating, my friend.
Did you? Oh, you.
Everyone's got a gimmick.
You're in the Watch Together, right?
I just joined. Sorry for the delay.
No worries. You're just talking about shit. So, is everyone ready to start watching the video?
Oh, I think so.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, that's hot. The Disney Star Wars movies have become probably the strangest movie anomalies of the decade. That's really the only way I can describe them.
What's strange about it? They're shit.
Strange. Let's just look at this step by step. Disney buys Star Wars. They decide to make new movies. However, they don't actually plan out a storyline for these movies.
They also like decanonize the EU. There were a lot of decisions that were made before the movies actually came out, which were pretty poor decisions, just beyond a writing perspective, just from a company perspective, and trying to like respect the legacy. That's like one of the first things they did. They're like, hey, we're decanonizing the EU. All those books that you love and you read them when you were a kid after you'd watched the movies, they don't exist anymore. It's like, wow. It's like, thank you. It's like, okay.
Like this was one of the first things they did right after they bought it, which is like which is like already not good if you want to win over the fans.
Yeah, I forget, was it like 2012 that they bought that Disney bought Lucasfilm? I think like 2014 is like when they decanonized the EU.
I mean, the footage that Cosmonaut just showed had 2013 at the bottom, so like I think end of 2012, beginning of 2013.
Yeah,
It
around that
was in
time.
2012.
Yeah, because after that, man, The Force Awakens was like their first thing. They bought it. They're like, hey, new movies, and this is true, man. They didn't plan things out, and that's very apparent from both the movies and from the writing perspective when you look at like their business strategy. And yeah, if he's saying they're strange, I'm just like, that's because they didn't plan them out, man, and that's why the films are
No,
so
they
inconsistent.
needed the cash injection as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Pretty much after like you burn a like multi-billion-dollar hole in your pocket by giving money to George Lucas, or like, hey, let's start making back that money, and the toys are not helping.
Yeah, like when the originals came out, it was like 3 years between each film, and then between the Return of the Jedi and the prequels, it was like what 16 years, I think. And now then they were just after they bought it, it was like yes, let's release like 5 films in 5 years, and it's just like it's way too much stuff they're doing. And then they started Mandalorian as well, and they just really wanted to make money fast, and they didn't plan anything out.
It's very Marvel-esque, man. That's the thing that I've always taken from the new Disney Star Wars model is it's like it's trying to emulate the success of Marvel. They even did the whole thing like on their panel with like the here, we're doing this movie, then this year. It's like a timeline of movies, and it's like it's so apparent that that's what they were trying to do, and like it's so apparent also that they didn't have a plan for that. And it's like Marvel does that by like giving different films to different like creative directors, and I think something like that can work to an extent, but like you still get bad movies. You still get something like Iron Man 3 that are flukes, but then afterwards you try to work through that, and you have something like Captain America Civil War that's like you maintain strong continuity between the films, and you try to like add everything together, but like stuff isn't always going to be great, but at the same time you get like many different films of many different qualities. But that does not work out so well when you're trying to make a trilogy of films that like all share one continuity. It does not work out the same way at all.
Yeah, like there's also the thing that like the Marvel films, they had Kevin Feige to plan out and see that the story would like have at least a somewhat of a cohesive story they were telling. Like they knew where they wanted to go with Endgame, with Thanos and whatnot, and they were planning ahead. With Star Wars, they clearly didn't plan anything. They just went with the flow, and it really hurt the trilogy.
They also decide to make spin-off films, which do pretty well up until they don't, and then they decide not to make them any.
I just find it funny that you mentioned like they do pretty well until they don't, but they did 2 spin-off films. One did well and one didn't.
Yeah, I think he's referring to like the success, like monetarily at least. That's like, and yeah, it's really embarrassing. You have like Rogue One, and a lot of people are like, yeah, this is really fun, and then Solo comes out, and just nobody watches it, and it's like there's a lot of reasons for why that may have been, but that movie bombed, and most people just thought it was meh. And it, like I know there's a lot of people who enjoy it. Like I hate that movie. That like legit is my least favorite Star Wars movie. But yeah, more than The Rise of Skywalker, man, that movie bores me to death. But it's a really weird scenario because like right after that, they're just like, hey, we're slowing down. It's like, okay, dude, sure. And this is the thing with these movies, man. When they make them is dictated by the money and by how people react, and that is not a particularly good business strategy for films.
Anymore. And then at the end of the day, the movies either get a lukewarm reception or a negative one. Now, I have a confession for you
I think that The
guys.
Force Awakens wasn't like lukewarm. I
Yeah,
think
I
a
was
lot of
gonna
people
disagree.
really
It
liked
was
that when that came out. Yeah,
It was
that
very
movie.
positive.
I mean, hell, like Jeremy Johns, Chris Stuckman, like that they sang that movie's praises, like from general audiences at the very least. Like that movie, that was not lukewarm at all. A lot of people love that movie.
Yeah, I think most people who watched that film loved it. Like I think it's the reception got worse and worse as time went on, but I don't think it's like just as it came out, it was actually pretty successful. Like in terms of like how much
A lot of
liked it.
people really liked The Last Jedi as well. I mean, the fan base wouldn't be divided if they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the same thing happened with Rogue One. A lot of people like that movie as well. I think early on, the movie's got a lot of success, and like from like both the money and from like the fan reactions, I think people really liked it. It was really The Last Jedi where things started to fall apart, and then people started to look back. That's where the ripple effect started to happen.
Yeah, I mean the like TFA, it was a good start for Disney in terms of like business strategy. And then they had Rogue One, which was actually like, I'd say a good film, like not great, but like it was good and people really liked it. So yeah, they really had the people on their side. So like the way they fucked up with the Last Jedi is really impressive with how much they managed to like lose a huge part of their audience.
At the very least, Rogue One is the least offensive.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
I didn't actually go to the future to see Rise of Skywalker. So I started this script with a totally different mindset. I fully believed that Rise of Skywalker would not change my opinions on the Disney Star Wars movies, but I was very, very, very wrong. I really thought this would be an inoffensive and safe movie, and while
Wait a
it is
second,
mostly
you started.
It
Hang on,
is
you
an
started
inoffensive
talking.
and safe.
You started talking about. You titled this "Every Star Wars Movie Reviewed." Part 3, meaning this is part 3 in which you review The Rise of Skywalker, and you started it before the film came out.
I mean,
He
this is
probably wrote these-
reviewing the sequels, so like he wrote the script for the
But
first two
this is-
films.
But this is part 3, which means he was right, and he said he wrote this before he actually watched the film. How did you fucking do that?
It means that he wrote these scripts in advance and he wanted to release them around the time that The Rise of Skywalker came out. So it means that like this script, he wrote most of it, and then he wrote the Rise of Skywalker section after he watched the movie.
Yeah, I mean, this video
That's-
released like less than 2 weeks, I think, after Rise of Skywalker was released. So I'm pretty sure he wrote
So-
everything and whatnot.
So that's both bad planning and showing a bias already.
When
Yep.
was Rise of Skywalker released? Like the actual
18th
December
December
18th?
17th.
Yeah.
18th. The
that's
I went
relevant.
like shortly after.
16th. Oh yeah. Okay, so if it was
Because
18th, I'm pretty sure this video was released on the December
too
31st.
hard on the characters in the
Yeah,
sequel.
31st. So he spent like 13 days after Rise of Skywalker was released by releasing this video. So
What
like,
what was his first script? What was he planning to say if he hadn't seen the film already and he had to go back and write a new script? What was the original going to be? I really liked when Finn did the thing.
Probably to be continued.
the
He probably
thing-
just left it blank and waited until like you've watched the movie. It's not necessarily bad, but seriously, if like depending on how it changes your script, I mean, if you're trying to review the trilogy as a whole, like you probably want to wait until you've seen the third film in the series before you do that.
yeah, it
Look.
seems like it's part planning.
I love how he goes.
Oh, just
he-
like Star Wars?
I love how he goes on this thing about it being inoffensive, but the trailer clearly says "fuck you" to Ryan Johnson, and Palpatine's retired saying "fuck you" to the original trilogy.
Yeah, to an extent, I would say the film is safe and inoffensive, and that's part of the problem. But
Yeah,
like, there's
that's
a lot of
kinda what he
there's a
says
lot
as
of
well.
other things like bringing Palpatine back to life, which are like anything but inoffensive. So it's an awkward experience.
An inoffensive
that's-
and safe.
Oh,
Also,
shit. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, let's see what he thinks of that decision.
an inoffensive and safe movie. And while it is mostly that, it's also the most aggressive and reactionary Star Wars movie that I've ever seen. This movie just feels frustrated at something. But before we talk about that movie, we have to talk about the other Disney Star Warses. And there are a lot. And I've already-
Oh, so
Why?
is he gonna talk about all 5 films? Jesus.
I was
Why
about
do
to
we have-
say
Why
the
would we
Disney
have to
movies.
talk about Rogue One?
Yeah, I'm like I figured you'd probably go for the trilogy. I guess he's talking. Did he talk about the Clone Wars instead of his prequel video?
No, he didn't. It was just
Yeah, because
he just
like,
talked
like
about the
at
3
least the
films.
first 3 episodes of that is like a movie. So why didn't he just do that in the prequel video?
I was about to say if I were him, I would have done the Solo and Rogue One as like a separate video. I think you could like make an anthology video and focus just on the trilogy. Like reviewing them all at once, like they don't necessarily build to one story, because like reviewing the OT as one video makes a lot of sense, but like throwing those in might change things. I don't know. Depends on how
I
he
mean, hell,
approaches it.
it would make more sense to put Rogue One in with the OT.
Yeah, to an extent.
I mean, unless he's
I-
just trying to do it in terms of like release when they were released. But one thing that I find funny is that his prequels video was 45 minutes long, talking only about 3 films. This video is going to be talking about 5, and it's just 6 minutes longer. So, I don't know.
already made videos on some of these before, so we're going to be doing some lightning rounds, baby. Oh, and if you haven't seen Rise of Skywalker, I'm going to be spoiling it throughout the whole video, so there's your warning. Star Wars The Force Awakens is pretty good. Yeah.
No, it's not.
No, no.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, let's keep going. I'm like, he likes it. Okay.
He made a video that said like it's okay to like The Force Awakens, so
It's like, wow, what a
Thanks for-
shock.
I can like a movie.
Thank you for the permission to like a movie.
Yeah, I still feel that way. I've gone on kind of an emotional journey with this movie because I started off really loving
Same here.
it, and then I was kind of over it, but now I like it again. I do think I like this movie.
My reaction to the movie was like I watched it in theaters and I was like so excited. I thought it was the greatest thing ever. And then like
Yeah, it was okay.
when it came out on Blu-ray, I remember just being like, I don't really feel like rewatching it. It just wasn't special anymore after the theater. And then like I remember rewatching it. Every time I did, I always felt underwhelmed. And then the more I thought about it, the more I rewatched it, I was like, this really does not hold up at all.
I watched it like
It's
when
kind
it
of one of
came
those
out.
like bombastic experiences, which like is meant for a theater to an extent. I think that's Infinity War. Like I think Infinity War is
hell
really a fantastic movie in the theaters, but like after it, like a little bit of it being grandiose kind of wears off. But like that movie, I think holds up way more than The Force Awakens
ages
does.
like-
But
It ages like cheese.
yeah,
Yeah, I'd
The
say
longer,
that.
the longer it's on your shelf, the more it starts to stink.
I'd say that that Endgame is more of a like movie theater film. Just like you go
Oh,
to
yeah,
experience
that's-
the like this huge experience, but if you actually stop to think about the film, watch it on your own, then it's like it really doesn't hold up.
that's actually a really good comparison because a lot of people really liked Endgame. That was kind of the reception of that movie is like it's fantastic. It's a great conclusion. But yeah, and I thought it was a lot better. Like I had problems with it when in the theaters, but man, looking back, I'm like the movie is not good like at all. It barely anything holds up, unfortunately.
Yeah, like nothing.
but
makes
they
sense
got
in
their
the film.
payoffs.
Yeah, but when I watched Force Awakens, I watched it in the theater twice. I watched it in December and then in January with my father. No, I just watched it once in January with my father, and I was already spoiled that Han died. But like I don't think I've watched Force Awakens since, or maybe once, after I watched it in the theaters. So it was like I never wanted to go back to that film because it always felt so like I really loved it, but it just felt so like generic, and I just thought I'm not excited to watch it. So like, Force Awakens is a weird film, like in terms of just even reception, not even how terms of like well written it is. Just I didn't think it was worth a rewatch. Like I was a huge Star Wars fan, less so now, but yeah, it was weird.
Thing is, even in cinemas, because they did the triple bill for me in the UK, even in cinemas, Force Awakens was much more easier to watch than it is at home. It's very weird.
More now that I The Rise of Skywalker, but honestly, this is just an easy movie to enjoy. And you guys don't understand. I was so excited for this movie. Probably the most
I
excited I
understand.
have ever been for.
Well, I understand that. Like, so many people were excited about that movie. Like, that movie had a huge marketing campaign. It was
Oh
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
whole
I was being sarcastic.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, that movie was like a Star Wars is back, and it's like he said, like, I don't understand. It's like, dude, I was. So many people were.
Yeah,
Why
I mean,
did the Stormtrooper's armor have like that little hole on the back
So they can poop.
through their back?
Wait, which hole are we talking about?
Look at that. They've got like on their
Upper
back,
back.
on the back of their armor, on
Oh,
their
up-
back, they have a little hole, a distinct gap.
maybe it's
Oh.
like
What's
that
where
all
they put their weapons in, so it's like a holster or something.
Doesn't look
How would you
it's got,
holster
like,
it on
any-
your back? Like
It
it's not
doesn't
really
look like
fit-
it's got any type of. At any rate, what? Like their rifles? I thought they always like carry their rifles, and they've got holsters on the sides, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the gap between the legs. Sorry.
No. Like
I don't know why my
there's a
go-to was there, but there you go.
That makes sense, but yeah, they've got a distinct hole, like a little perfect circle on the back of their armor. That's a weak spot. That's dangerous. They should redesign it.
unless it's not actually a hole, it's like it's just a weird color that they've put there in that particular spot, and it's not actually a hole at all.
Yeah,
It's
it was,
just
it was just, it was just, it was like,
no
it was a
reason.
cock up in like the engineering process. Like Snoke just accidentally sneezed when drawing it, and it's like, just leave it in.
For a movie entire life. I got out of the theater opening day and immediately wanted to go back and watch it. But the problem is that this movie does not really hold up to multiple rewatches. It's really
Nah.
cool and fun the first
Yeah, I
time, and then the second time it's okay, and then it just kind of gets lower and lower after that.
Yeah, that was my exact experience with Endgame. I watched it in like on a Friday on packed movie theater. Everyone was fucking cheering. Then I went on Sunday, and I was like, "Huh, this film isn't very good, is it?" Like
Yeah,
just
like
2
I-
days apart.
Like I said, it's kind of a film that's designed for a theater experience, and part of it is when you rewatch it, the writing doesn't hold up, and that's a big part of why the movie isn't very good. But at the same time, it's got that like sense of scale, and it's really exciting to watch in the theaters. And like when you watch it with a crowd of people, you get the sense that it's a lot better than it is, and like especially when you just rewatch it by yourself on your phone at home, it's just like, yeah, this is nowhere near as good as I thought it was.
Neb said in chat that the hole is a homage to the circle on the back of the original Stormtroopers, basically, and it's probably for putting in an oxygen tube or something.
I thought that they
Ah.
I thought they had like a full cover though. There was like a full pattern on the back of the original Stormtroopers. I could be misremembering. I thought they had like some sort of like complex back. Like there was something which actually stuck out like on their backs. And had, like,
I remember that. Yeah, that is a thing. Yeah, like they do have like a sort of little block thing on the back of their thing. So why is it just like a hole in the new one?
No idea. You're gonna have to
There's-
look up the
there's
visual
probably-
dictionary.
Yeah, there's probably like 3 comics that explain it.
Yeah, probably.
I only enjoyed watching it this time because this is the first time I've seen it in years. So while this movie is inoffensive and easy to enjoy, there isn't a
I disagree that it's inoffensive. It basically
I thought-
regresses Han's
He hasn't
character.
explained why he had that reaction upon multiple rewatches.
I was
Why
about
he
to
sort
say
of-
that you just
It's a
said
movie
that
review.
you just said that you didn't like that it gets worse upon multiple rewatches, and you just said after that this is the first time you've seen it in years. Have you rewatched it before, or is this just like you've rewatched it and this is the first time you've rewatched it in a while?
Yeah, to me, I think it's the latter. But one thing that I find it funny that like he rates this, I think, an 8 out of 10 after like everything is said and done. But I find it funny that he does that. But he says the film doesn't hold up to multiple rewatches. So like, if you were to watch the film just once and review it, it's an 8 out of 10. But if you were to watch it like 3 times in a week, would he give it like a 5? Because like that seems weird, a weird way to talk about this film. Pretty inconsistent.
lot for you to take away from it after you've seen it. There isn't much to pull out of this movie that you won't see the first time. However, this movie does serve
I
as
think
a really
there's a decent bit, man, especially that opening title and a lot of the stuff with the First Order. You kind of have to think about it to like understand exactly like what they've done to the world of Star Wars. Like, I think that just flies over a lot of people's heads because they just read that and they don't care.
I think it just when you watch the film on its own, you see the experience, and it seems to like follow cause and effect, kind of like Spider-Man 2. But if you actually stop to think about it, if you pause and think, how does this work exactly? And then you start to see the holes in the story.
good reintroduction to the Star Wars series. Seeing this after the prequels is the best breath of fresh air you could ever ask for.
Yeah, and that is very
And
much
it's-
by design, my friend. They made this for people who did not like the prequels. That's
Exactly.
like, there's a lot of ways you can prove that that's the case. They like, that's why they have all the practical sets. That's why they have all the practical costumes. Is this movie is for people who don't like the prequels and wanted more of the OT. That's also why this is a copy but a sequel at the same time of A New Hope.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, I was going to say it's played very safe to be as starkly reminiscent as the OT in comparison to the prequels as possible.
Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed about like the Lucasfilm sort of mindset is that they hardly ever talk about the prequels within the sort of time frame between like Force Awakens and Rise of Skywalker. They hardly ever mention the prequels, but now they're suddenly as soon as Rise of Skywalker comes out, it's suddenly prequel stuff. Like they suddenly realize we like them now. So fucking.
This is
And
what
I mean,
Ned was
this
talking about.
doesn't hold up at all when you think about the amount of things they've actually poached from the prequels in the later films. Like, only look at Solo. I mean, they brought Darth Maul back into the mix.
That's largely because of the Clone Wars as well. That's another thing. They knew that sells. You know, bringing back Darth Maul, like he's inside of the Clone Wars. That connects Solo directly to the continuity of Clone Wars and Rebels.
It's just funny that they pick and choose when they want to ape from the prequels and when they want to differentiate from it as much as possible in order to sell seats in theaters.
It's to probe the waters and see what works and see what makes money, because that's what Disney does, man. Why do you think they're remaking all the animated Disney movies, man? It's because it makes money.
But to say Cosmonaut saying that the sequels are a breath of fresh air from the prequels is not, it can't even be true.
I mean, for him it is. Like, he hates the prequels with a burning passion, which I find funny because he likes to, like, I'm pretty sure he likes CRJ at least. But, yeah.
Even the Mandalorian season 2, not to get to spoilers, is taking a lot of stuff from prequels of Clone Wars.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like, this thing is, the prequels actually built a very interesting world to explore with Star Wars. The sequels destroyed basically everything and made the world really small, so, like, just, there's not a lot to take from it to make new content, which is why Mandalorian is, like, trying to get stuff from the prequels, which I find weird because it's set, like, after the original trilogy, but whatever.
And it's interesting to me because all of the sequel trilogy movies are like a reaction to something. This movie is a reaction to the prequels. The Last Jedi is a reaction to this movie and to the original trilogy. And then The Rise of...
Do you guys have any idea what that means? Like, how the
a reaction to the reception of it. Like, a lot of people say that about The Last Jedi, is that it's trying to be anti-formulaic, which for one is not true, and for two, it's like it's apparent inside of the storytelling how they're trying to go against, like, that's the whole thing of subverting expectations, is like you can see when you watch these movies, they're trying to, like, change certain things. That's why they, like, added the whole Snoke was made by Palpatine thing. They want to explain everything. These movies were made with the reaction of fans in mind, as, like, a means to try to, like, satisfy everybody. That's what I think he's talking about.
Skywalker is a reaction to The Last Jedi. This movie is almost the exact opposite kind of movie as the prequels. The actors actually have emotions. The effects are...
Fuck you.
Actors actually have emotions. The actors have emotions in the prequels, man. It's just like, it's not well translated all the time, and, like, the delivery isn't very good. The acting isn't fantastic all the time. But there's a lot that you can pull from the prequels, man. Obi-Wan watching Anakin burn to death. Are you telling me that's not actual emotion?
Ewan McGregor is fucking great. Even who plays Qui-Gon Jinn?
Order 66 scene
Liam
with
Neeson.
Yoda's
Liam
reaction.
Neeson?
Yeah, Liam Neeson.
Yeah, Liam Neeson.
Order 66 scene, like you said. Yeah, like, there's a lot of great moments where, like, actors really show emotion.
Yeah, there's one scene where, like, it's in Revenge of the Sith where, like, Padme and Anakin are, like, looking across Coruscant and, like, they don't say anything and they're just saying everything with their faces, and you can tell they're expressing genuine emotion. So I say there's no prequel emotion; it is utter ignorance.
Yep.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite scenes in all of the prequels, man. That's a really good scene. That is the perfect example of George Lucas, like, illustrating visual storytelling. Like, the emotion is all done through the music and through the look on the actors' faces. Like, there's a lot. People tend to, like, just throw a blanket statement over the prequels as, like, the dialogue and acting is not good. I'm like, to an extent that is true, but there's a lot you can pull from in terms of quality from the actors.
Yeah, like, I don't even think Hayden Christensen is bad. I actually think he's pretty good. Like, not all the time, but, like, people just say, oh yeah, he's bad, and just move on. But it's more complicated than that, I think.
are integrated really well into the movie. The script is fine, and the
this is the thing with this video so far. Is just like, okay, provide qualifiers, my friend. We'll just hear out your blanket statements, and I guess we'll go from there.
story is actually easy to understand. When this movie came out, a lot of people were like, "Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, because he says that like he doesn't understand the plot to Attack of the Clones for some fucking reason.
And the plot of the Phantom Menace, he's like, he put that on Twitter. He's like, "Hey, do you understand the plot of the Phantom Menace?" I'm like, "That's on you, dude. If you didn't pay attention to the movie, and you don't understand the plot, it's like that is your fault. That's the same fault of Cinematic Venom not understanding the Lord of the Rings trilogy. It's like being able to comprehend a story is going to like vary from people to people, man, and it all depends on how much you pay attention to the story."
Star Wars is actually fun. I forgot. But there's
Sorry, but the prequels are really fun. Like you can't tell me like the race scene in the Phantom Menace isn't fun. Like I don't know, it's a really
the fight between Jango Fett and Obi-Wan, the battle at the end of Attack of the Clones, all the separate lightsaber duels instead of the Revenge of the Sith. Like the prequels are actually very action heavy as compared to the OT. That's like when I was a kid, my least favorite Star Wars movie was actually Empire Strikes Back because I found the second act really boring, and it's like it's because I was a dumb little kid. But like I liked that the prequels had more action and they were more exciting. Like I'd say that the prequels are fun. If like it depends on what you mean by fun.
The thing with fun is that it's super subjective. So it's saying, oh yeah, Star Wars is fun again, but like yeah, for a lot of people, the prequels are a lot of fun, especially due to the content that it brings. With like the Clone Wars, like a lot of people find that fun as well. So it's a weird qualifier. Like Cosmonaut likes to do stuff like that. And sorry, Jeff.
And the memes as well from the prequels.
Oh yeah, the
Make
memes
it
are
probably the most.
Oh yeah, the memes, best of any of the Star Wars trilogies.
I'd say it's the most fun trilogy due to all those aspects.
yeah.
this movie's just a repeat of A New Hope. Look, I already fucking talked about that.
It's a
in
bad
this
repeat. That's the whole trouble, man. Like I hate that criticism. People use it all the time. It's like I don't like that this movie is a repeat of A New Hope. It's like you could have made a remake of A New Hope, or you could have made a copy and made it work. The trouble is they're trying to do that whilst also being a sequel to the OT, and you can't do both. It's really hard to do both in the way that they did it, because it essentially relies on just ignoring the world of Star Wars.
Yeah, pretty much.
video. I'm not here to talk about the fan reaction behind this movie. I've already done that. But in that video, I didn't really talk about how I actually feel about the movie itself. This movie has a lot of elements that I enjoy a lot. I give J.J. Abrams shit for his mystery box style of writing, but I like the stories he started here.
Well, this seems pretty contradictive, doesn't it? Like, yeah, I gave him shit for his style of mystery box, but his mystery box were actually good. So it's just, it seems
He changed his mind. Leave him alone.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to be honest, saying that's a good question for another time is not a good way to set up a mystery box.
Yeah.
That really is the storytelling style of this entire movie. Is it's all setups with no payoffs. And I swear, I think that's why a lot of people just blamed The Last Jedi, when it's like, dude, a lot of it does fall on J.J. Abrams. Not everything, because like Rian Johnson still could have done good stuff with The Last Jedi. He could have made it work to an extent, but he screwed up a lot of different stuff. Like, I mean, he could have done anything with Luke. That's the thing. Like, J.J. Abrams did not touch Luke, aside from him being on the island, and you didn't have to make him a hermit the way that Rian Johnson did. But, like, the trouble with this movie is it just sets up so many different things, and it doesn't answer any of the questions as to why these pieces are falling in the way they are.
Like, I think you can do mystery boxes really well. And chat, please don't hate me, but Jeb, you can attest to that. In Legion, they do it a lot with the mystery boxes, setting up stuff in like beginning of the season, and like especially in season 2. But the way they pay off everything, like it's really well done. So like you have to plan out the story to do it in a way that makes sense, which is something that Legion did. But Star Wars really just fucks it up really hard with the way JJ set up stuff.
Early Doctor Who and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. does it very well too.
Oh yeah, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. does it very well.
I was about to say, I was remembering something from Doctor Who, man, like the mid-seasons. There's a lot of mystery box storytelling in the later seasons, which is not very good.
Is it season 3 of Doctor Who that has the the master that
Yeah.
they built up.
Yeah, the master. Harold Saxon, like he's built up throughout the season. Yeah.
Yeah,
Professor
he's really
Yama
good.
as well.
Oh yeah, there's something on your back. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's series 4, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that was a mystery box that was really well made, but it's like, yeah, they planned it out instead of what JJ did, where it's just, I'm gonna set this stuff up and whatever happens happens. But like, it's just 3 films to work with all this stuff he's setting up. It's hard. It's really hard.
I actually like Rey in all of these movies. I know.
And
Okay.
just let's just not respond to that yet, because he's gonna talk about Rey specifically a bit later.
I know there are people who will hear me say that and immediately turn the video off. But whatever, man. I can't really help it.
You
I
didn't
really
qualify yourself.
Oh, he's gonna qualify
Why
now.
do you- Okay, yeah, whatever. Let's keep going.
think people have been giving Rey a very bad rep for some pretty bad reasons. Most people just say they don't like her because she's too strong, but I don't know. It doesn't bother me.
Wait. Aren't you the same twat who complained that Sabine in Rebels is basically a Mary Sue and too fucking strong?
Exactly.
Aren't you the same fucking twat who said that like before this?
Yep. People always
Dean
cite that as a
Wren is the
contradiction.
walking hot topic ad, quote. She couldn't be more Mary Sue unless she was also force sensitive, which at this point wouldn't even fucking surprise me, end quote.
Well, here we have a literal Mary Sue who's also force sensitive, and yet she's just kinda strong.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fuck off.
It's the whole
But
it doesn't bother me
it's-
type thing, and it's
But
just
it's okay, because it doesn't bother him, really.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes it okay, then.
See,
The thing is-
sorry, go on, Joe.
I was going to say, the thing is saying the arguments are bad and then refuting it with, it doesn't bother me, means fuck all.
I mean, the guest isn't even bad. Like, all the plot problems that don't even bother me, right? So just, it's a good film.
Yeah, I was about to say I like the guest. That means it's good.
Yes, that is how it works. Like, for fuck's sake.
Everyone tells me that 3 + 2 is 5, but I don't know. I don't really think so.
Oh, okay.
I personally don't really mind seeing a character who is good at things in Star Wars. All the
Yeah,
I don't mind seeing if characters good at things in anything, my friend, as long as they explain why they're good at those different things. Like, there's plenty of characters who know a lot of different things, have a lot of knowledge about different craft, but it makes sense because of their characters and what is established about them.
Yeah, like, he says, oh yeah, I don't mind characters being good, but yeah, in the... oh yeah, he's gonna say that the characters in the OT were
Who
good.
minds characters being good? Who actually doesn't like characters being good at things?
Like,
Finn's
problem
really
with
good with a Finn's really good with a gun because he trained as a a soldier.
Yeah, like, the thing is, a character being good is not necessarily a problem. The problem with the character being a Mary Sue is that they, like, the plot bends around them, that they're too good, that it doesn't make sense that they're as good as they are. That's the problem. Like, it seems like people don't grasp that.
Yeah, I've said this about Rey. What they should have done is they should have made her an engineer. Like, that's kind of what they were setting up with her instead of that opening scavenger scene. Is it's like she's good with materials. She has that speeder. It makes sense that she's someone who, like, understands materials. But then they make her a pilot. They make her a swordsman. They make her someone who can, like, who's force sensitive and knows combat and is a good escape artist. And it's just like
She's
all
good
of
with
that stuff.
She's
It doesn't
good with
tie.
a gun too.
Yeah, all of that stuff doesn't tie into her backstory. Like, what is set up in the film is that she's, like, good with working materials. It's like that's what they should have stuck with. That should have been her skill, but they just gave her the cheat codes basically.
Oh, someone in chat posted all the ratings for the film, for these films in this video, and I don't want to spoil it to you guys, but yeah, it's it's quite interesting ratings he gave for each film.
I just find the statement funny about characters being good at something. In a franchise like the Star Wars, where you see Darth Vader, Obi-Wan and such as well.
Like, yeah, Luke was good with being a Jedi, but it took like 3 films for him to actually finish his training. And he's gonna show this scene here where I think it's Luke. He shoots like two TIE fighters, but like he misses the first couple shots and it's hard, but he also has like a backstory that explains why he's so good at shooting that. He's not like Rey with her first shot in the Falcon where she gets a triple kill. Like it's people just paint broad strokes, but it's really different with how the stuff is set up in the EOT and how it's set up in the sequels.
Yeah, like what is Luke good with instead of what is he good at instead of the first move? Basically, he's a pilot, and
He's a good shot, I guess. And, that's pretty much it, right? Because
yeah, like he's a pilot. Like he knows how to like do a speeder.
Engineering.
To an extent, yeah. He works with droids, and that's kind of his skill. Like seriously, piloting, at least instead of A New Hope. That's like the key thing that they focus on. It's like he flies an X-wing. He keeps telling Han that he can like fly the Falcon, but like Han like is clearly more experienced than him. It's like we don't see too much of Han being a pilot outside of like flying the Falcon and getting them out of certain situations. Like the Empire Strikes Back is kind of what solidifies him as a good pilot, with him like escaping the Empire throughout that movie. So all the separate characters have their own unique sets of skills inside of the OT, and it's like I feel like they just gave all of it essentially to Rey, and Finn and Poe were kind of relegated. Like, I mean, they even established that later on, that Rey's a better pilot than Poe is, even though that wasn't established.
Yeah, the one thing like he with Han that I find interesting in DOT is that he uses a Chewie as a co-pilot, but then in TFA we see Rey flying the Falcon better than anyone ever without a fucking co-pilot, just on her own. And it's like we see that the Falcon is hard, not like very easy to fly in DOT, but in the sequels it's just like whatever, Rey can just fly it. Like it's like I said, it's really different from one film, from one trilogy to the other. Like just and people try to defend the sequels, they can't pull specifics because it just goes against their argument. So it's just broad strokes, like Cosmonaut is gonna make here.
The other main characters in Star Wars are really good at stuff. Oh, how come Obi-Wan can defeat a Sith Lord all by himself when his master couldn't even do that? How come Luke is really good at using the Force?
Do you want to go over that? Like, if for one, he's pissed off as hell, and it's like Obi-Wan was being a lot more like, he was trying to be more calm and collected during that, and like the two of them were like fighting well, and it's like he got a shot in, man. It's like just because you're a master versus an apprentice doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna win every single fight. And I think that Qui-Gon Jinn even says that. He says that like he's taught him pretty much everything he knows. Like I think he says like that he's proposing like taking on Anakin as like his new apprentice, and like having Obi-Wan like face the trials instead.
Yeah,
so,
like even Obi-Wan becomes the guy who teaches Anakin everything. After Phantom Menace, so like yeah, he clearly is knowledgeable. He clearly is at least as good as Qui-Gon Jinn, and like just you can get a lucky shot to kill someone. Like that's basically what happens. And also, is Darth Maul a Sith Lord, or was he like training with someone else? Or
he was an apprentice. He was Sidious's apprentice at the time. So yeah.
So I think then Cosmonaut just misrepresented it. Let me see.
Himself when his master couldn't.
Wait, but before
I think he said Sith Lord. He is a
Characters
Sith
in Star
Lord.
Wars are really good at stuff. Oh, how come Obi-Wan can defeat a Sith Lord all by himself when his master couldn't even do that? How come Luke is really good?
Painting it that way is really like broad, especially since we've seen like in every single action sequence in that film, we see Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon fighting together. It's like they're clearly very experienced warriors, and it's like it's not like Obi-Wan doesn't know anything about it. Like he's a skilled fighter, so that's why he wins that.
The
And
thing
like I
is,
said, he is pissed as hell inside of that fight. You can see it in that shot. That's one of my favorite shots from any lightsaber duel, man, when he just runs out and charges at him. It's like he also goes for the center of the lightsaber so that he only has like one blade. That's like he takes away part of his advantage, and he only wins at the end because of like Maul actually overpowered him, and then he had to jump up and turn around.
yeah, I was going to say that he got Maul by surprise because Maul was just holding him there out of arrogance.
no, a villain is arrogant.
Not be arrogant, word, please. No, spare me. No, not be arrogant.
I don't even know if that was necessarily arrogance. He just didn't know what to do. I mean, he was even like hitting his blade, and then Obi-Wan just flew over him, and then he went over and then slit him in half, and Darth Maul didn't do anything about it.
Someone said, Paragon said that Maul isn't and never was a Sith Lord. He was an apprentice up until his defeat on Naboo, and eventually stopped being a Sith entirely up until his death on Tatooine. So...
Yeah, he gave up being a Sith because I think Palpatine betrayed him.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on the definition of Sith Lord. I could be wrong. I know the Jedi refer to him as a Sith Lord because they don't know if he's a master or an apprentice, but he was a Sith apprentice, you could say, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We're thinking about this a lot more than Cosmonaut did. Let's just move on.
Yeah, of course.
Good at using the Force without getting any training.
He was not good at the Force. What you're showing there is him like straining himself to just pull something that's like a yard away from his hand.
And I also like how he says he
He
had
picks
no
something
training.
up. How is that good with the Force?
Yeah.
Just like if I just like pick up like a cup, am I good at something good doing that? Like, just what kind of logic is that?
And also like how he says that he had no training, but we see in A New Hope Obi-Wan training him. Like, yeah, he didn't train him a lot, but he has at least some knowledge of how to use the Force, so he'd be able to use that to try to use the telekinesis. And he really struggles to get the lightsaber there. So, yeah.
Yeah, what I've said about that is it's pretty instinctual. It's just something that, like, I'd imagine the Force, like, it allows you to manipulate, like, objects. And it's like something like that. Just bringing something to your hand, that seems really basic to me. Rey pulling the lightsaber out of the snow and literally defeating Kylo at it. Kylo's doing his best to pull it, and Rey wins. You're like, how could she do that when she literally had never used the Force before? Like, that's far different than Luke trying to get that out of the snow in the Wampa Cave.
And I also find it funny that in TLJ, after supposedly Rey has got at least some training, even though she didn't get training from Luke, like she knows a little bit more about the Force. She can't pull the lightsaber from Kylo anymore after they fight in the throne room.
And if I remember correctly, doesn't Luke start hearing Obi-Wan's voice as he's trying?
That's after that, actually.
He's
he
passing
leaves
out,
and
I
he
think.
says, go to the Dagobah system, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Star Wars characters are really lucky and they're really good at shit because they're the main characters of a stupid
Are you
action-adventure
seeing this is not lucky? He just charged a bunch of these stormtroopers because they were cornered, and then he runs into a crowd of more stormtroopers who start firing at him. So
isn't this A New Hope when this happens?
yeah, it is. And then he runs away right after that. He runs in and he sees there's a bunch of reinforcements, and then he bolts away from the blaster shots. This isn't lucky or skill. This is just him running off to try to telling them to get to the ship.
Yeah.
series.
But doesn't Vader tell the people not to kill the Han, Luke, and Leia, or is that later?
Yeah. If anyone says it's because this is plot armor, there's definitely plot armor with the stormtrooper shots inside of the later movies, especially Return of the Jedi. But in this is not plot armor because they're missing on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, people only care.
Remember when Mahler contested him on that on Twitter, and he said, "Oh, but on the original script, it wasn't like that. It was just luck." That's the Cosmonaut's defense for that argument.
In the original script for A New Hope, Han was also a blue alien that was 10 feet tall. So yeah, if we're gonna use that, we can pull a lot of different arguments there, Cosmonaut.
Yeah.
Care that Rey is really good at shit, and it drives me fucking crazy, man. Normally, there's the concern that if a character's too good at stuff, it drains the tension out of the movie.
Do you guys agree?
He needs to go into more detail about this. This is kind of the Superman argument. The whole idea behind Superman, a lot of people are he's too overpowered. It's you need to qualify exactly what you mean by that. I've said that, I say this all the time. Superman is the perfect example of this character can be a Mary Sue if the writing is bad. Superman as a character is not a Mary Sue, but you could write him as a Mary Sue if you had the world revolve around him. You had him be massively powerful, win over a bunch of different other characters. It would depend on how you approached his character. But just because he's powerful doesn't necessarily mean he's a Mary Sue.
I mean, yeah, to give my take on it as well, even in the Star Wars universe, Darth Vader was established as the most sensitive to the Force and the best they've seen. So what they did is gave weaknesses towards his moral principles and show as a flawed character being power hungry and unable to control it as such.
Yeah, but then
Yeah,
you start to think about how is Rey flawed in any way that could make her character be more like to cause tension from like internal struggles, like from a character's perspective, and like she just doesn't have any flaws.
There's a lot that you could have done, man. You could have made it so that she was so powerful she was like afraid of her own power. You could have made it so that she was like a hermit or someone who's like didn't socialize well with others. You could have made it so that like she didn't want to accept the call, and she like wasn't. She's not someone who's like particularly heroic at all, even though she was mixed in with all of this. It's just something that is beyond her because she has other motivations in her life. But like she is so nice to everybody. She like interacts well. She's like all the other characters like her because she's just likable, and it's just they didn't give her any particular struggle to work with throughout the trilogy, and that's why her arc kind of rings hollow when it ends. Is you're just like, what has this character learned throughout all of this? What has this taught them? But you just don't get anything like that with Rey, unfortunately.
And normally right, but there's still plenty of tension in this movie. Rey and her friends get shot at by space Nazis. They get
Do you remember when they just sent 2 TIE fighters to get the most important thing they ever needed ever?
This scene is like plot armor 101. Remember, like what you're seeing right now is a Rathtar like ripping this guy apart, but when Finn gets like tentacled, it like drags him away and gives like Rey enough time to like close the door on it. It's like that. This is I would call this like something that's very lacking in tension, because like these things are supposed to be like creatures that are so monstrous, and it's like they're afraid they like cause that genocide that Finn is talking about, but it's like they just don't die, and all the villains do, and it's not because the heroes are that good. It's because these things are selective and when they're deadly.
get attacked by a Cthulhu monster. She gets kidnapped, and then before
She gets kidnapped. Okay, that's a. I thought he'd elaborate more on the tension from that.
the final
Yeah, and
battle,
then-
she gets
then-
knocked out for a while.
She gets knocked out for like a couple of seconds, and then she comes back. It's yeah. I don't know. This is the thing, is like you could say like a lot of people cite like a failing as Rey as being her captured. I'm like I say to an effect that's true, but at the same time you have her winning in that scene between Kylo and the interrogation, and then after that she escapes on her own and she leaves, and it's like I would not say that that's something that's comparable to any kind of like failing on her own part. She just was unlucky essentially.
And doesn't she like run away for no specific reason into like a really weird place?
Yep, that screams the filmmakers saying we need to get Rey captured, so she just runs off because she's mad at Maz and the lightsaber. It gets her into the woods alone so that Kylo can grab her. That's what that scene is.
Yeah, it's super contrived and doesn't make any sense how like she has the visions from touching the lightsaber, but whatever. Good question for another time.
Well, then I don't know what to tell you. And this goes more into the later movies, but I personally really like the idea of having this character who is so infallibly good and pure of heart.
It pisses my brother off instead of that. That's like one of his nitpicks of that scene is like the way the lightsabers are flashing blue and red like a siren. It's like, that's not how that works. You can see in all the other movies, it's like yellow in the center, and they don't like flash when they meet, and it's just like that just screams we want our art house shot that's all like whoa. It's like
Yeah, like
it's
that
a
shot
weird
looks
shot.
beautiful, but like it doesn't really make sense how they achieved it in universe.
No.
To tackle
runs
his
Sorry.
to tackle his point about how he really enjoys an infallible hero that never falls to the dark, you can have that, but the issue is they never really test Rey on her morals or what those morals could lead to as consequences. Everything works out fine for her, really.
Yeah, I was about to say Captain America is like a perfect example of that. Like in terms of like his positions, like that's what changes. Like the way that he views the world is dictated by like the position that he's in. Like instead of the World War II area, that was like where he was like where he believed in his country fully and just wanted to serve. And then Captain America: The Winter Soldier is like he sees corruption in the world, and he's like, oh, this can actually like my morals can't be like 100%. And then in Civil War, he's like sticking more so to like his own positions and like trying to help his friend basically. So that's how you do that. You can have a character who's very altruistic and very powerful and doesn't like particularly have a massive character arc, but you have to do that by testing their principles. And there really isn't any test for Rey in terms of like a mental struggle inside of these films.
Yeah, like one thing that I've heard people say is that in the first Avenger, Captain America is kind of like Mary Sue, like not in terms of the plot baiting around him, which would be a problem. It's more just like how pure he is, how he's just always wanting to do the right thing, and like, you know. So
I would disagree with that one.
no, yeah, but just like you said that in the first film he just fully believes in his country, and I'm pretty sure I don't remember if it's in Avengers or if it's in Winter Soldier, but I'm pretty sure this is a quote from him where he said that like the world used to be way more black and white, and just after he woke up he saw that it was a lot more gray. So like you can have a character like experience these changes in morality depending on the universe around them, but it's not something they do, which is in these films, which is weird considering how they try to paint like the stuff they do with Canto Bight in The Last Jedi. You'd think that'd be a good opportunity to show like, yeah, the Republic, the heroes are not like fully good as well, but they don't do anything about it.
I mean, just look at the Doctor as a character as well. That's kind of the whole thing they tried to do with that character.
True, yeah. And like Coulson as well, he's like in Avengers, his character is only like, you know, wanting to help people and whatnot, but after he dies and gets resurrected in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., it's a huge deal that like he's changed after he was brought back. Like everyone tells him that he's changed, that he's different, and then he learns to accept that he's a new person. Like his morality is in just sticking behind S.H.I.E.L.D. 100%, fully believing in it, is not something he does anymore, especially due to his relationship with Sky, which is another good way to like make a character who's always like really pure just change his view of the world. Just have another character to counterbalance that, so that you can have characters learn from each other, which is something Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. does very well.
Yes.
Like the idea of having this character who is so infallibly good and pure of heart that she never runs the risk of falling to the dark side on her own. I've always just seen Rey as like a Disney princess in space who gets to kill people with a sword. I don't know, I think that's a pretty fun idea. That's something.
Would you say Disney princesses are flawed? Like, I for one, Disney princesses don't tend to, like, someone like Sleeping Beauty isn't particularly like explored. Like more Maleficent and the prince are more so the main characters inside of that movie. They get a lot more development. But like, I mean, someone like Mulan, for example, that's like someone who's in the realm of Rey, of like what he's describing, like a Disney princess who gets to cut people with a sword. It's like, but they explore her character, and like she's flawed.
Well, I mean, not in the new one, she's not, but
yeah, the arrow kick. Oh, I still need to see that movie.
We still have it, but apparently people want us to watch it for ECUM, and
no. Trust, I've been scarred by that movie watching it myself with like Literature Devil. I'm damaged. For your own sanity, don't do it.
We're gonna watch the new one first and then the old one, so we can like have the best experience later. I think it's the best way to do it. Anyway, getting back to this wonderful video.
Something we haven't gotten in a Star Wars movie before, and it's the #1 thing I wanted from these movies, to see something new. And that brings me to the next.
It's interesting
See
that you
something
say
new.
that
Well,
with in regards to TFA, to be honest.
and this is all taking place on the Death Star 3.0.
Yeah, pretty much. Huh. Lardine said here, there's a difference between being a Paragon and being a Mary Sue. It seems Cosmo's trying to say she's a Paragon, when in reality, Rey falls into the latter category. He's disguising these traits of a Mary Sue as her being a Paragon. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like he's just making her out to be more like Captain America, as we used that example, when she's just a Mary Sue, like 100%.
Next thing that I like in this movie, Finn. The story about a stormtrooper who turns good, has selfish intentions at first, and then eventually finds something worth fighting for is such a compelling story.
I mean, just
it's a
that idea.
start. They didn't.
I mean,
So much work needs to be done.
When you list it in that premise like that, then yes, it sounds very, very interesting. But across 6-7 hours, across 3 films, it is not explored anywhere near enough to make him a compelling character.
Like the problem is that they fucked his character up a lot.
If you bullet point it like that, guy who starts off from the bad guy faction as a grunt and then decides he wants to fight for himself, has selfish intentions, and then learns to fight for a different cause that he believes in, then yes, it is very interesting as a premise to bullet point it that way. But you're only bullet pointing it.
Yeah, it's a very good
There's no
premise.
bones. That is the bare bones. There is no flesh on that premise for Finn. That is just it. And we don't even know what compels him to change sides, really. Or choose a cause to fight for outside of capitalism is bad in terms of TLJ as a lesson he learned.
Yeah, one of the clearest inconsistencies with his character is when he escapes with Poe and he just starts gunning down like hundreds of stormtroopers. It's like, wow.
And he's
it's
just saying woo, and it's like, what do you do?
It's like, dude, what was that village scene? Were you just upset about the innocent people and you don't view the other stormtroopers as well?
He mourned for a dead person. He mourned for another dead stormtrooper.
Exactly.
Remember?
It's just it's
and then
ridiculous.
He kills them by the dozens.
Yeah, like it's one of those scenes that just goes against everything that was established about his character, and it's like that could have been something to explore. The idea that he like despises fighting anybody, be it like enemies or be it like people who are not outside of the First Order. Like even though the First Order would most likely be the people he would be fighting against inside of this movie, but they just made it so he just guns them down like it's nothing. It's
yeah,
wow.
that would be like exploring that concept would be way better in terms of just making him the Jedi of this story. See, like he doesn't want to fight anyone, so he like just joins the Jedi. He becomes like a pacifist who only like tries to defend himself. That sounds like a Jedi. And Rey becoming a Jedi just seems to come out of nowhere just because, yeah, well, she's the protagonist. She's gonna become one. And
the thing is,
like Finn's change from I will fight for the First Order to I will kill the First Order. It's like there's no middle ground. It's like a light switch for him. It's one way or the other.
Yeah, and it's like his first mission where he changes. Like he just goes on his first mission.
He doesn't have a struggle with the idea. He doesn't struggle with the idea that he's now having to kill his fellow man. Despite the fact he would have no doubt have shared like barracks and training with a lot of these soldiers.
Yeah, like the film
all
seems
gone
to
through similar hardships.
What the film seems to have done is do like Cosmonaut said that this film is like a reaction to the prequels. It's made for people who don't like the prequels. So and he said, oh yeah, Star Wars can be fun again, which basically means that he had fun watching this film. So when you see Finn killing all those people and just like celebrating, it's a fun moment, but it doesn't really make sense. And if you think about the prequels, I think the example I could think of that was like closest would be after Anakin kills the Sand people in Attack of the Clones. Instead of having that scene where he talks to Padme, he's just laughing with Padme, like having a date with her. Like it would be completely out of place, but it would be fun for it's a complete tonal shift that doesn't make sense in universe either. But it's just what he wants because the prequels weren't fun. At least that's like what I'm getting from this.
Thing is, in TLJ, you could literally have a side plot of him opposing Leia, Holdo, and other high-ranking officers in their methods to slaughter the stormtroopers. Tried to explain what it was like for him.
I really liked his arc in this movie, and I think he's a great character to pair with Rey as the leads of this movie. The problem lies with how he's treated in the following films.
At least he agrees that he isn't good in the other films.
There's problems inside of The Force Awakens. There's plenty, but yeah, and the other films definitely did him more dirty.
Oh, but I can't wait for you guys to hear what he's gonna say after he's done with Finn, because it's one of the most interesting arguments he brings up in the entire video.
Oh dear.
They completely fuck up everything good that they do with Finn in this movie, but I'll talk more about that later. Right now, let's talk about the best character in this whole trilogy, Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren is an amazing character. He is a
Yeah, I wouldn't go there.
This has been the consensus for years, man, and I don't understand it. Like, seriously,
Adam,
what you're seeing...
Adam Driver's acting has carried this trilogy, but not his character.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you're seeing right now is him praying to the helmet of Darth Vader. Where did that go?
Just,
Where did that part of his character, the fanboy, obsessive from the past, go in The Last Jedi?
Snoke
They just
said it was
abandoned
dumb.
it.
No, Snoke said it was
Exactly.
dumb, so he'd went, okay.
Yeah, and then it's not dumb instead of the Rise of
is-
Skywalker. They're
is
all over
interesting.
the place with his character.
It's interesting to consider, because Palpatine is both the voice of Vader and Snoke, so not only did Palpatine give Kylo Ren the drive to mimic Vader, he then also told him that was dumb.
Actually, I hadn't thought of that before.
He's both Vader, because he's both Vader and Snoke. It's like, hey, you should be like your uncle or your grandfather, and then Palpatine, as Snoke, says, "No, that's fucking stupid. You're like a child."
Palpatine is just bipolar. Leave him be.
What the fuck?
It's
And Kylo
really
doesn't-
embarrassing.
And Kylo doesn't care about either of those revelations as like the two people he followed and respected and feared to a degree, but aspired to be like. They were fake the entire time. And he's like, oh, okay. No, this doesn't change my worldview at all.
Yeah, not especially not when his entire motivation was to try to be more like Vader. But one thing that I find funny is that like people say that Kylo Ren is the best character in this trilogy. They say like, yeah, these films may be bad, but at least Kylo Ren is good. And I think they just like they have this illusion that the Kylo's character is complex because he struggles with the light and the dark. But the thing is, the films always contradict each other, and even themselves, like inside themselves. They fucking contradict each other with Kylo's character. So it's like, how is he actually good? He's not complex. He's just retarded. We don't know what he's gonna do. He's just in the first film he destroys 5 planets, and then in the next film he's like, oh yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to being good now. Like, it's super retarded, and you can say that something like that is just good character writing. He's not complex.
He is a fantastic Star Wars character, and he is by far the most complete character in his movies. Even
the most complete.
Citation needed, sir.
I think the word complete and this trilogy should not belong in the same context ever.
It's interesting for him to say this, considering at the time of him saying this, he hasn't watched Episode 9, so it's not complete, and yet he says it's complete.
Well, I mean, we could just say that he went back after watching Episode 9.
Why would he rewrite what he said about? Sorry, I've had a brain fart. He mentioned he hadn't watched Episode 9 before writing this script, so why would he go back and change what he said about The Force Awakens, despite the fact he's not actually brought up Episode 9 at all during this talk about the characters of The Force Awakens?
That's true, actually, but he said...
And yet he's referring to it as complete.
He said in the beginning of the video, like, he didn't expect Rise of Skywalker to change his view on the sequels as much, so I think he probably changed quite a bit from his script, considering that sentence, but I don't know, it's Cosmonaut, we never know.
So we should expect the last third of this video to be contradictory to what he said in the previous two?
Potentially. It's Cosmonaut, there's a good chance he just didn't redraft at all.
In all seriousness, who is the most complete character in this trilogy? Because I could only think of R2-D2, and that's because he's barely in it.
C3PO.
I'm pretty sure C3PO is his most complete character. Even then, he's just a background character, and just someone just goes, "Hey, I'm here. I'm not dead."
Yeah, I'd say C3PO because R2-D2 in TFA, he just wakes up for no reason. So
He just wakes up like, "Sup, cunts, I'm here."
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, C3PO is, I think, the least damaged.
don't like these movies like Kylo Ren, because he's the only character that feels like he has a cohesive and planned.
Possibly make an argument.
Said with a straight face.
It's the exact opposite. It's like it's anything but, man. It's so they switch on a dime what he's going to be. It's like, what is his arc? he keeps going back and forth between everything, and people are like, see, that's so complex. It's like, it's complex because he's a pinball in a pinball machine, man. They just make up their mind where they want him to go, where they want him to go. Thank you for the laugh, Cosmonaut. That was a good one.
That was a good joke.
What was it? It's time to let old things die, and then he goes straight back into the commanding seat of the First Order.
Yeah, it just
And nothing,
makes sense.
changes. He doesn't reform the faction at all. As far
but
as
Ray
we're
hurt his
aware,
feelings.
It's time to
Yeah,
let
I
old things die.
guess.
The next film it begins with him going after Palpatine.
Gotta love the idea that he also went after Palpatine and turned up at Palpatine's planet completely unarmed. He had no forces with him. He just showed up and expected Palpatine to not have any measures about that, despite the fact he knows that Palpatine put out the broadcast to the entire galaxy. So surely Palpatine wouldn't say that without having some kind of protection. And yet Kylo just turns up one guy in his fighter with no army and just hopes for the best.
You could just argue that Palpatine was, I don't know, waiting for him. He's like controlling the dyad or
I
whatever.
mean, I will give Cosmonaut this at the very least. He is the least damaged when he's in The Force Awakens. He's fucking ruined by the time Rise of Skywalker's ended. There's very little to say about Kylo in The Force Awakens because he's just a complete mystery.
This is
Very little spoken about him.
Yeah, like
He's just
they
bad.
they set up
Wants the
everything
droid.
for the other films, and the other films are just like, yeah, he's a complete character now, whatever. Like they
So
don't
I
get
would-
development. They don't give
would-
him development at all.
Yeah. I would say in The Force Awakens he's not terrible. It's just there's nothing to him aside from he's bad, he hates Luke for reasons and wants the droid. And also kills his father, and that doesn't seem to bother him. Until apparently it does, and then it doesn't again, and then it does. And then he talks to himself through the visage of Han,
And then he
he's a good
forgives
guy
himself. Yeah.
And he throws away his lightsaber. It's so great. So
now.
planned.
And in
Yes,
between
I
he
love-
kills Snoke because Snoke made fun of his Vader mask.
I just love how when he turns good, he starts doing Han's mannerisms out of nowhere.
Oh yeah. It's like almost he hit his head and now believes he's Han Solo.
And he's got a dad sweater on as well.
Between TLJ and TROS, he just developed schizophrenia, and now he sees his dead father.
Well, I mean, he just got stabbed, and then, like he came back to life. So I'm like, I buy him not being all there. I mean, yeah, that's probably why he died at the end too. It all makes sense.
Wow, I haven't just fixed TROS.
Again, he's saying he has again, I'd like to point out, at the time of Cosmonaut saying this, he hasn't watched Episode 9 and yet claims that Kylo has a complete character arc.
I guess he just
Amazing. Because either he thinks that, despite the fact he said he has massive problems with Episode 9, or he just claimed that before watching Episode 9 and didn't go back to change this sentence. You can take your pick on whichever one you
I mean,
think.
he says he
it
has
is.
massive problems with TROS, but the thing is, he
But he
gave
says that, but
TROS
he
like
still
6 out of
says-
10.
But he still says that Kylo Ren's got a complete character.
Exactly.
So-
it's
So if he criticizes Kylo Ren at any point in Episode 9, then I guess he's just wrong about this statement that he's making right now.
Planned out story arc. A Sith who is struggling with the pull of the light side is such a fun and intriguing idea.
yes, it is an intriguing
did
idea.
this
It's all
with
about the
Anakin.
execution.
They
And
did this with Anakin in reverse.
This should have been like him turning away. This is the thing. This is like the beginning of his arc. This is the inciting incident. It's like he's offered the light and he kills Han. It's like, there you go. He's fully evil now. You could have had him being pulled to the light and him being like, no, I'm sticking to this. But no, they switch back and forth. He makes up his mind if he wants to be good or bad, depending on how good his morning cup of coffee was.
And when you pair this with Rey, who again is this infallibly good person, it creates a dynamic that I actually like a lot. It drives me mad when people say that this movie isn't original enough, when all of the main characters have completely different archetypes than stuff that we've seen before.
No, actually, very similar, man. Like what Poe is the Han type character, like being all like elusive and like he's a pilot. Obviously, you have Finn being, I suppose you could say he's They kind of fit similarly actually, and Rey is kind of a Luke archetype. I feel like they modeled that. Why do you think there's 3 main characters, all with separate skills, man? It's because they modeled them around OT characters and to like be similar to the OT characters and interact with them.
I really think people are far too hard on the characters in the sequel trilogy.
I don't. I think loads of people are way too lenient considering how much people praise Kylo, for example.
Because the characters in this movie have the most important element: charisma. It makes me think of Will Smith. Will Smith can do a good job
so the characters are good because they have charisma? Is that what he's saying?
I think he,
Wait, did we just jump to Will Smith?
Charisma and character writing are 2 very different things. This is more so about the actors than the characters. Yeah, Will Smith can make a movie work because he's energetic. Like I will watch a bad Will Smith movie because like he's good in it. That's one of the reasons why I like I Am Legend, even though I think there's a lot of flaws inside of that movie. Is it's really entertaining to watch a one-man show, for the most part at least, with Will Smith, because he brings it in all of his scenes.
I want to point out with Rey as well, no offense to Daisy Ridley, but there's a lot of blank expressions with her, or very
Wow,
dire
you hate
expressions.
women, Jeb.
Oh no.
You hate Kara. How dare you?
Yeah, a lot of people call that out, man. It's like
I don't think her
I
acting
wish they'd given her
necessarily-
more. Yeah, I wish they'd given her more opportunities to shine in these movies, because for the most part there aren't too many scenes which are commanding from an actor, like something where you really need to like bring it. But for a lot of her scenes, man, she kind of blends together and has like a very like simple emotional pattern. It's unfortunate, really.
Yeah, like I don't think she's necessarily a bad actress. I just think she has poor direction and a very poor script to work with. And I don't think she's like an exceptional actress, but I think she's like pretty good. She could do well with a good script. Though I haven't seen her apart from the Star Wars films.
I was about to say, I think it's the case with pretty much all the actors, man. I've seen John Boyega in a couple other things, and I think he's actually really good. And Adam Driver, that's the thing. Like, he used this to make a career for himself. He's been in so many great things, like Silence,
he's so good
and Marriage
in,
Story.
Marriage Story. I actually think he was better than Joaquin Phoenix in Joker. Like, I genuinely think his acting was fantastic in that film.
Yeah, there were a lot of front runners for like the best actor of last year. I'm glad they gave it to Joaquin, but Adam Driver was fantastic, and I really hope he gets an Oscar at some point, because the guy deserves it. Like, all the stuff I've seen, I'm like, dude, you were a fantastic actor who is going places.
Yeah, and Oscar Isaac is really good as well.
Oh yeah, he was actually like, he had a decent career before these movies. That was the nice thing about him. I'd seen him in a couple other things, and I'm like, you're a really good actor. Oh yeah, a simple performance from him, and he's not in too much of it, but yeah, really good.
Yeah, I heard he's also really good inside Llewyn Davis. So yeah.
I still haven't seen that movie. I need to get around to it.
Yeah, same.
Most of the time, he's just around to have fun. Good performances or not, people just like watching him. I feel the same way when I see the characters in this movie. I like that Kylo Ren isn't just this edgy, evil asshole. He's kinda cheeky and sassy.
It escaped, Cap.
Kind of like Vader, so not different at all.
I was about to what is that? It's like, apology accepted, Captain Nita. It's like, what do you think? This is the thing. A lot of people, I remember people saying that, the whole like, be careful not to choke on your aspirations. They're like, that's out of character, because like Vader didn't quip. It's like, he did at certain points. He was sarcastic. Like, I remember the like, impressive, most impressive, or like all too easy. There's a lot of lines from Vader that are like that. That's he has
like a very dry sense of humor.
Yeah, which is great. But for to have one of the leaders of the Empire to have, like, he's one of the main villains of the trilogy. It's such a good way to make the villain so compelling to watch, which is something Legion does very well in season 2.
Of course it
It
does.
all comes back to that, doesn't it?
Of course it does. It always does.
Aboard a stolen Carillion YT model freighter.
The droid stole a freighter.
I love
just
that
so-
line, by the way, because it's so embarrassing when you realize that BB-8 managed to get into an AT-ST and in The Last Jedi and like murder a bunch of stormtroopers in that hangar when like Phasma and Finn are having that fight. That's like, that line is like, that is ridiculous, and a droid couldn't possibly do that. And in the sequel to this movie, something arguably more ridiculous happens, and it's just like, there's so many lines like that in these movies. They're so bad. All right.
So easy for these movies to have this stereotypically evil mustache twirling villain, and I
find it funny that he wants a character, like a protagonist that is pure good, but he can't accept the idea of an antagonist that is pure evil. When like even in DOT, the antagonists weren't pure evil, except for like Palpatine, but he was just in one film.
And I was about
Seeing
to say,
someone-
what's necessarily wrong with someone being essentially pure evil or pure good? You could have that work. I'm like, there's a lot of villains who I think like are essentially just all evil. I'm like, that's Sauron in the Lord of the Rings. He's just the paragon of evil essentially, and they're like, if that's what builds the stakes of it, because like you could say he's essentially the main antagonist of the story, but at the same time, like the Witch King and Saruman like are like far more like antagonistic characters. They get more material, so it's just like you can have that work. It depends on the execution.
Yeah, it all comes down to execution. Like, yeah, you can have these great ideas, but you need to execute them all, which is something the the sequels really don't do. Like, they have tons of really interesting ideas, but they just never develop them.
stereotypically evil mustache twirling villain, and I like seeing someone who actually has a fucking personality.
The characters, if you're referring to the prequels, my friend, the characters in those movies have personalities. They really do.
Is he really gonna say that Obi-Wan doesn't have a personality? Like, fuck off.
I mean, Obi-Wan, he's the definition of personality in the prequels.
Yeah.
How is this so like complex or out of the ordinary for characters to have personalities? It's like, I think next to every movie has characters with personalities. It really does. And again, man, qualify that points.
Except for Rey, who's just nothing.
The actors are fine. They have enough energy and passion for this movie that it makes their corny lines much more bearable.
So you say that, but how can you not say the same about Obi-Wan? Like, fuck off. Ewan McGregor.
He keeps switching back and forth between characters and actors. He's like, hey, the actors have a lot of charisma. It makes the characters really likable. It's like, those are two separate things, Marcus. Ugh.
Some people, this is weird to say, but you do not need to be doing an amazing performance for the movie to be good. I'm going to be spewing out a lot of hot takes.
That was a really weird sentence. You do not need to be doing a good performance for the movie to be good.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
the
So
film doesn't
I
necessarily need to have good actors all around, but I don't know, that's a weird sentence.
What did I miss? Sorry, I disappeared for a moment.
He said...
You don't need to have good performances for a movie to be good.
Aww.
Yeah, that seems really strange. It also seems like kind of a defeatist attitude. Well,
Anything else? What else did he say about Mr. Wren?
He said that he's the most complex character, that he has a complete arc, and basically that he didn't really substantiate anything.
Okay.
Yeah, he said that he had personality, which is something that the characters in the prequels don't have.
Oh, he had personality, all right. Like 7 of them.
We're just gonna figure out in a few years that Force Awakens, TLJ, and Tara West are just split. We're just seeing everything for Kylo, having all these different personalities in his head.
Not a lot of hot takes in this video, but I feel like this one's going to be hard for people to take. I mean, look at Tom Hardy in Mad Max. He's honestly not doing a very good job, and
I think
Whoa.
he's doing
okay.
fine. Like he's a very reserved character. That's kind of the point of him inside of Mad Max Fury
Yeah.
Road. Is
Yeah,
that he's someone who's traumatized. He doesn't have a lot of dialogue inside of that movie. It's like it's because it's like his entire goal for the most part in that movie is self-preservation. That's like he's just at the front of a car for most of it, and then he gets detached from that. He wants to escape in the truck, and it's like his whole thing is living, and he's a quiet, stoic character because that's not who he is. So
yeah, I think his performance is fine.
Yeah, I think Tom Hardy does fine. Like that's kind of his acting style for the most part. Tom Hardy, he's a very reserved character, but he can pull off charisma when he needs to, and he can also play Venom.
Yeah, I mean, this whole you don't need to be a good actor to have a good film. It's strange that that's not applicable when he's criticizing the prequels, and he just lays into every actor he can find.
Oh yeah, he talks more about the actors than the writing in his prequels video.
Exactly, but a good performance doesn't make a good film, just like a bad performance doesn't make a bad film, I guess, apparently.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But I want to see what he's going to talk about Fury Road, because I actually don't think that film is very good.
So I'm interested in the perspective he has when he's criticizing Hayden Christensen, because obviously a bad performance doesn't mean a bad film.
Then I guess he'd say it's the main character from the film, but then again, Kylo is these actors are also the main actors he's talking about. So
Ray's the main character. So
yeah, it's Daisy.
Yeah, but he likes this movie.
Yeah,
exactly, and that's where it begins and ends.
Oh yeah.
And he even admitted that himself. He was apparently very miserable when this movie was made, and he thought it was going to be bad. And in the movie, he kind of feels like a goofy Star Wars character. But it doesn't matter because he's fully acceptable for
what the fuck? Goofy Star Wars character? What?
Provide qualifications. Post-apocalyptic world. I think the idea that he's reserved and quiet is quite believable.
The guy has like these distinctive like fever dreams of his wife and daughter dying inside of the movie, and he's constantly quiet and like he kills people like it's nothing. It's like I don't think he's anywhere near a goofy Star Wars character. That's a really weird comparison to draw.
Also, describing Finn as a goofy Star Wars character would be totally inappropriate considering the background they tried to give him. A background that Cosmonaut said is really, really interesting.
Well, this is the trouble, is that Finn should have... This is actually a very good comparison for what Finn could have been. Finn could have been like this, a more reserved person who doesn't like killing, but is more out for like his self-preservation, and it's because of the trauma that he's faced. But instead, he's all goofy and like falls down a lot, and it's like for comic relief's sake, so it's just, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, he says that that Finn is ruined in the later film, so I guess it's in this film he's okay with it.
He's okay with Finn's slapstick nature in this film.
Apparently. He says that
despite the fact he's a trained soldier.
Yeah, he's a trained soldier, but he's also a janitor, and he was also on his first mission.
The movie is. However, I will admit that some of the lines in this movie are kind of annoying. The charisma can't save everything, and there's a certain point in this movie where the jokes just start to get on your nerves. The last third of this movie doesn't...
Please, references. How I don't know what he's trying to say with that.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I like that that's not how the Force joke. I think that's one of the better jokes they put in this film. It's okay, we'll just use the Force. No, that's not how the Force works.
Yeah, I think the joke is fine. Like, just...
I think that's one of the superior interjections of comedy in this film.
Same, yeah.
Till the sequels further develop and break themselves.
Oh, yeah. And then we get to the Mandalorian where he's saying, oh yeah, to use the Force you need a lot of discipline and training. And you just look at the sequels, it's like, actually, I don't think so.
Not need jokes. If I had it my way, there would be no more humor after Han says that one joke about the Force. There is a time and place for humor in a screenplay, and I don't think these Star Wars movies really understand that. Oh, also, the fan service needs to chill the fuck out. People do not need to be constantly reminded of the older movies. But
I'd say it's more so because I'd say it's more so the fact that it gets intrusive. You get like a lot of moments that like are clearly meant for the audience to go, "Wah!" It's like, and when you rewatch it, it's really awkward, and it's like it takes away from the film at a lot of different points because like it's clearly gunning for people to like have a reaction rather than for it to fit into the narrative.
Yeah, I
And of
think
course, these films could take place completely separate from the OT entirely.
I mean,
and
if
not
they
even
did,
have,
they would have made way more sense.
Yeah, I mean, we're saying this despite the fact that the film depends on the likes of Luke and Han and Chewie still being alive because it gets bums on cinema seats.
Yeah, I think the Marvel films do that a lot better with the fan service moments, where just like the moments for people to like clap. For example, in the Avengers, where they have the team up moment in the climax, where everyone's standing like side by side. Like I think that's a better moment than anything TFA tries to do with getting the audience to clap, because like that moment is earned after the entire film, but nothing in TFA is earned.
Or Cap arriving in Infinity War, dude. That's like one of my favorite fan service moments ever. I love it. It fits in so well.
Either way, no matter how I may feel about the following movies in the trilogy, I do think this movie does a good job of setting up a story. We have compelling heroes, a unique villain, and some cool stuff to explore. Whether the later movies follow up on these elements is still up for discussion, but as it stands, this movie's pretty good, and the later movies don't make it worse for me.
It's still up
so I'm
to
gonna give this
discussion.
one
The
an 8
trilogy's
out of 10.
done. Like he said whether the other films do a good job is up to discussion. That's probably something that he wrote in his script before the third film came out. And please redraft your scripts, Cosmonaut. It's a really good idea. You should probably practice it. So yeah. What a weird movie review. He's just like the characters have cool. The characters have a lot of charisma. It's not like the prequels, and I really like Rey being powerful, and the jokes aren't always good, and the fan service, I just need to chill it down a little bit. 8 out of 10. Let's move on to the last shit. It's like, okay, you're very strange approach to reviewing films.
Like I have no idea what his standards are, to be honest, because like the way he reviews this is like, I like some of it, like it was fun, which the prequels weren't, and then the actors are good, Kylo Ren is great, like he just jumps from point to point without substantiating anything, and he talked for like, I think his introduction was 2 minutes long, and then he talked about this film for like 6-7 minutes, and like I have no clue what he actually thinks about the film, just very broad strokes. Like I know he enjoys it, but that's it.
Again, he also said the later films don't ruin this film. He's saying that like it as if it's like a positive fact, despite the fact we know he hasn't seen Episode 9 at the time of him saying this or writing this in the script, at least.
Yeah, Cosmonaut is a weird person. I don't try to get inside his head because it's way too hard. He's way too inconsistent with himself.
Remember, he's comedy first, the reviews after.
Oh, yeah.
This one an 8 out of 10. Yeah, sorry. I know you guys want me to talk about The Last Jedi again, but this one did come first, so...
Why is this one relevant?
See, that's his justification. He's like, hey, this one came first. It didn't in the continuity of the films, dude. Just review the trilogy and review these separately.
Why do we need to... What relation to the sequel trilogy does Rogue One have? This feels like we're taking in a giant pit stop. It would be like me talking about Iron Man 3 in between reviewing Infinity War and Endgame.
Yeah, it's really weird.
That's basically what's going to happen. He's going to do TFA, jump back, jump forward, jump back, jump forward.
That's
or
not
even
a streamlined way of doing this.
Or even if you reviewed Captain Marvel in between Infinity War and Endgame, you're like, hey, Captain Marvel came first. You're like, it's like, yeah, but it doesn't fit into the story that Infinity War and Endgame have because they're direct sequels.
We're going off on an entirely different tangent because this is the same the sequel trilogy. You might as well be talking about an entirely different franchise at this point because they're just that unrelated. Rogue One and The Force Awakens. Aside from both being set in a universe far, far away, galaxy rather, whatever it is these days, I don't fucking care because I don't watch Star Wars anymore.
Jeez, a lot of people in chat are angry at me because I said Fury Road isn't good. Like, yeah, sorry guys, the writing isn't very good, but in terms of like everything else, cinematography.
One hot take at a time, right?
You're referring to like ER.
We've already got like 5 or 6 at a time. We don't need a Fury Road One. Road One talking about.
I need to rewatch the movie.
I actually think ER's
see
videos are
stuff.
really
I'm
good.
like, yeah, I think I remember most of it. I think I disagreed with a couple of his points. I'd have to see his video again.
Yeah,
to
I
see the
didn't agree
movie
with all
again,
of them
though,
either, but yeah, I think he brought up a lot of great points. So I don't think it's well written, but like it's a really fun experience to watch that film. Like the action is really fun to watch.
Clowned
Yeah,
on
if it's
Rogue One.
bad, I'll still enjoy it.
Yeah, same.
Seriously, people who are still in denial about Spider-Man 2 being a bad movie, can you please just accept that fact, please? That you can like a movie and it can be bad. It's okay. It's fun.
Yeah, it's not hard to enjoy a film that is bad. Like The Guest is always the example I go to because like I watched it only once with Evan and I was like, Jesus, this film isn't really well written, but it's a lot of fun to watch, and it's like
Yeah, I went into it with that mindset. I even told you about that. Like you were asking about it, and it's like we enjoyed the hell out of that experience, even though we both recognized the faults. It's fine.
Spider-Man 3.
Oh yeah, Spider-Man 3 is probably my favorite or second favorite Spider-Man film, and it's just I have a lot of fun watching it, but it's very far from being good.
No, you shouldn't like bad things.
I'm sorry.
The memeability of that movie, dude. Harry eating the pie. It's like there's so
good.
much
Oh,
that's hilarious in that movie.
It's so fun. Anyway, talking about something that is fun.
But this one did come first, so we gotta talk about it. Now, I've clowned on Rogue One a lot in the past, but my secret is that I actually kinda like this movie now. But not completely.
Good for you.
Jesus Christ. Does he not like something that is made from Disney? Like, for real?
I actually really like Rogue One. I recognise it's not the best Star Wars film out of the bunch, but yeah.
I think it's
Yeah.
pretty well made, and like a lot of stuff is like pretty fun. Like
I
the last scene
appreciate
with
the
Darth
attempt
Vader.
for a darker tone.
Yeah, it's very apparent, like the production issues and like Gareth Edwards' vision, like meeting
Meddled with.
this film. Exactly, like the studio's trying to like push a different narrative on it when he wanted to make this film like a gritty war movie, and it's like I think especially in the third act that begins to fall apart. You can tell what Disney
they
wanted.
really should have gone like they should have just let him go all in.
Yeah, that's like the same thing happened with Phil Lord and Chris Miller for Solo. There's a lot of like studio interference, especially with the anthology films. But yeah, of all the Disney movies, this is definitely the one that I enjoy watching the most.
I mean,
at least.
could you imagine if they'd gone into this with the sort of Black Hawk Down or Saving Private Ryan
Yeah,
type of tone?
Yeah, would
God,
have
that
been
would
very
have been so
interesting.
much better.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's good. Like, it's passable, especially when comparing to the rest of the Disney films. Like, it's by far the best. The characters are very, very thin.
Yeah. But then again, they kind of have to be. Well, they kind of have to be and kind of shouldn't be because they got to die at the end of the film, so you haven't got too much time to develop them.
Yeah, but like to make the
you need
deaths
to
more
develop-
meaningful.
You need to make them. Yeah, you need to make them feel something when
Yeah.
they die.
Yeah, exactly. Like, to make the deaths more meaningful, you'd need more development. But
There's still stuff in this I think is really stupid, and I don't think it works that well as a movie on its own. I think this movie is tied with Last Jedi as the best looking Star Wars movies. The shots in this movie are just so good.
it's
This
like
movie- I can agree.
Gareth Edwards does a really good job with scale inside of his movies. Like that's very apparent inside of the 2014 Godzilla. Like he knows how to use like the scale of certain big events and can contrast that with like the characters' perspectives who are very small. It's like that's what makes his films like tend to feel very grandiose. So yeah, I think Gareth Edwards is a really good director. I'm like I'd be curious to see him like handle a different project. I think I forget the movie that he directed before Godzilla, but I remember like he started out with smaller films. I'm just I like his movies. I think he could direct something like really fantastic if it like wasn't as studioized.
it's a film called Monsters from 2010. The one. Monsters from 2010.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I need to look into it.
Yeah, so the film he directed before Godzilla. But yeah, like I think it looks really good. Rogue One. I actually think outside of TROS, for a huge part of it, I think all the Disney films look pretty good. Solo, I think it looks kind of washed out, but I don't know. It was kind of.
I
It was
despise how Solo looks. It's so dreary and brown and
is there?
gray
I
and
remember there
dark
being a
and
scene so dark
disgusting
I
to
couldn't
look at.
see anything that was happening.
Yeah, it was probably the scene with like the worm crime boss who's a vampire who like burns alive if like any sun happens. So she has these windows next to her like skin that you can break and defeat everything around her. That scene has this like blue dark tint and you cannot see anything. I hate the cinematography in that movie.
I mean,
It's one of the reasons I hate that movie so much.
I've tried hard to get Solo clips into the critique videos I've been doing for The Rise of Skywalker. That it's such a dark film, and I mean, I don't mean that in a tone wise. I mean, it's just visually very dark all the time. A lot of it takes place in sort of grey or dark, grey environments or dark rooms, or just at night for some reason. With the exception being the beach scene and a part of getting the hyperfuel from Kessel.
Yeah.
It's so hard to use clips of that film because it's just so dark and grainy.
Yeah, like, none of it is visually appealing. None of it like fits into a review with the rest of them because there's nothing. It's just Least favorite Star Wars movie, man. Gun to my head, that's the one that like I would ask you to blow my brains out instead of me watching again. Hi.
Very clear vision as far as the imagery goes. And this is the first Star Wars movie I saw where I loved the cinematography. However, while
That first,
if that shot's actually in the film, that's like very homage, like quotation marks to 2001. I don't remember that shot.
This is the first Star Wars film in which there's good cinematography. I think a lot of the cinematography in the prequels is pretty good when it's not drowned out by a bunch of CGI, which is quite often. But when you get these big landscape shots, it's really good.
yeah, I mean, I have a few screenshots on like Attack of the Clones where like I think it looks really good with the. I think it's when Anakin is on a speeder going to the Sand People. Like it looks really good. Like there's this red lighting, and you just see these landscape shots, and it looks like very good.
I remember there's a bit in the Battle of Geonosis after they arrive and fight, and then there's like a sandstorm that kicks up, and you've got you're seeing the back of the stormtroopers, and they're briefly lit up by the blaster shots that whiz past them, and likewise you see the blaster shots going towards the enemy, and you see the droids light up. I think that's such a cool scene.
Yeah, I actually think that like not even just the prequels, the OT actually I think it looks really good as well. It has some really like iconic shots, but like the way the lighting works and everything, I don't think it's bad at all.
In fact, I think it's just safe to say there's good and bad cinematography in a lot of the stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's just easier to say that.
Yeah, and I mean, Revenge of the Sith cinematography is great.
this movie exceeds expectations as far as the visuals go, everything else is kind of a mess. Not only is the pacing atrocious, but this movie has some of the worst character writing I've ever seen.
Don't talk about atrocious pacing when you've got TLJ coming up.
And I also like how he says he has some of the worst character writing, but he just praised the hell out of Kylo Ren. Like, yeah, you don't know what good character writing is, but... Like, yeah, the characters in the Rogue One, they aren't that developed, but that means they're better than any sequel character, because the characters in the sequels, just all the development they get is fucking contradictory to what they were established as. In Rogue One, at least they don't contradict stuff because they weren't like really developed.
They're just boring. That's as bad as they can be. It's just boring.
They're thin. They're not like bad. They're thin. So yeah.
Remember when I said that the acting in The Force Awakens doesn't need to be good because that kind of movie doesn't require good acting?
Yeah.
Why you never defined what kind of movie it is and why it doesn't require good acting. You didn't define either of those things, so what you're about to say is completely meaningless.
What?
It's like a fart in the wind.
Yeah, the acting doesn't need to be good in this film I like, but in this film I dislike, then yes, it needs to be good.
What's the
Did
distinction?
someone say double standard?
Yeah.
Did someone say double standard? I said, did someone say double standard?
Well, yeah.
I know. Yeah. This is just what is this film in comparison to what Rogue One is, and why does it require good acting, while Rogue One does.
Why are we even suggesting that a film is good with bad acting? I don't understand.
Yeah, like the film would of course be better if you had good acting. Like there's no two ways about it. Yes, the film would be better if the acting was good. So I don't understand why you'd say something retarded like this. Like a film.
It is a
doesn't need good
strict
acting.
positive. You would never ask for bad acting in a film.
Yeah, like the film wouldn't be better if the acting was worse. Unless it's like a guilty pleasure film, like something I don't know with Nicolas Cage. Like.
Yeah, or like the
feel
room,
like
Tommy
like
Wiseau.
cheesy acting. Yeah, people enjoy Tommy Wiseau's acting in The Room because it's entertaining to watch, but it doesn't mean the movie's better because of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Need to be good because that kind of movie doesn't require good acting. I feel like the opposite is true here.
Why?
This movie isn't the
Why? What is this
I
film in
don't
comparison
know.
to what? That kind of film. What kind of film is The Force Awakens, and why is Rogue One not that kind of film? What is this qualification?
In theory, wouldn't The Force Awakens need good acting more because it's main anthology film?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say that Rogue One is a spin-off. If it had worse acting, people wouldn't mind that much. Actually, thinking about it, one of the films that requires the most good acting would be Solo, considering the character playing Han,
Oh,
the
God,
actor playing Han, he would need to have the mannerisms of Harrison Ford, which he doesn't.
Yeah, but the acting in that film, I think, is the worst of all.
Yeah, exactly. But I guess we'll see what Cosmonaut is gonna say, because I know he likes Solo. He made a video saying that Solo is good. Solo is good. You guys are just mean. So
It's really bad, and I am mean because the movie was horrible and it made me bored as hell, and I just I hate that movie so
The
much.
film is bad. You should feel bad.
Give me the Rise of Skywalker, man. At least there's lights and excitement
No,
happens.
yeah.
I'd rather watch personal taste. I'd rather watch Solo as opposed to The Rise of Skywalker. I've trudged through that film 7 times now. I hate it.
Yeah, I get it, man. It's definitely the worst of all of them. That's the thing. But I find it infinitely more watchable than Solo.
Anyway, let's find out what this film is and why it's not The Force Awakens and therefore needs good acting when The Force Awakens doesn't.
Yeah, because like Cosmonaut would never not substantiate his points. He's not someone who wouldn't do that.
No, never.
The crazy, bombastic, fun action movie like the last one is.
Also, it takes itself more seriously. That's what he means by that. Then, okay.
Oh, so
I don't
Force
think
Awakens is a joke?
necessarily. There's plenty of jokes inside of this movie. That's like it fits in. It's like it depends on what you mean. I don't.
K2SO is like 90% of the jokes.
Yeah, he's very funny, and same with Donnie Yen's character. Like they provide a lot of comedy.
Oh, what's his name again?
Wait, you
Force
forgot a
guy.
character from Rogue One's name?
Donnie Yen, I guess.
His
Yeah,
name's Donnie Yen.
That's what everyone calls him because
I think it's.
they say
I
it
think
like
it's-
once. It's like it's.
I think his name's Chiro.
Chiro, I think that's right.
His name is
What's-
Chiro Imwe, I think he's called, and like
Yeah,
Oh,
what's
no.
the only time you
machine
hear it
gun?
is, he's called
Let me check. I'm opening IMDb.
I don't know his
Line.
name.
I don't know his name either. Machine gun guy dude.
Machine
That's what
Gun
I've
Man.
always known
Okay,
him
so
as.
Donnie Yen, he's called Shihu Imwe.
Chiro Imwe.
Yeah. Machine gun guy. Who the fuck is he? Is he played by Wen Jiang? Plays a character called Baze Malbus. I think, is it him?
Baze.
Yeah, Bears
okay.
Malbus, yeah.
Yeah. So that's him.
The other
I
thing,
remember Cassian, and I think that's about it.
And because
Like
he's getting his own
Jin.
TV show, so it's kind of
Oh
hard
yeah,
to get
Jin
his name.
Erso.
I just remember
Hold
Jin and her father.
all I remember from Donnie Yen's character is the Force Be With Me and the whole why you put a bag over me, I'm blind. That's it.
why,
Are
yeah,
you
why-
kidding me? I'm blind!
I know this film's supposed to be taken seriously. Shush. No
Yeah, just
jokes.
ignore all the
It's
jokes.
100% serious.
Dark, gritty war movie where our heroes die in the end. I think this movie very much does require better writing and better acting.
Oh, okay. So if a film doesn't take itself that seriously doesn't require good writing. Just
That's weird.
Like
That's-
with,
that's
with
a
the
weird
acting
standard.
thing, that was like really weird to start with. With the writing, like how, what? That's so retarded.
He keeps
I'd
jumping
ask-
back and forth between like the character writing and the acting. By the way, this is something that like he just keeps
yeah,
flip
I
flopping.
was just about
Yeah.
to say. I'd ask for better writing in both the Rogue One and Force Awakens films.
I just ask for better writing in literally everything. I just I don't understand what his point is.
And the writing's still better in this film than the Force Awakens. I'm sorry. It's just boring.
Because in order for us to be hit by the death of these characters, we need to understand them as people a little better. The most
We
baffling
don't need
aspect
to
of this movie-
understand we don't need to understand people in order to care about people who are alive at the end of the movie. Is that your standard? We need better acting and better dial and better characters if the characters are alive at the end.
But like if that's the case, then how can he like Rey? Like what do you actually know about Rey?
Yeah, I'm
Oh
like Rey,
boy, I
Rey
can't
dies
wait.
too.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what Rey does in the next film.
Yeah, like Rey has no personality at all. Like this is such a double standard.
movie is that it has a ton of great actors, and yet all of the criticism that this movie has received is that it has trouble making you care about the characters. We are back to having a movie.
Acting.
Those are
yeah.
two different criticisms.
Yeah, that doesn't really relate. Like, yeah, a good actor can make you.
There are good actors, yes, but that doesn't mean that their acting talent is what fails to make you attach to the characters. That would be the writing.
Yeah, like a character can make you, an actor can make you like a character because of like they're charming and like something like that, even if they don't get a lot of development. But that, like, character writing is more important than acting in that aspect for you to care about them. And I'd say like actually the two kind of go hand in hand. But when you have like such strong character writing like in Hill House or Bly Manor, then yeah, you care about those characters, and the good acting, like, it's just a cherry on top of everything. Well, like, yeah, you can have good actors that have bad character writing, and like it's not weird to see that. It's pretty normal, to be honest.
Where the characters don't have character traits, and that would be fine.
How do you say that? Why you like Rey, you fucking moronic retard? Fucking. The characters need to have character traits, except for Rey. Hey, Rey, I don't care because I like him.
Yeah, but he said that they had traits because they're good at stuff. This is the thing: is he literally said that in the prequels? He said the characters have no character traits. It's like, what do you mean by that?
That's
like
very disingenuous to say for both things.
Qui-Gon Jinn is stoic. There you go, character trait. Stoicism isn't a character trait. It literally is, though, and there's a lot of other traits like. You can pull that from Obi-Wan, man. He's very sarcastic inside of that movie. He cracks a lot of wise.
Anakin's character trait is that he has trouble with attachments to individuals.
He's also very power hungry. Like, you can find that with like there's so much to draw from, man. Like Padme has like a responsibility to her people. She has like a sense of duty and responsibility, and that's at a clash with her personal life because like it takes away from that basically, and that's why she's so in love with Anakin, is because like she hasn't had the opportunity. That's kind of what forms their relationship, is the fact that they've like stuck to both the Jedi Order and like the political landscape, and then they fall in love because like it's their only attachment basically. And you're like, that's thin though.
Earlier?
It's like, sure, what?
Did you hear what he said earlier about the actors in this film? There are some really good actors in this film, but they fail to make us get attached to the characters or something like that, despite the fact that that would be down to the writing and therefore not the actor's responsibility.
Again, he keeps flip-flopping back and forth between that, and I don't it's so weird that he keeps acting like character writing and acting are somehow anywhere near related to each other. An actor works with a script. Therefore, it pretty much always falls back on the script. Like, charisma can carry a film, but it doesn't mean that the writing is good because the actors are charismatic.
Fine if
And I also find it weird to say that these characters in Rogue One don't have traits. I'd say they do. Like, they're very thin, but they do have some traits. Like they have at least some personality, especially Shiro, like with his like the thing with the Force and like him believing in it as like a religion.
He was a guardian of the temple, and now he's the only one left. But he's devout to the Force. There you go. There's a trait and a little bit of backstory for him.
Yeah.
You got K2SO, who's the reprogrammed wisecracking robot, basically has no filter, which is why he says everything he thinks.
And that like basically everyone likes that character. Like it's pretty clear that he does have traits. He is like at least somewhat likable.
And that would be fine if the movie had less characters. But we have so many, and there's no connective tissue between them.
We have 6.
How is there connective tissue in the sequels, but not in this film?
Talk about a blanket statement, man. That's so big to say, and he just treats that like it's nothing, man. You gotta qualify that by explaining like what is too many characters? Why is there no connective tissue? He said that all in one sentence.
The hero team consists of 6 characters of varying development. Just sounds normal to me.
Yeah, like if you focus on 2 of those characters, you can give them a lot of development and give some traits to the others, which is actually kind of like if you consider Into the Spider-Verse, that's basically it. Like they focus mainly on Miles, Peter, B, and Gwen, while the other characters are just there, but we also get some traits of them, like we get their personalities. So yeah, like you can do that well.
I was about to say Fellowship of the Ring. Like, how many main characters are inside of that movie? You've got Frodo, Sam, you've got Gandalf, Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas. You got Boromir. You've got, to an extent, Lord Elrond. There's a ton of main characters inside of that movie, and they just take their time with the characters in order to develop.
The number of characters is not an issue. This problem would equate to the sequel trilogies as well, because we get, well, how many are there in TLJ? You've got Luke, Leia, Rey, Finn, Rose, Poe, Holdo. I guess droids don't count, but that's still.
Did you count Luke or?
Yes, but then you've also got Kylo Ren and Snoke, who are characters.
I don't know if I'd include Snoke, but Kylo Ren definitely.
I always argue Snoke's pretty important to this entire franchise.
I mean, he's important, but he doesn't get a lot of character. Like the Emperor in Return of the Jedi, he's very important, but he's not.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, well, Kylo then. That's still 9 characters. There's too many characters, man.
Yeah, but Kylo is the perfect character. He has a complete
of course, yeah. And Rey's strong, but that doesn't bother me. So
these arguments are really great.
Jyn Erso jumps from not caring about anything to wanting to fight the Empire because her dad died, and now she wants to fight with the rebellion.
Yeah, there you go.
How are you gonna say that's Finn when you like Finn and TFA?
She did care about something. She cared about getting her father back, which is why she's there in the first place.
Yeah, but just like
you're literally showing the scene where she reunites with her dying father.
Like he's saying that as if it's like a thin motivation for her to want to join the rebellion, but then he says that that Finn's a character in TFA is good. Like that just doesn't make sense. He just goes to the she just gets out of the First Order because he does. Like there's no specific reason.
I could do the same thing with Rey, man. I could say like she wants to be involved, but then she's like, I don't want to because of my parents. Then she gets mad at Maz and then gets kidnapped, and she's like, no, I'm gonna fight again. It's like it's really thin. It's like it's exactly what he's doing here. You're just connecting the dots how you want to, and you're not providing qualifiers.
But the rebellion technically killed her dad, and yet now she'll die for them?
Her dad died trying to save the world by building the thing in the Death Star, right? The failsafe. So, yeah, she would try to help the rebellion. I don't see why not. It makes sense for her. Like, she wants to find her father. Like, it doesn't make sense.
And essentially lesser of two evils as well. Like, the Empire were the ones who, like, imprisoned her dad. Like, They're the ones who have like a hold on the galaxy. She hates the Empire because of what they did to her from the start, man. That's why she is the way that's why she is the way she is, because they killed her mom and took her dad when she was a kid.
Like, she's not a complex character to understand.
Yeah, this is not very difficult to understand, man. This is pretty simple to comprehend film-wise.
What? This event should make her even more jaded towards the war. There was...
This is such a retarded view of the situation.
So what did she do then? Just leave? Commit suicide? Her dad gave her that message and told her to use it.
Like, there's no way she's fucking joining the Empire either, because the Empire knows about what her father did, don't they? So, like, they would know about his betrayal, and they wouldn't let his daughter get work for them. So, yeah, there's nothing she can do except for joining the rebellion.
There's never anything to realistically turn her into a fucking freedom fighter. Bodhi Rook is underused as fuck. He starts the entire plot.
Oh, okay, so he just moved on. That was a weird transition into topics. I thought he was trying to talk about the same thing, so okay.
And he has nothing to do in it. Cassian Andor is one of the main characters, and I don't really know anything about him. Other than he's been in this fight since he was 6 years old. And you know what?
Yeah, the characters
You just answered your own question. What do you want, Cosmonaut? I really don't know.
He really should make his standards clear. Like, okay, for me, I had the Tasm Chill take, like, thinking it was fucking fantastic, but like, I was wrong. But like, yeah, you can prove me wrong by my own standard, or like, maybe not, but like, just using that in as example. Like, yes, people know the standard I use because it's the standard like pretty much everyone here uses, the like internal consistency. We don't know what Cosmonaut wants from a film. We don't know what standard he uses to judge films. He's just like, well, I kind of like this. This is fun. This isn't fun. Oh, these characters, I don't know anything about them. But I love Rey. So it's like super retarded. I don't know what Cosmonaut thinks about any film.
It's even sadder. I had to look up those character names. I didn't even remember all of them.
Yeah, it's really forgettable. Their names are generic, and they're not very well developed characters at all. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We got fucking Forrest Whitaker in this movie.
I only remember Forrest Whitaker's character name because I thought it was interesting. Saw Gerrera. I was like, huh, that's interesting.
Yeah, he committed suicide for no reason though, so it's
save the dream.
Really underused.
Has a strong connection to our main hero's backstory, but the movie just tells us about their relationship in passing dialogue, and then he dies.
Yeah,
that's really bad. If there was anything that this movie definitely could have improved upon, it's like explore a little bit more of what happened with Jyn. Like, we need to know a lot more about her. They just skip over that and just leave it to all expository dialogue, and it's like, that's not very good character material, man. We need to see a little more from her.
Yeah, definitely.
And I
actually like Felicity Jones. She's pretty good. She's in a lot of stuff I like, even Doctor Who. So it would have been good for her to be given some strong material because I think she could pull it off.
I've said this in some other video before, but I really, really hate when a character is just like, go without me. I must stay here and die for no reason.
I agree with you. You've used for no reason. Yeah.
It is the strangest trope.
It's true, yeah. There's no reason for him to stay. He's just like, no, I die. There's like, he's not wounded. There's nothing stopping him from coming with him. He just kills himself. It's really weird. And it just screams of like, we don't know what to do with Forrest Whitaker for the rest of this film, so he has to die.
Yeah, pretty much. Like they wrote, it seems like they wrote the rest of the script without him, and they were like, well, we have to kill him off at some point, so that makes sense. Yeah.
And it always pisses me off. Bro, there's room on the ship. Just go with them. This movie's written like we're already supposed to know these characters, but this is the first time we've ever met them. This movie doesn't really have a lot to keep you engaged until
I thought he'd substantiate that
yeah,
statement.
So
I don't know what
you mean.
by that.
So you mean every movie ever? We just meet the characters in the first film?
Yeah, like
what a revolutionary concept.
The way films do stuff is like you introduce a character, but you actually get like their traits, their personality, you get from like natural stuff happening in the plot. It's like we're kind of supposed to start off from a point where like we don't actually know anything yet, but we'll get to learn as the film goes on. When that happens naturally, it's not like an exposition dump in the beginning of the film, which is like how we get to know Luke's character in the A New Hope, for example. Like we get to know from like bits of dialogue. It's not explicit, not very explicit, not very overt dialogue. But I don't know. It seems like just Cosmonaut wants really overt dialogue, which is something that the prequels do. But he says it's bad, so who knows?
The finale. The first 2/3 are kinda whack. I'm a bit torn on this movie's role because I think that these standalone...
So he thinks that 2/3 of the film are bad, and he still gives it a 6 out of 10. That's such a
I
weird
don't know.
movies should be standalone movies. If you aren't totally familiar with A New Hope, then this movie's not going to make a lot of sense to you.
So a film in the
I
Star Wars
disagree
universe
with that.
a film in the Star Wars universe trying to maintain continuity. I don't see that as an issue. And
I think you could comprehend Rogue One if you hadn't seen any other Star Wars movies.
yeah,
Makes sense.
Yeah, it sets up everything that's needed. It's like you have to steal these plans so that we can get them to the rebellion, so the rebellion can beat the Empire. Like if you watch it alone, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, we see the Death Star, so we know what it can do, and we know the stakes of the film. So it's like that. I think you can follow everything.
Yeah, my brother only watched episode 7 before this and understood all of Rogue One.
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's Cosmonaut. I'm getting tired of his fucking arguments. He doesn't substantiate anything. It's been 12 minutes. He's reviewed 1.5 films, and we still have no clue.
Wait, we're only 12 minutes in?
And we've got 40 minutes left.
Oh, God!
And we've been going for 2 hours.
Compare this to Solo, which realistically you can watch without knowing much, outside of that stupid ending, but I'll talk about that later. I don't know, it's weird because on one hand, I like having a movie that serves as supplementary material for pre-existing films, but I also kind of like the idea of having a timeless standalone story that we can just show anyone. You know how many
Why can't you do
non-Star...
both? Why can't you make something which is like supposed to fit into the other films, but at the same time, it serves as its own standalone story?
If you have
Isn't that most prequels? Like, isn't that because you could watch the prequels and comprehend those without seeing the OT?
Actually,
they're meant to stand alone.
You saying that actually reminds me, like, the Red Dead Redemption 2 is a prequel to the first game. I played it before the first game, and I understood everything that was going on. Like, it's just yeah, it's trying to maintain continuity. It's fine. I don't see a problem with it. Like, it's so weird what he's trying to argue.
You know how many non-Star Wars fans love The Mandalorian? A lot, okay?
That's the worst
Right.
example we could use. Season 2 is basically... Do you remember Star Wars? Like, the first episode of
Do you
Season 2,
remember
we
the
see...
Clone Wars? Do you remember Ahsoka? Do you remember Bo-Katan? Do you remember the Darksaber? Do you remember all this? Fuck off.
Yeah, like, in the first episode of Season 2, we get a guy dressing up as Boba Fett. Like, dude... in Season 1, it actually has a lot of that stuff, but Season 2 even more so. So, that's just a very bad argument to use, but sure, he said that while Season 1 was coming out. It wasn't until Season 2 came out, but let's just say that that statement didn't age quite well.
All I need to do to counter this is like point out a lot of people who liked Rogue One who hadn't seen any of the other Star Wars movies. There's plenty of people. He's just acting like there aren't.
Mm-hmm.
If we're talking about people as a whole, if we're appealing to popularity, then yeah, there's a lot of people who like Rogue One who haven't seen the other Star Wars movies.
Yeah.
Okay, don't even tell me I'm wrong. And honestly, I think that this
You're wrong.
standalone approach is a better idea.
Standalone approach, yeah, he says is a AT-ST or AT-AT, I don't know what it is, but in episode 4, like, that's straight from the other films. Like, one of the main villains of Mandalorian is the fucking Empire, which is fucking retarded because the Empire should be gone already. It doesn't stand alone at all. Especially with Season 2, and that's such a retarded statement.
Something about this movie just feels weird to me.
Something about this movie just feels weird to me. Thanks for including that sentence in your video.
Exactly. It's like, you mind thinking a little bit harder to try to maybe put that into words that other people can comprehend, other than something about this movie feels weird to me. Give me a break, Cosmonaut.
I do like that it was kind of a risk to make a movie like this, but I just wish it was
I
executed a
swear,
little bit
if
better.
anybody ever says the word risk in a movie review ever again, stop saying this film took risks. Any movie can take risks. It's not about the risks, it's about the execution and the payoffs. A gamble is only as good as what you win and what you lose. I'm tired of people saying the movie took risks, though. I'm like, they failed.
Like, I don't know, if you think about, like, I don't know, Aliens, it's a sequel that I wouldn't say it took a lot of risks. Like, I don't know, it seems like kind of a safe sequel considering it's just a normal, like, pretty standard setup to have with the characters after what
Well,
they've been
I
through in
could
the first
argue
film.
that it takes a risk because it's an action movie instead of a horror movie, and it's a direct sequel to Alien, which is very much a direct horror movie. Like, it depends on what you mean by risk.
Sure.
This is the whole thing. It's like people never qualify that. They just say it took risks.
Yeah, so
okay.
again, we come back to the issue of Cosmonaut not qualifying his standards. We have no idea what he means by that. Like, we have no idea what he means by anything because he just flip-flops everything.
Oh, but like I said before, I hate the fucking fan service in these new movies, and this one is the worst with it. The fan.
Really?
I'd say Force Awakens probably is the worst. You get moments that are very much like this instead of the Force Awakens, where it's up in your face and it's distracting.
I'd say TROS is also really bad with like just Palpatine saying the dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities. It's just like you're using a reference to the prequels to justify this character being alive, even though there's no, like, it doesn't really make sense, like, at all.
I don't even know if I'd call that fan service. That's what's so embarrassing is I think that movie thinks it's fan service, but it's like, this is not what we want, guys. This really isn't.
Chewie's medal is probably the worst example for me.
Oh, dude, I hate that. Oh, that's the worst thing.
That is meta in all the wrong ways, man. It's like, hey, see, Chewie gets a medal. And it's like, remember how you thought that it was dumb that he didn't get a medal at the end? It's like, guys, don't do this. This is not satisfying either narratively or character-wise, because this was never a problem in the films. It was just something people thought was unfair. Oh, that's really embarrassing.
Fan service in this movie is way beyond just showing us random references. We have full-on resurrected zombie actors.
I don't think that's fan service. I wouldn't call that fan service, because you need Tarkin for this movie. That's kind of the problem with it, is like Tarkin is foundational to this story. If you want to tell the story about like a prequel involving the Death Star, it's like you can have Krennic, but like really, if Tarkin's not in the movie, you're gonna need some kind of throwaway line to exist. Like, I don't think he exists for fan service. Like, I think that scene is very fan service-esque when he turns around and looks, but I don't think that he's in the film for fan service. I don't think those are comparable.
Yeah, I don't either.
This movie. When I first saw this, I thought Tarkin was just gonna be in this one scene shot from behind.
Everyone says this, man. Like, I've seen this in so many reviews. It's like, hey, it was awesome, that shot, and then he turned around. I was like, oh, it's like, yeah, dude, I get it. The CGI is not very good at all, and they probably could have been more inventive with it, because like clearly this is not up to date and his face does not match. But it's like, tons of people just go for that. It's like, provide something else to criticize.
I mean, I'd say he looks pretty good if it was like a game, like a video
game. A PS3 game? Yeah, he looks really good.
Exactly,
but not when he's interacting with the other characters in direct close-up, man. This is the trouble. The lighting and the movements on his face, like, it doesn't... It's nowhere near up to par. It doesn't match with the others, man. And like, we've come a long way in terms of like motion capture for face work and trying to like make people look young, like de-aging software. But it's like I think they actually did a pretty good job with the voice, but the face, man, it's like it just does not hold up at all.
Yeah, I think like they should have kept him in like a dark corner, just staying quiet, not really getting close-ups. I don't think it was necessary to have him like having close-ups and whatnot. But like, it's kind of impressive when you think about like Fast and Furious 7 with how they did with Paul Walker and how much better it is in this. Yeah.
He turns around, like, okay, that's pretty weird, but maybe that's just for one scene. But then he keeps showing up in the movie, like they were so proud of the effect that they wanted to show it off some more. But it looks weird. You could have just gotten a look-alike actor and I wouldn't have said anything. That goes for
people
Leia
compare it to like Superman's lip. I'm like, it's not as bad as that, but it is like the motion of the face is probably the worst part of it. Like the lighting and the details look all right. It's the movements. And like when you compare it to like how the actor looks, especially inside of A New Hope, it's just like this doesn't match. This needed a lot more work. And I think they probably could have made it work if they just dedicated a little more time to it. But as it stands, man, it feels incomplete.
Yeah, I actually think the CGI for Leia here is worse than Tarkin. Like, way worse.
too. She literally has one line. You could have just gotten a look-alike. Viewers are not that picky, but we are picky when we see this uncanny valley
Viewers are not that picky, but we are picky. That's a good sentence.
shit. It just pulls you out of the movie.
What is wrong with your face?
But like pulling you out of the movie, it's something that like can happen if you see a lookalike instead of an actor. Like there's a different actress who plays Rachel in The Dark Knight and Batman Begins, and that kind of pulls me out of The Dark Knight, to be honest. So like,
or Doctor Sleep, they recreate like scenes from The Shining with different actors.
Oh, yeah,
and they
that
like
looks
try to
really
make it
off.
look the same, but it doesn't match.
Yeah, it looked really off-putting. It was really
Mike,
weird.
you should have had the balls to just bring Jack Nicholson back for that bar scene, man. I know that you're like, hey, the CGI wouldn't hold up. That would have made such an amazing scene. You shoot it the same way. Use makeup if you need to. That would have been great. What a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
But while I complain, I did say that I have grown to kind of enjoy this movie more, and that's because the last third is really good. The best part of this movie is the final act, and I kind of wish this movie was just a 45-minute long OVA Disney Plus special or something.
He just wants shiny things on screen. He just wants like the spectacle. He doesn't want a good story.
I was about to say, if you just have the third act as its own independent story, then that takes away from the characters. Like, you don't have any prior experiences with them to like relate to them instead of that. Like, he was just talking about how we need to care about the characters when they die. It's like it would take away significantly if we didn't know anything about them before the third act.
Yeah, but apparently he doesn't like character writing, even though he does. But the actors, they don't sell the characters.
What a weird statement.
It would be pretty cool if we had this minimalist story about a group of rebels stealing the Death Star planet.
But isn't it exactly that?
You just said that you want more. This film requires better characters and actors and better writing. But now you're saying you want a minimalist. This is the same movie review. I don't understand.
As it goes on, our heroes encounter more and more difficulties, more obstacles that eventually lead to them realizing that they're all gonna die. Think of how effective it would be if this movie was just a really high budget.
That's the whole point of the ending.
I'm so confused right now. What are Cosmonaut standards?
Budget Star Wars short film. This finale.
So he wants less character, but he just complained that the problem with the film is that the characters are bad. I don't understand what you're saying, Cosmonaut. Fuck's sake.
Actually makes the Empire seem scary. It makes the Galactic Civil War more real.
But you said that on Twitter that the Empire was never scary, that it was never imposing, that they've always been incompetent. You fucking retard. Stop contradicting yourself. I do not like sharing a name with you, Cosmonaut.
In A New Hope, Luke doesn't really even seem to know a lot about the war, and he doesn't really seem to care that much. But in this movie, we're put right in the middle of it. It adds more context to the Star Wars universe.
If it does that, it's because the first two acts set up that and develop that. Yes, he may not have done that perfectly, but they do that. So why do you want to exclude the first two acts? Even, especially when you said that you wanted more character. What the fuck is he saying at this point?
Actual good way, and not in a shitty way. The finale.
They do it in a good way and not in a shitty way. Thanks for explaining that, Cosmo.
1 million subscribers, ladies and gentlemen.
Jesus Christ, if this guy can make it, anyone can.
Rag says that all the time, man. Yeah, seriously. If any of you have doubts about being a YouTuber, it's like watch Cosmonaut Variety Hour. Anybody can be a YouTuber and have millions of subscribers, man. People will listen to anything, and this guy's proof.
Yeah, like watching a Cosmonaut's videos gives me more motivation to do YouTube videos. Just to be like, let me make actually good YouTube videos instead of this shit that he's putting out. I'm gonna be the good Marcus video essayist.
The finale of this movie is so good that it tricked a lot of people into thinking this movie is actually a masterpiece.
I don't know.
Did people actually?
I don't think people say it's a masterpiece. Like, I really don't.
I think the general consensus is that it's alright at most, but I think it's good at most, but alright at least.
Yeah, I've just heard people say that it's like fun. It's like an entertaining movie more so than that. I think actually this movie got a lot more criticism than The Force Awakens did.
Oh yeah, I agree. Like, it was a film that I think like it had more, like it had a pretty universal agreement that it was like at least pretty good. When like TFA had a few people who were like, yeah, this isn't good. This is just a remake of A New Hope. But like, yeah, I don't remember anyone saying this was a masterpiece. While TFA, I heard a lot of people saying that. So yeah, this is weird.
It's not a masterpiece, but it's not awful either.
I
And
agree.
can I just say that I fucking love that our main characters don't kiss at the end. They have
Oh yeah, me too. If they
They
the
have-
romance would have been really weird.
People have suggested that. They're like, why don't they kiss? It's like, because they're not in love, and it doesn't make sense with their characters. They're just embracing each other at the end there because they're about to be destroyed by what is essentially a nuclear blast. It's like they're comforting each other because they know they're gonna die.
Yeah, like they've been through a lot together throughout this film. The thing is, yeah, let's just we're going out together. We did it. It's mission accomplished. And it's like, yeah, it's like a bittersweet ending, which I actually kind of like. It's not they haven't had any romantic connection at all. And like to build up this romantic connection between one film only, especially when these characters weren't well developed, and then just kill them at the end, it would be pretty weird. So yeah.
have this wonderful final scene where they are just content to exist near one another for their last living moment. This is amazing, and even though we aren't connected to these characters, this ending is effective in making us understand the emotional context of this scene.
No, I actually agree with Cosmonaut for once, so that's good.
But then, when we think the movie's over, we get Darth Vader
No, don't you tell me that you don't like the scene, Cosmonaut. Fuck you.
fucking up motherfuckers.
Why are you running? Why are you running? I'm coming up there and I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you.
What the fuck?
This is fan service
What the
done
fuck?
well, because
This
it
is
does
fan service done well. Okay, good. I was worried he's gonna say the scene is bad. Like, yeah, the scene is good. I like it, and it actually makes
there's
sense
a
in
lot-
context.
There's a lot of people who say that it's bad for a multitude of reasons. First of all, people say it like adds power inconsistencies by like what he's doing. Like, doesn't make any sense because that's not how he acts inside of the beginning of A New Hope. For one, I'm like, I view this as like him essentially getting all of his rage out. He's like pissed and like he knows the plans are on the ship. He sees them in this room. And he just wants them immediately. Whereas like at the beginning of A New Hope, he doesn't have any leads, and that's like I think the power makes sense because like he doesn't like there's no reason for him to be using them instead of the opening of A New Hope. And yeah, it's like I think a scene is very well put together, and people say it's like it's too fan servicey. It's like this I think is fan service done right. This scene makes sense for the characters involved and for like this scene to be taking place, and it is what people wanted to see from this movie. So yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't really see any issue with it. I think it's good.
does service the story. It makes perfect sense that this scene is here. Ending on a crazy fucking action scene in this movie is brilliant because we don't need falling action. We already know where the movie's gonna go. And now, bear with me because I
agreed with Cosmonaut on 2 points in a row, so that's really wow. She's doing good now.
to complain about something, but if you ask me, I think this should have been the only time we see Vader in the whole movie. If Vader wasn't in the marketing and he wasn't in previous scenes, this would have been the coolest fucking ending. Imagine a world where we could have...
Isn't there a scene where he talks to the new character from the Empire?
Krennic. He's talking about what's going on with Jeddah, and he's basically following up on what happened there. That scene makes sense in context too. And then that one shot where like he arrives in the ship, that's basically to like say that he's there. Those scenes are actually really short. I don't think that those take away at all.
Yeah, the thing is, as long as the scenes make sense in context, I don't really have a problem with having this not be a reveal. This just be a different scene. Like if the film makes sense, it's just I'm happy with it.
Watch this scene without even knowing he was in the film. But either way, this movie has won me over a little bit. I do like some parts of it. I make fun of the dumb lines, I laugh at the Borg gullet, and then I get to watch a cool Star Wars short film and pretend that the rest of the movie didn't happen.
If you just want that, why not watch the third act only? I don't understand.
Finale is good, but it doesn't really make the other parts of the movie better. You still have to watch the dumb shit to get to the good stuff. So I guess I'm gonna give it 6 out of 10. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Okay, we can talk about The Last Jedi now.
Okay, so
Oh no, here we go.
But yeah, actually I agree with a 6 out of 10. I think that's pretty reasonable for Rogue One.
More like a 4, I'd say. 4, barely a 5. It depends. I'd have to see it again. But
yeah, I do need to rewatch it, but yeah, I think a 6 or 5 is like fair enough.
This is the thing, is it depends on what I say this all the time. I think people who use I think most people who use a 1 out of 10 scale should just use a 1 through 5, because a lot of people I feel like 6 is like taboo for a lot of people, and like 1 through 3 are like horrible, because if I give a film a 3 out of 10, they're like, oh, you think it's that bad? It's like my scale is like 5 out of 10 is average. It's like it's a par basically. So it's like something lower than that is where I think that like the flaws begin to outweigh the merits. So it's like I think people have weird scales when it comes to 1 through 10.
Oh yeah, like it's just the problem with number ratings that they're really, really arbitrary. So it's hard to like grasp what everyone thinks, which is like why like just saying, oh, I give a TASM 2 a 9 out of 10. It was just like, yeah, can you elaborate? It's more complicated than just that. It's because like it really depends. Because like I usually give 10 to films that like they're not perfect. For example, Joker, I don't think that film is perfect, but the inconsistencies are so little that I give it a 10. So like it just depends on each person, to be honest.
Guys, if I'm being honest, I've already talked about this movie in like a few videos, and I really don't want to talk about it anymore. But unfortunately for me, my opinion on this movie has changed a little bit. But just a little bit. Again, The Rise of Skywalker does change my perspective a little bit, but in a weird way.
You just said that.
You repeated itself like 3 times. But let's see how Rise of Skywalker changes his perspective here. I actually think Rise of Skywalker made a lot of people realize how like there was no way the story could go after TLJ.
Yeah.
I hate people who talk about this movie passionately, and that goes for everyone. It is a deeply flawed film that has some really fucking cool stuff in it. It is...
Cool stuff?
Okay.
Like it looks cool. Like if you...
Cool is really arbitrary. It's like there's guerrilla walkers at the end, and Luke fights with a lightsaber, and there's the Praetorian guards, and it's all flashy. It's like so cool. It's like, maybe, dude, cool is really arbitrary, because I could just say it's dull.
Yeah. It's basically like, yeah.
Do you get more subjective than cool? Like boring, maybe? Like
boring
cool is really subjective.
I think I'd agree that there are interesting ideas in it, like the idea of Luke cutting himself off from the Force, and that when we next see him, he's been sort of dulled of passion and life. I think that's a good idea on paper, but there is no groundwork for it in the film that what's the right word that constitutes or helps us understand how this could happen. And what is there is not enough. I think you could do Jaded Luke, but not like The Last Jedi.
That's what Neb said is interesting. Peter B in Into the Spider-Verse is TLJ Luke done right, and I actually agree with that. Like a more old, experienced, jaded version of the character, but by the end of the film, he like.
But him trying to kill his nephew, bad about going.
Oh yeah, I mean,
to go about doing it.
Just
you gotta give us something different to that.
Yeah, I do think they should have been at least a little different with how they handled Luke, but yeah.
Simultaneously, a movie that I was not enjoying for the first half and then really loving the second half. It can be a frustratingly inconsistent experience. I don't easily forgive movies for only being good for half of the runtime. I just knocked most of the points off of Rogue One because of that very reason. But over the past few years, I really have grown to settle down on how I feel about this movie. I think it's a movie that tries to do a lot, but it isn't good at doing all of those things. There are themes here that are more interesting than any of the themes in any other Star Wars movie. Star Wars usually isn't trying to say more than being evil is bad. And this movie has something more to say about mythology.
Evil is bad?
Does it? What does it say?
Keep going. Like this is actually really good, and I 100% agree with him, which is like Cosmonaut 1% of the time.
Of being a hero, the role of failure in our development. The problem is that not all of these themes are actually fully formed, and a lot of potential is wasted. Most of you already know that I do not give a fuck about people who are mad about their expectations being subverted. A lot of people say the expectation...
Who's mad about having
we were going somewhere interesting, and now we seem to have changed.
I was about to say, I think he gets back to the themes in a second, but I agree with the whole, like, the themes are interesting, but they're just wasted. It's like, it's true.
Yeah. And the fact that you would have to teach the idea of failure being a teacher to Luke Skywalker of all people.
How else do you learn? Like, literally, like, that's the thing about failure, is it's like, that's the idea of grades. You make mistakes on a test or at school, and you learn from your failure. Like, failure is like intrinsic, and it's like, you could be like, that thing's simple and it's effective. It's like, dude, yeah, it's a really bizarre theme. A lot of people like praise it. It's like, dude, this is pretty fundamental.
Is it really a theme though at that point, or is it just a message? It's just a lesson. I wouldn't call it a theme.
Well, themes and messages can sort of tie in. It's like it depends on what's going on. Like, I mean, you could say that like a theme of failure like resonates throughout it. Like, I mean, I always say that about the Blade Runner movies. It's like there's a theme of humanity inside of those movies. That's like the idea of like what makes us human. It's like it's all about what the film explores and the ideas it's trying to like present.
Right, but if the film has had a scene in which Yoda told that 2 + 2 was 4, that would be a theme of the movie.
Well, it depends on how the rest of the film like were to advance that. If like the rest of the movie was exploring the idea of 2 + 2 = 4, then yeah, that could be a thing.
Yeah, but except it doesn't, and failure is not a constant thing throughout The Last Jedi.
Well, that's the trouble, is like, you know, the film is telling us that Poe failed, but it's like, he didn't though. And it's like, yeah, he did. It's like, oh.
He didn't fail, he got tricked and shot.
And he wins in that opening scene, but they paint it as a failure because a lot of people died. It's like, oh, you mean war? Yeah, people die in war, Leia. I don't know why I have to explain this to you.
It's not failure because he succeeded.
And
Finn and Rose's failure can't be boiled down to them making a mistake. They were betrayed.
And in hindsight with Poe, if he didn't win, they'll all be dead. So
yeah.
He just saved the entire resistance, but you know, he failed.
Expectations being subverted. A lot of people say the expectations were subverted just for the sake of it, but I do not think that
they
that's
really
the case.
were. It's surprise for the sake of surprise. And yes, The Walking Dead is a very good example of that, man. All the deaths that are arbitrary. There's a ton of stories that are similar to The Last Jedi where they just subvert expectations for the sake of it.
But again, I don't know if he's actually working with a quote or he's just came up with one. Because I haven't heard anyone say this.
I'm interested to see what example he's gonna use from the Walking Dead. Let's see.
For the sake of it, but I do not think that that's the case. There are a lot of series out there that subvert your expectations and pull twists on you just so you keep watching. And this movie is not trying to do that. Every single subversion services the plot, whether you like it or not. Snoke was never the main antagonistic focus.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
Well,
You can't get around that. He is the reason that the First Order exists, and it's like he's a bad character. They don't focus on him. They act like he's not important, but he is.
He's the reason there's a Kylo Ren.
Remember,
why there's a First Order. Why the Republic is destroyed.
Yeah, I was about to say that's like saying that Palpatine isn't the main villain instead of the Empire Strikes, or instead of the OT. It's like technically that's true because like the character who's explored more is Darth Vader, but he is important. He's very important to that plot. He's the entire reason behind the Empire's existence.
It's the whole "there's always a bigger fish" type thing, and the idea that there's a character that exists that Vader fears and obeys without question. You're like, oh shit, I'm going to watch myself around that guy.
can't even understand the statement that Snoke isn't important when his actions have the causal effect to probably the second biggest character in the mythos lose his way of the fall.
Yeah. And we get no closer to answering questions in The Rise of Skywalker either, other than he was made by Palpatine. It's like, okay, but what did he do after he was made? How did he achieve what he achieved?
I think they're gonna try to explain something like that in Mandalorian, but you know.
Oh god, fuck no, stay away. Mandalorian, you're not great, but you're not the sequels, so do yourself a favor and stay away.
Which episode was it? I think it was 3, right? Where it had they were beating the Empire. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that episode is setting up something with Snoke to try to explain it.
Like I said,
I really hope they do that, man. Please make an entire book. Please make a story explaining Snoke. It'll be so embarrassing and fun. I can't wait for that book about his backstory to come out. I want to read the hell out of it.
Please, I like The Mandalorian. It's good Star Wars, but it's not the sequels. So please, you're at least better than the sequels, so long as you stay away. So please stay away from them. I like you. Don't make me hate you. Please. I'm desperate to like Star Wars. Please.
It's hard to find new Star Wars content you like.
I want to. I want to so bad.
I gotta play Jedi Fallen Order. I heard that's good.
Bought that on Steam recently. I should probably play some other Star Wars games though, or I'll probably commit heresy.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Could be bad.
I've heard it's just okay. And, yeah. Do you have to play any of the other Star Wars games to understand the story, or can you just play it and comprehend everything?
You can just play it.
No, it's pretty self-contained. Like, you don't have to play Battlefront 2 or anything. It's just pretty self-contained.
Alright.
As long as you know about Order 66, you're pretty much fine. To be honest.
I've heard it's like more so a sequel to Revenge of the Sith. So as long as you've like seen that and understand the OT, the prequel trilogy, you'll be fine. So yeah.
It does leave another loose thread though, because at the end of the game, there's another Jedi that's alive and not accounted for during the OT.
Yep.
Interesting.
And there's already like 3. Ahsoka being the big one. It's like, where were they? They're busy with other stuff. Fuck it.
It or not, Snoke was never the main antagonistic focus. Kylo Ren is. Snoke dies to push.
Yeah, he's so much so that in the third film he becomes good. So that just retarded.
Do you see this? He's painting this as if Snoke isn't important and it doesn't matter that he dies because Kylo Ren is the villain. That's not the problem with Snoke dying and us knowing nothing about him, man. It's not. Nobody understands the point of this. No one who likes the sequel trilogy understands this, and no one can possibly have the ability to comprehend this, and it blows my mind. Stop saying Kylo Ren is the villain and Snoke is not the villain. That's not our point.
You can have 2 villains, first of all. I mean, fucking, we have Hut. He's a villain, for the most part, and then he's not, because reasons. He doesn't like Kylo Ren, therefore he will destroy. Cool. But no, you can have more than one villain, and the idea that we're just disappointed because we expected Snoke to be the big bad is not the issue we take. It's that we know nothing about him, and he's kind of important into understanding how this world functions and why everything is as it is. He's the linchpin that just gets pulled out, and we're just left to have the sequel suspended on nothing.
Kylo Ren's development further. I really love that in this movie they tell us Rey is a nobody, and I'm really mad that we had to fucking throw this away in the new movie.
Oh, why do people like this?
What?
Why do people like the fact that Rey is a nobody? Like, how does that improve the story in any way?
Because it shows that anyone can be good at anything. It shows that you don't need to have special blood to be stable. It goes against the OT because you need special blood to be powerful in the OT.
You just have to be naturally gifted. It's like, great.
This is so retarded. I actually don't see how like that makes any sense at all. It just makes the story worse. Because like people wanted her not to be a nobody because she was so powerful in the first film. Because then we'd at least get somewhat of an explanation, but like we get nothing.
The idea is
until
we know nothing about Rey aside from staple to her. The only thing we're left to assume is that she has this thing with her parents. It's her one defining thing that we can have about Rey aside from, oh, she's good at a load of stuff. But when you make that one defining thing about Rey nothing, then Rey is just nothing. She's just good at stuff. And
I also find it funny that
the only mystery about Rey after this point in TLJ, until the Rise of Skywalker crowbars something else in, the only thing we know about Rey is that she comes from nothing, which means there's nothing interesting about her. She's just good at shit.
I just I find it funny that he says that he hates how that they changed that aspect in the third film, but he also says that he loved her in all three films.
Rian Johnson actually has a really good quote that I love, where he says that this twist came from the idea that he wanted to explore a plot development that would hurt the audience the most. He wanted to challenge the audience with what we expect from a Star Wars story. He's not subverting our expectations for the sake of it.
That's the whole point of it, is it's like it's supposed to be like against the grain. He's like, hey, we're trying to challenge the idea of what makes a good Star Wars movie. See, this is going against the writing for Star Wars. Like, the trouble is, this goes against the film itself. They shoot themselves in the foot all the time because they're trying to subvert expectations.
But again, like I said, the only thing we're left to pause on about Rey is who her parents are, because it's brought up in The Force Awakens of like, yeah, my parents, they'll be back someday. So it's the only thing we know as a semblance of a flaw and a mystery about Rey, and then we're told it's nothing. So she's just not going to get development there, which means but there's nothing else for her to develop from. There's no other mystery to Rey. There's no other question about her. It's just nothing. If it had been Palpatine in this film, we could be like, oh, so how did we get from A to B with Rey? That would be at least a question, but it's nothing. So we just got to watch this character with a massive wealth of go through things the film throws at her, and there's nothing else about Rey to think about other than the here and now. It's very, very basic.
Yeah, she has nothing going for her. It's she's a nothing character, like, completely. But for some reason, Cosmonaut likes her.
It's because it's simple.
Yes.
Yeah, because he can understand it. Because the prequels, he can't understand those.
Because I remember all the Jedi at the Jedi Council.
It's just
scenes.
It's like, dude, like the prequels are not 2001: A Space Odyssey or The Prestige. It's very simple to understand. I don't get it. I do not get you.
To challenge your perception of a Star Wars movie. He says,
why didn't those guards attack and murder her after that? She like they draw their swords like, wah, and they just stand there instead of like, saving.
Snow raises a hand. He's like, nah.
He raises that after. These guards are horrible. I love when they draw their weapons. They just make a pose. You're just like, guys, if you're legit think he's gonna kill him, then you should probably engage.
Especially interesting because we see the three from across the other side of the room ignite their weapons and pose. It's like, yeah, I'm 30 feet away from you, but I'm gonna look menacing. It's like, ooh, attack my boss. Why don't you?
Your perception of a Star Wars movie. He says in this quote that the
they just fucking stand there. She just runs off. No one goes to tackle her at all.
People, he's gonna act like this is conventional Star Wars now. It's like, this is not necessarily conventional. First of all, this sure as hell wasn't at the time of this film's release. This is something that's very unexpected, and you didn't know this because like there wasn't a precedent set for it. I don't know. Whatever. Just keep going. Let me listen to what he says before he says what I know he's gonna say.
Is effective because of these very reasons. We thought that Luke was facing off against a pure evil force, but now this revelation shakes our faith. Everything we expected changed. We expect Rey to be related to someone important because Star Wars always does that.
No, you're missing the point.
Everyone says that. Who is Obi-Wan related to with special blood?
I was gonna say, who's Mace Windu?
Who was Yoda, Mace Windu, who was any of the other characters, who was Darth Maul. I hate how everyone acts like everyone has magic super blood and it's all about bloodlines. It wasn't. It never was inside of the OT. The OT, none of the Star Wars movies ever said you need to be related to people in order to be special. No. That's not a thing. And everyone acts like it is to defend this movie.
And again, it's something. It would be something for Rey for her to be powerful, whether we knew them already or not. But it's nothing. So we're just left to nothing is nothing. It goes nowhere.
This trilogy entirely just doesn't go anywhere.
Wow, what a meta narrative! Oh my god, the sequel trilogy's brilliant.
Oh yes, of course, very good. And people watching, if you guys want to sub, we're 10 subs away from 200, so yes, please sub.
Challenges our perception if you tell us that this mega powerful Jedi is just a normal person. I love the idea of the
challenges our perception because of how inconsistent that is.
I was about to say, oh, you mean like The Force Awakens when she was also normal? I hate how people act like this was a reveal. Like, first of all, for one, she'd already like accepted that her parents were never coming back. She already overcame that aspect of her character, that like hold back on herself. So this film wasn't shaking up the system by saying that her parents were nobody. We already knew that.
Force being so strongly in a random person. Because conceptually, the Force shouldn't really care who you're related to. This concept of her being a nobody
has. Why does everyone pretend like it isn't?
Because he hates the prequels and therefore he hasn't.
It just the prequels go against that, just like on a very basic.
The prequels exist and proof that this is. Except doesn't like the prequel.
I guess people are accidentally disingenuous about all this. Like, they legit don't understand basic.
It's accidental.
Yeah, they don't understand basic elements of Star Wars movies, and that's why they make all these mistakes.
It's just like a pretty basic misinterpretation. It's just like, it seems like a lot of confirmation bias, to be honest. Just like, I don't like the prequels, so let me find a reason not to. Oh, they say that the Jedi can only be from like the special bloodline instead of being anyone. But then you actually watch the prequels and it's like, well, that's not actually how it goes, is it? But just confirmation bias, which we've seen a lot recently to defend Spider-Man 2 and whatnot, so yeah.
Power back to the concept of the Force. It makes it spiritual and intriguing again. But now she's a Palpatine, so all that is thrown away. But again, I will get to that later. I should also say that I hate when people use the kill the past line in order to criticize this movie. I really don't get why people think this is one of the themes of the movie. Because the villain is the one who says this. You know,
No, but that's the line. But the rest of the film is all about killing the past. That's like something which is very much a recurring thing inside of the movie. It's all about tearing apart what like came before it, so that you can pave the way for something new.
It's more a snarky jab, really. It's like, well, they fucking killed the past. That's that's that as far as I'm aware, that's
a guy who's wrong. We're supposed to take what he says and disagree with it. That's what the movie wants from you. A lot of Star Wars fans take this
just
line
like when
very
he says
seriously.
that Rey's nobody.
They honestly get really
just like the idea that he told Rey he's nobody. We're supposed to disagree with that.
Yeah, like that's retarded. I mean, he then says that in the other film that he was he was wrong. He doesn't actually say he was wrong. What does he actually say? It's something really retarded.
I never lied to you or something like that. But yeah, you did.
Yeah, but didn't lie to you. Your parents were nobody. It's just your grandfather.
But they chose to be nobody.
Yeah, they chose to be to protect you.
They were filthy drunk traders who sold you for drinking money. That seems like a bit of a lie to me. Oh, what a terrible movie.
You come from nothing, is what he says. You come from nothing.
Oh yeah, he says you come from nothing or nothing.
Like if my grandfather was, and then my parents decided they didn't want to be part of the royal family, that doesn't mean not royalty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a really retarded way of looking at it. It's just JJ trying not to fully retcon it, but he doesn't realize that it doesn't make sense at all.
Offended when they think about it. They think that this line is just Rian Johnson looking you dead in the eyes and saying, I'm gonna fuck Star Wars right in front of you and you're gonna like it. But this is one of the problems of this movie. It's trying to say a lot of things, and it doesn't really do that very clearly. Some of the themes that are in the movie are kind of half-baked. The theme of failure being the greatest teacher is kind of inconsistent, and it's not really developed that well.
Yep. Thank you.
You actually noticed that. I'm impressed.
Kind of, sort of, half-baked, not very... There's a very wobbly angle.
Yeah. You brought it back to the themes, and I'm like, thank you, Cosmonaut. Those, like, statements brought together about the themes of the movie, I'm like, this is what I've been saying. It's always what I've been saying. The themes are interesting. You could have done interesting things with them, but the inconsistencies and the development ruins it. So, thank you. I give you a pat on the back, Cosmonaut.
And I think it's really easy for people who like this movie to say, oh, well, only the racist, sexist Star Wars virgins hate this movie, when that just isn't true.
Thank you again.
Yes,
like the people accusing us of being virgins and racist, sexist, bigot, Nazi, fascists who support Stalin. It's like that we've been called that for years, and it's really unfair. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, like everyone here was except for Evan, was here when we watched the girlfriend reviews video on The Last of Us 2, where she said that like a lot of bigotry and whatnot, they called people who disliked her video incels. So yeah, that was fun.
And again, like that's the thing I always love about The Last of Us Part 2. There's literally a mass amount of people who accuse people of criticizing that game of having not played it. That still is around today, and it's ridiculous.
Like it's a very different experience when you just watch a playthrough of like a game like, I don't know, GTA 5, and you play it. Like, it's really different. But like with The Last of Us 2, it's like really just story based. It's just there's not a huge problem with criticizing the story if you just if that's the only thing you want to do. If you're just watching a video. Anyway.
A lot of regular people don't like this movie. There are a lot of shitty people who don't like it, but calling everyone who doesn't like the movie a bad person isn't really fair. The movie does have a lot of elements that people might have problems with, but I think both sides of the camp are pretty unfair in their analysis of this movie. People who hate this movie and think it's the worst thing ever are being just as hyperbolic as the people who think it's a masterpiece. A lot of elements...
It depends. Like, I mean, there are definitely people who've been hyperbolic about this movie who think that it's bad, and I think the same thing happens with people who like it. I'd say it depends on exactly how they express those thoughts. This is where a couple of specific examples would probably help out. Yeah. Because, like, in concept, I agree with him, but, like, to slap a blanket statement on everybody who's criticized these movies. It's like people have very different approaches about criticizing these movies.
In this movie do not hold up when put under heavy scrutiny. This is evident by how many people have...
Cosmonaut, please tell me by what standard are you doing that? Because we have no idea what standard it is. Is it just you're having fun? Because that's what you said about TFA, that you are having fun watching the film. Therefore, the writing didn't need to be as good as in Rogue One. Just a retarded thing to say. So I really don't know what he means by putting under scrutiny.
This scene is so weird, man. It's like she's like interacted with him like that first time. He's like, "You're a monster. I hate you. You killed Han." And then it's like she's crying in the previous scene, and he's got his shirt off and tells her to go into the hole with that, and then she does, and she's like, "I was so afraid." It's like, how did this start? Did you just roll into this hut and you're like, "Hey, you want to talk about stuff?" It's just. It's so weird, and their finger touching. I'm just like, what is this scene? This just comes out of nowhere, man. Like, their relationship, there's nothing to build it, and it's just weird.
Oh, yeah, this scene is fucking retarded.
Yeah, The Last Jedi is not very well written, guys. I don't know if we've established that.
Yeah, sorry to break this news to your chat. It's not very good.
Hot take time.
I am so shocked.
Yeah, move aside, Spider-Man 2, The Last Jedi. Not good.
Breaking Twitter again. And Neb said that Cosmonaut had fun with Aquaman, but considers it bad. So, what's the standard Cosmonaut has? Or like, yeah, he doesn't have a standard, but you know, what does he think he has? It's super weird. I don't get it.
Man. It's funny. I think I watched a decent bit of his Aquaman review, at least his recent one, and it's like his criticisms, man, to stuff that he thinks is really bad is so weird and arbitrary, and it's just like I never understand what he's going for. It feels like he just goes by what he feels. It's all about like if he likes it and if he thinks he equates that to it being good or not.
Yeah, I think he just vomits on a Google Doc and he's just like, yeah, that's good enough. Like, he just puts his feelings and it just moves along and he doesn't redraft or see if that contradicts anything. It's like, it's a really weird standard that he has because he appears to have no standard, actually. He just sees something and is like, well, I liked it, so gonna do a positive review, but it's really weird. I really don't get it.
And people defend him to death.
Yeah, because he's a satire, just like Cinema Sins. And Donkey. Oh yeah, isn't one of the defenses for him is that like the name of his channel is Cosmonaut Variety Hour, so variety means that he has a variety of takes. So it's I remember reading something like that on Twitter.
What?
He has a variety of shit takes.
Exactly.
Everyone has a variety of takes. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's just it was like it's a variety of like personalities to review each thing or something like that. It was a weird defense. Basically, just like, yeah, he has some sort of like, I don't know, DID, so he just judges each film with a different standard, whatever.
What?
Hold up when put under heavy scrutiny. This is evident by how many people have made a new living critiquing this movie. The humor doesn't really work all the time.
Jesus, that's a weird segue. Okay, so like he's saying, okay, but a lot of people like made a living criticizing this film. The humor, like, that's so weird. There's no connecting tissue. Like I said, it just seems like he vomits on a script on a Google Doc instead of actually putting thought into how you're gonna move along your thoughts to feel like there's a natural flow to them. Like, it really hurts the structure of the video.
I didn't mind it at first, but I cannot stand the jokes in this movie. The movie opens up with a yo mama joke. And then we have shit like Canto Bite, which is just so bad.
But it's fun. It's not taking itself seriously. The writing doesn't need to be as good.
And that's like a quarter of the movie. Also, nice callback.
It's so
like
bad.
A third of the movie.
It's like 11 minutes long, I think.
3 plots.
But yeah.
And then we have shit like Canto Bite, which is just so bad. It's so bad that it kind of ruins more than you'd expect. And that's because it's centered around Finn and Rose, which is my biggest problem with the movie.
I actually agree with him there. I don't think
That's
there's
the-
a biggest problem, but yeah.
That's the funny thing about this movie is just most casual viewers are just like, yeah, Canto Bite's not very good. The rest of the movie's good though. It's like pretty much everyone is against Canto Bite. It's just the popular criticism, basically.
Except for people like
Doesn't is
just right and
but it-
majorly.
But like you said, the film's not taking itself
Yeah,
as
the
Rogue
film.
One.
Yeah, it's
So
not
we
taking
don't
itself as
need-
seriously,
we
so the
don't
writing
need as
doesn't
good
as good.
writing.
Yeah, it's just
The
wow.
writing doesn't need to be as good. It's shit, which basically equates to, as Cosmonaut Variety Hour saying, shitter on purpose.
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
the same thing with the it's for kids argument, man. There's so many where it's like that. It's like it's supposed to be bad. It's like, okay.
It's purposefully
I'm gonna
worse than what it could be.
Yeah, like a lot of people, when I criticize How I Met Your Mother, a lot of people say, "Oh no, it's a comedy. Why are you taking it so seriously?" Or just like, there is a story, a dramatic story beyond just the comedy. Like, yeah, the film may not take itself very seriously, but the plot is still important. And then you can say can talk about something like the Cornetto trilogy, which is a comedy trilogy, but it's actually like really well written in terms of like a consistency level. So it's just like, yeah, you can do comedy that is well written. You don't have to just disregard comedy in terms of that.
Finn is one of our main characters in this trilogy, or at least he was supposed to be. In the last movie, we saw him learn to fight for the right thing. And now this movie is about him learning to fight for the right thing again. I defend Rian Johnson a lot, but I do think he critically misunderstood Finn's role in this story. But
Yeah, I actually agree there. Finn just repeats his arc of like, yeah, learning to fight the good fight. It's really retarded.
now I'm going to have to say something that I really didn't want to say. Something that I haven't talked about in my other videos. And that's because I'm someone who likes this movie, and people who like this movie aren't allowed to criticize it in this way. But fuck it, I'm gonna say it.
Just say it.
I don't like Rose.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Hang on, what?
What do you mean people aren't allowed to say it? I think even normies dislike Rose. Like, she's such an unlikable character.
Naivety is like her core character trait. That's the thing that I've like always hated about her is it's just like she expresses someone who just has like a basic and very childish view of how things work. That's the fundamental element of Canto Bite. That's how she views like Finn trying to leave to save Rey's life by like escaping with the tracker so that she doesn't come back and get killed. She's just like, no, you're a traitor. And then at the end, her saving her, like every single decision that she makes is informed by naivety and just this childish view of how the world works. Yet she's like at the forefront of this war. She's a really poorly written character, and it's like it's just there's no basis in that's solid with her.
Yeah, I just when she says after she saves Finn, what she says is fucking retarded, and I'm pretty sure a Cosmonaut is gonna acknowledge that as well.
Yeah, when she saved Finn, you mean when she drove her speeder into the side and teleported and like tried to murder him? Like I'd like the chances like if you were about to drive into a brick wall and I drove my car like at 60 miles an hour into the side of you and T-boned you, I'm like, I don't know if I'd necessarily say that's me saving your life. I could damn near kill you if I did that.
Yeah.
What a weird scene, what a weird climax, what a weird movie.
I cannot stand her role in this story. She is on the list with Count Dooku as one of the most baffling.
I don't know what is his
misplaced
hate
character.
boner for Count Dooku, man.
What?
Count Dooku isn't particularly. They don't give a hell of a lot of material, man. But he's got some good scenes instead of Attack of the Clones, and even in Revenge of the Sith, they just don't do a lot with him, and that's the thing I've heard, at least instead of the 3D Clone Wars. Like they do some stuff with him in the Gendy one, but it's like he doesn't given much time to shine. He doesn't have that big of a role in the story, at least directly, like character-wise.
I like him in the Clone Wars. I think it was nice, but I don't know. It seems like weird just put her in the same realm as Count Dooku. When Count Dooku, I think the problem is that he didn't get a lot of development. He's just kind of a thin character. When Rose is just an awful character that breaks the film, and he even admitted it. He said that Rose and Finn and Canto Bite breaks a lot of the film. So I don't understand how he can compare the two, but whatever. Plus, Christopher Lee.
Characters in Star Wars. I do not understand why they put her in this movie. And it's even more embarrassing that the next movie completely ignores her.
But you just said that she breaks the film. Why would they include her more? It seems like a really retarded attitude. I don't... That's so stupid, Cosmonaut.
Because while I don't like her in The Last Jedi, I didn't have anything against the idea of making her more important in the next movie, but no.
What? Okay, so you say that her and Finn in Canto Bight breaks a lot of the film. You say that you can't stand her character in this film, even though she doesn't get like a huge amount of screen time. So you wanted her to have more screen time in another film that has even more stuff packed into it, just because you wanted to see more of her, which is a character you admitted that is fucking terrible. What are you saying, Cosmonaut?
Cosmonaut, everyone. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Great standards he has. I have no idea what they are, but sure.
Nope, she gets effectively kicked out of Star Wars while still being obligated to show up for it. I just feel so fucking bad for Kelly Marie Tran.
She's actually really important to the Rise of Skywalker.
She was looking at the charts, yeah. At the end.
She finds the weakness for Star Destroyer.
Bammo. She has plot relevance.
Yo.
By the way, Kelly Marie Tran, I'm sure she's a good actress. I'd be very curious to see her in set of good roles, man. And she's hot too.
She's really hot. They make her so ugly.
They make her like she's like. I've always said that she has like it looks like she has some allergy to a bee sting that she's had. She's all puffed up, man. It's like, dude, if you see her outside of the Star Wars movie, it's like, dude, you're beautiful. Like you could absolutely lead a role and like draw in an audience. I'm curious to see where she goes. I'd really love to see another movie with her.
Yeah, I'm afraid her career is like kind of over after like so many people disliked her in TLJ, and then like she should get sidelined in the next film.
Doesn't she have like a voice role instead of a new Disney animated movie? I thought I saw a trailer for that.
I think that's for fucking Lego Star Wars Christmas special. I think that she's in that.
No. There was another movie. I think there's like I forget what it's called. I think it's supposed to come out like next year or something like that.
Yeah,
Raya and the Last Dragon. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd be curious to see that. It's a voice role, but I'm like, yeah.
And apparently she voices a character in the Croods. Okay.
The Croods 2 or the first Croods?
I don't know if she's in the first, but she's in the new one that came out this year called The New Age.
Wait, that actually came out already?
I don't. Let me check.
I don't know. Why did they make a sequel to the Croods?
Yes, November 25th. So yeah, 4 days ago.
That movie came out in like 2013 or something, right? Like why
It was so long ago that I was in primary school when the first one came out. I'm in fucking college now.
2013. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, she hasn't been in a lot of stuff. Yeah, she's usually just at like side roles and stuff, and like voicing, being a voice actress. Then Star Wars. So yeah, I hope she gets a career out of it, because I don't have anything against her. I think she could actually be a pretty good actress, but like the Star Wars films clearly don't show her talent.
Asked for this shit. And it's not her performance that I hate, I just don't like her role in this story. She exists for 2 reasons. To give Finn another love interest, because God forbid.
So fundamentally backwards. Like seriously, it's one of those moments, there's a couple of them in movies where I just wonder if the people who were filming it understood how bad what they were filming was. I don't know how you could film this scene and read the script and then the entire Resistance explodes in the background while Finn and Rose kiss. And like, it's just, after that line, it's just so weird and tone deaf.
I think they just wanted this shot to have it should be like negative space where it's like the lighting is so bright in the back. There's just like this silhouettes of Rose kissing Finn, and it's just like, wow, this looks beautiful. But it kind of like the rest of the film, it looks beautiful, but it doesn't make any sense.
He's one of those gays. And to teach him that war is bad and that he should fight for the good guys. But why the fuck is she telling Finn that war is bad? Finn, the child soldier who
Yes.
abandoned his
And
fascist
he acts like he
military.
doesn't understand war. That's the thing that's so weird about it. Like he acts like this is all news to him. It's like, dude, you should understand like the horrors of war. You should understand what's going on, but it's weird for him to be learning this lesson. Like him of all people, like he should not have been the character placed into this role.
Yeah, it's
Why
really
was-
stupid.
Why wasn't it the other way round?
Him teaching her? Yeah, actually, yeah,
Yeah.
because like she's the naive one, so yeah, that would have been a lot better. But you know, Ryan Johnson, you can't expect good writing from him.
I get the feeling that this guy should already know that war is bad. There should never be a scene where the former child soldier looks at children and realizes, wow, kids sure are affected by war.
Yeah,
I had
good
no
point.
idea. If you ask me, this whole movie would have...
Yeah, bang on the money, Cosmonaut. That's exactly what I would say. It's really weird.
Yeah, that's a very valid criticism. It's so retarded.
been so much better if Rose was replaced with a different character named Poe Dameron. Poe and Finn should be in this movie, interacting with each other
A
and
lot of
developing
people
their
have made
own.
this point. I'm like, I think if you did that, you shouldn't have Canto Bite. Like you'd restructure that to make it so that they had a similar adventure. But yeah, that would have been I think that would have made for a much more effective like pairing. You could have explored more about them.
But Poe obviously doesn't need a lesson about what's bad. He's fighting in it, and Cosmonaut just said Finn doesn't need this lesson either. So they'd have to do something different as a storyline for both of them.
Yeah, exactly. That's the trouble with it.
Maybe if they actually had put a mole on buddy cop thing going with them as they try to uncover who it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could actually be interesting.
Own personal arcs with one another. Poe is the character that
I
needs.
do agree. I actually wanted to see more of them interacting together, like a lot, because like they have good chemistry together, John Boyega and Oscar Isaac from the little we saw in TFA. So having more of them would have been really good.
To learn that war is bad. He thinks it's fun to fight and blow shit up, and someone needs to teach him that he's wrong and that war can be cruel and unforgiving. If
That sounds weird. I don't know.
That sounds like what the film was trying to frame it as, but that doesn't make any sense with his character.
It's kind of disingenuous to treat Poe as if he doesn't understand the human cost that it brings.
If only we had a character who has experienced the horrors of war on a personal level. Oh yeah, we fucking do. His name is Finn. Finn should be the one giving the speech to Poe about how war is bad. But no, for some reason Disney tried so hard.
Yeah, Poe knows he's trying to win the war for a reason. Dude. Okay, Cosmonaut, that's starting to get retarded. He was making good points for TRJ, and I was really retarded again.
I'd say it's more suitable, but I think there's other things you could do for Poe and Finn, like the idea that Finn's journey began because of the death of a friend of his at Poe's hand.
Yeah, you could actually just have some interesting dialogue between the two, but like they don't get time to interact with each other at all in this film, or the next, because the next it's too busy having to deal with a lot of shit.
Hard to create this no homo environment between Finn and Poe. They thought they had to keep creating female love interests for our male characters.
Is that really what it seems like they were trying to do?
I don't know why everyone ships Poe and Finn. I don't understand like this obsession with it, like literally just right is like he considered that a major flaw of the films. Why do these two need to be gay and to be a couple? It just doesn't make any sense, and I don't understand why people ship them.
We barely see them together. Like, yeah, the chemistry between the actors is good, but that doesn't really mean anything when the writing just doesn't let them develop a relationship together. So I don't understand why people would ship them.
Finn gets 3 love interests in this trilogy. Poe even gets one eventually. Or maybe 1.5. Or maybe 1 2/2.
What?
Ew.
Yeah, that is exactly
Everything
what that
outside
is,
of
and
the
that's
last
why
half of
I
this movie
100% believe that.
Yeah, it's a really retarded line by Holdo as well. Just, yeah, I like him. You just, everyone that thinks so, yeah, but Holdo thought he was a mole, it just fucks up that up completely.
Feels like a weird spin-off. It feels like a filler story until Snoke dies. But once Snoke does die, it was honestly like a whole new movie started. And this is where I'm
that's why the
divided, because I don't
structure of
think
this movie
is
is
a
so
bad-
off.
Yeah, it's a really oddly structured film. It feels like it's like kind of
And
5X, but
coming
it's
from the
weird.
guy who said Rogue One's pacing was bad,
Yeah.
and he admits this. Also, what is there as a story? After this, we've just got the battle on Crate, Luke's death.
Yeah, it's like the film has two climaxes, one right after the other. It's a really strangely structured film. Like, we spend way too much time on shit that seems too retarded, especially Canto Bight. It's a really poorly paced film.
Bad movie, just a disjointed and confused movie. This movie is nowhere near as bad as people say it is. And the worst thing that I hate in the whole world is when people try to say, The Last Jedi is an objective.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. Just all right. Let's just keep going. See what he says.
Bad film.
Nigga, no.
An objective review of The Last Jedi would look like
Okay,
this.
like pause. The Star Wars is a movie. It came out in 1977. It has characters. The spaceships exist. They're this color, this there. I am sick and tired of people doing this. Everyone does this. He did this. Bob's Vids did this. Everyone does this. They act like they put on a robot voice and they say this movie came out in 1977. It is a film with spaceships in it. There are characters in it. They're named Luke Skywalker and Leia and Han. Please stop doing this exact same argument. It is so disingenuous, and I'm tired of people saying it. It's just, stop doing it.
If you can say that it's like, yeah, this is how you objectively analyze. This is a film that came out, it has X, Y, and Z. If you can say what is in the film, then you can objectively say if there are plot holes or not. Because a plot hole, like, it doesn't matter if quality is objective or not, but a plot hole cannot be objectively seen. Like, yes, this scene X contradicts Y, then therefore it is like that. So yeah, even by doing this mockery, it's just retarded even more so.
Even with this framing, you can objectively provide proof. Exactly what you said. You can prove the existence of a plot hole if you have references to provide it, and you can deliver your references in an interesting way. This is the thing that's so hilarious. Is school is a thing. Have you never had a professor or a teacher at a university who is very interesting and engaging with history? Talks about historical events and makes it in a way that's very interesting to listen to. That's Alt Shift X. That's Retro Ahoy. That's those are people who are incredibly objective and try to only mention things that are going on and try to conclude on them with direct evidence rather than anything that is from their own perspective. It's you can be objective and engaging at the same time. You don't have to be boring and lifeless when you're talking about objective elements of a story. And I don't know why everyone acts like you have to be. Everyone always puts on the robot voice, and it's that's not necessarily true, man. It depends on your delivery. It depends on how interesting and engaging you are with the material. That's what it's all about.
People like ER and Neb's gonna love me for saying this. White Light, they can make videos that have objective arguments for the quality of not the quality in terms of, but they just can make objective arguments. They can analyze a game or a film or a TV show objectively, doing that while actually having a very interesting delivery while being very entertaining. The editing and the way they deliver their lines, it's really good. So
yeah, I was about to say, man, that's Alt Shift X does reviews of Game of Thrones and Westworld, and he rarely ever makes conclusions. He'll always be referencing exactly what's going on and try to analyze it to explain what is occurring and explain it for people who may not be following the story, because Westworld can be very confusing and a little difficult to follow. And he even says that was one thing that I loved about his Westworld season 3. He doesn't even like Westworld season 2 or 3, but he's still remaining objective, and he explains a lot of issues at the end of Westworld season 3 where he's hey, this is kind of a reveal at the end, and with this in knowledge, this stuff doesn't make sense in retrospect because X could happen, Y could happen. It's like, oh, so yeah, he's like, there's plenty of people who are like that.
Matthew Matos is another one for me.
Oh yeah, he's great. Tons of reviewers on YouTube, man. There's a lot of people who review movies and video games, and they try to remain as objective as possible.
Yeah, it's.
But yeah, mark my words, he's gonna do exactly what I did.
Well, let's see.
Star Wars Episode 8 is a movie. This movie has characters. One of those characters is named Luke Starkiller.
Everyone does this, man. I read these people like a book. It's really embarrassing. It's just be original, man. Try to be a little
like
original.
It's like they share like.
What was that?
Yeah, you cut off.
It's like they share 4 argument between them.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's the like saying it's only a nitpick that you can't be objective, and they just say being objective would be boring or whatever. Like it's just everyone says the same thing. It's really retarded.
It's like when you get people from a call center ring you up and they have to follow a book of like predetermined answers because you always get the same ones.
Yeah, exactly.
There is no Boba Fett in this movie.
The fact remains that some people make the worst fucking arguments when it comes to this movie. We all know that if this fucking monster showed up in The Last Jedi without having been in Empire Strikes Back, there would be people saying, oh, how come that worm can breathe in space?
How does that worm breathe in space?
It probably doesn't. It probably doesn't breathe air. What?
You know, different species, they adapt differently. It's born in this meteor or whatever, probably.
I was about to say, it's like that's weird. I'm guessing that thing exists on there. Like I'd have to look into the idea of a space slug, but I always assumed that they like bored. That's the whole thing with like these craters. Is it like lives in these craters and it probably like lives off the rocks or minerals or something like that? Because yeah.
What object?
That'd be like saying, how come these fish can breathe underwater?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's actually perfect.
Yeah.
I don't know, species.
Yeah, different species, they work differently with the way their bodies work in different environments. Shocker.
So it's like if you'd never seen a fish before.
Evolution. A wonderful thing.
Have fucking Darwin disproving Cosmonaut.
That worm can breathe space. What an objectively bad movie. Bombs can't.
Oh yeah,
but yes, because that would really fucking ruin the film. It's the exact same thing as fucking destroying Luke's character, as everything else the Last Jedi fails at. Fuck you, Cosmonaut.
That is exactly what we're like. Here's a minor gripe in the film. Now it's objectively bad, and you cannot argue. Thank you. It's a good way to straw man.
False equivalencies, man, and this is the same thing right here. Like he's gonna be like, "Hey, gravity doesn't exist in space. Like, how did this like the mechanics of these ships and like how they work exactly is like fundamental to this scene progressing because like this is what provides the stakes for the scene, and this is how we have an understanding about how this works. Like we need to know how all of this works in order to understand like what can be lost in the game."
How come the Resistance didn't use non-retarded ships?
Yeah, why didn't they just fucking use white
Dreadnought didn't like move out of the way of the ships? And they got like bombs coming in like there. Like they could just move the ship out of the way. These bombers, man, and their practical application, like what you could use them for is so limited in combat like this with how slow they are and how they have to be directly above a target. You're like, this has to be
easily they're destroyed.
Big ships.
It's not even like an in-universe plane that can drop a bomb, and like the velocity that plane was moving at would also cause the bomb to move at that speed as well as it falls. So you don't have to be directly above the target. You can release the bomb several miles away and still hit the thing based on, momentum. That's not the case because it's space. They can just go directly down.
Yeah, Robot had talked about this with World War II bombers. You're like, the target of a World War II bomber is the ground. So you're like, that makes sense. This, like in space combat, like for it to be, there's a reason that bombers, like World War II bombers, didn't attack fighters. They didn't attack like things that are in the air flying around with you, because there's no way you could make that work. So, and that's what they treat this scene like. It's a very strange scene.
Yeah.
To be fair, the Dreadnought is far bigger.
Sorry, you cut off a bit there, Vice.
Yeah, what was that?
The Dreadnought is a huge target. Really slow. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's a bigger target, but you could move out of the way. This is kind of the thing with it. It's like they don't. I don't know why they didn't do that. I guess they were aiming.
It shouldn't still be in that position. They either bring some ships up to protect it, or that ship backwards because it's on its own. But they didn't do either of those things. They just left the Dreadnought where it was to get blown up.
I don't actually think that the bombs falling is a big issue. You could just say, well, they're dropped and due to momentum or whatever they're dropping. So okay, but like the design is fucking really bad when you consider that, like, what was it? One TIE fighter blew up like 2 of them just falling onto it. Like, you could just see how badly designed this shit is, especially when you have wide wings that can do the exact same thing. And also because like the Star Destroyers could just or the Star Destroyer, but the ship could just hyperspace away. So like from every angle possible, it's a really retarded design. In the Neb said in chat that space has worked exactly as we would expect up until TLJ. We're criticizing the inconsistency. No, Neb, you don't see. In the earlier films, we hear sound in space, so it means that it doesn't matter. The space rules are already broken.
Yeah, this is that's the nice thing about sound in space. A lot of people will cite that as like an inconsistency. It's like, see, like space, like sound doesn't exist in space. You're saying gravity can't? I'm saying the thing about sound in space is like they stick with it through the entire movies. You're like, why? Because it'd probably be pretty boring to watch the space battles and like if they were all completely silent in the exterior shots. So they just went with
like
sound in space.
It's not shot the same way that 2001 is, where like they do it specifically in a way that they don't have sound in space. Like in these films, the sound in space makes the action way more engaging.
And like sound in space has never been intrinsically tied to any plot of a Star Wars film.
Yeah, like sound in space is fucking just it's a problem, but it's so minor that it doesn't matter. It's kind of like the tooth gap in Amazing Spider-Man 2. It's like, yeah, it's an inconsistency, or at least you could argue that it is. I don't really think it is, but whatever.
It's an inconsistency in comparison to real-world space, but it's never got bearing on the story.
Exactly. Like, if it doesn't affect the story, you could argue at most that it's a nitpick. So then it's just, why bring it up? And if you want to use that as a precedent for gravity working in space, and you can just cite every other instance where where there's no gravity in space, like, you know, there should be.
Can't fall in space. Admiral Akbar died. Luke was mean. Green milk. Those elements do not make a movie bad. Poorly developed character arcs, a badly paced story, and misplaced inappropriate humor do contribute to a movie being kind of crappy.
So is that objective or not?
I guess it's just his opinion? I don't know.
I guess so. What? Who's to say someone couldn't say the same thing in reverse? Just
yeah, because like if everything is subjective, you could just say, well, it does make a film bad to me, so whatever.
Like, it's almost like there's varying degrees of severity, and some are worse than others, but they're all still flaws.
It seems weird to me the way he says shit like that when you have him saying that you can't say that the film is objectively bad.
Like my car having a scratch on it, that's a flaw with the car. Yeah, it would be nice if the car didn't have a scratch on it, but I'd be more concerned if the gearbox fell out.
Oh yeah, and there's a clip with Cosmonaut in the Sardonicast where YMS basically says, oh yeah, I think there's a difference between a film being good and me liking the film, and he's like, yeah, I can agree with that. Cosmonaut just agreeing with him. They're like, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that clip. He's like, YMS is talking about favorite movies and like how The Lion King is one of his favorite movies, but he wouldn't say it's necessarily one of the best. He's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay, Cosmonaut. This is the thing about the whole objective discussion is I'm like, I'm not a fan of the idea that it's all been mainly through videos. Like, I think the best way to do it is just through direct conversation, man. Because if you do that, most people will like level with you. They'll understand to an extent what you're talking about. But like when in videos, man, people barely explore it, and it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, about that.
He has all of these things, but there are other elements that I think are handled really well. Like it or not, Luke's arc is fully defined in this movie, and it makes perfect sense.
It makes perfect sense.
This is the thing that we've already gone over this, but so many just says it and then he moves on.
Yeah,
Let's
like
see
it
what
or
he
not,
says
it makes.
after.
Actually, he says like it or not, it makes sense. But he just said that objectivity, like you can't say something like that. Very, very good, Cosmonaut. I love it.
If he was the same character as he was when we saw him last, it wouldn't be that exciting.
Yeah, you can have him be different, not this different, not being like murdering your fucking nephew different.
I was about to say, man, it's like I don't think we necessarily expected him to be exactly the same. There are plenty of sequels that like exist where like the characters have changed. There's been a gap in time. They're not going to be exactly who they are, but they will be the same character to an extent. That's what people expect from a sequel when they see a movie and the character comes back. They want the same character to exist even though they've changed or something has happened to them. It's just, yeah, I don't think anyone's necessarily asking for it to be exactly the same.
Yeah, like the example I have is Legion season 2. There's a 1 year gap between season 1 and 2, and the characters they all like they're different from when they were in season 1. But like you can understand how they're different. It all makes sense with how they've been set up in season 1 with all their development. So it's like, yeah, you can have a time gap between one season or the other, or between a film or the other, but you do need to like continue to have some sort of consistency. So like at least the core traits need to still be with the character, and it's like, which is like why I like something like Breaking Bad is so compelling to see, because like the character, his development, we just learned that he's like his traits just get more accentuated by the time the stuff goes on. So like, yeah, if it wouldn't make sense, it was just a gap between season 1 and 5, but it makes sense because we see the entire development. So you can't just skip through such large development for the character.
I talk about this a lot.
Same trouble exists inside of The Last of Us Part 2, and a lot of people defend both Luke Skywalker and like the stuff with Joel. People like act like traits just completely change in a couple of years, and they're just like, people change. It's like he's the same character, he's just different now. And I'm just like, we need a little bit more than that, man. We need to like explore exactly how this character ended up here, rather than just having one character where they're acting out of one flashback where they're acting out of character. It's just, it's insane, and I don't know why people defend that.
Was when we saw him last, it wouldn't be that exciting. I talked about this a lot in the other video, so go watch that if you want more detail, but the gist is that I really can't get behind the fact that people are mad that Luke doesn't operate the way they want him to.
No, it's not the way I want him to, it's the way we all expect him to, because we know his character, because we grew up with his character.
Mark my words, he's gonna say like Luke, it would be out of character for Luke to show up on Crate. Again, everyone does that. You're like, oh, everyone just wanted him to be on Crate. He's going to say that. Wait for it.
This story gives him a new character arc to explore, and that is what you should want. If he was just like Yoda,
why is that something I should want? Doesn't that sound like some sort of objectivity? Like, fuck's sake, Cosmonaut.
Who says I didn't want another arc from him? Of course I wanted another arc for his character in a sequel to the OT. What? This film is a new arc. I just wanted a better new arc.
I wanted a new arc that made sense with this character.
Maybe him learning how to teach Jedi. That might be nice.
Yeah, but as we learned, the Mandalorian also forgets that Luke exists. So, like, basically Disney just doesn't know that Luke exists at all.
The island, trained Rey, and then wasn't in the movie anymore, this movie would be dog shit.
It is dog shit.
That's a pretty thin line there, man. If all those things happened, then the movie would be bad. Like, wow, not a hell of a lot is holding this movie together then.
If I had to choose
So
between seeing
hang
old...
on. So Canto Bight was also bad as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that leaves us with what, a third of the film?
I'm guessing he gives it like a 7 out of 10 or something. He'll probably give it a high rating.
Yeah, that's a good guess. He gives exactly a 7.
So two out of the 3 plot lines.
Christ.
2 out of the 3 plot lines are garbage. Or not garbage. 2 of the 3 plot lines are unnecessary. Should be heavily changed according to Cosmonaut.
Yeah, and like the themes are inconsistent. Like Rose is a bad character. Like he's criticized the hell of a lot about this movie.
Weird,
yeah, but 70% of the film was
messages are weird. The themes are half baked, and it just leaves us with the nonsense on the Radis left as a film.
Which I think he said wasn't even very good. He said most of the good material comes after Snoke dies. Like that's a lot.
Yeah,
of
he says that the film seems like filler until Snoke dies. But then isn't that like what he said about Rogue One? Because he said that after the third act, like the third act is really good, which is what makes people think it's a masterpiece. But then he says after Snoke dies, the film is good. The film is really good. Like it stops feeling like filler, which then means that he started liking the film until the third act started.
Which means the film's a masterpiece based on its third act, but not.
So should we have cut out all of that and just skip to the third act? Because that's what he proposed in this. I mean, instead of his Rogue One review.
We should have just had The Last Jedi start with the title crawl saying Kylo Ren's killed Snoke. Okay, here's the film. Also, they're on a salt planet.
Anymore, this movie would be dog shit. If I had to choose between seeing old man Luke doing ninja flips and fighting people with a lightsaber, or a brand new story arc where we get
another false equivalency that everyone goes for, man, is the whole like, oh, you just wanted him to be jumping around and like laughing and cutting off people's heads and ninjaing around with the lights. It's like
that's a really false.
Who said Luke could be in a good sequel to the OT and never use a lightsaber once?
Luke
I could
be in a
absolutely see
position
that.
where he never needs to do this kind of thing.
This is what I proposed, man. I think an interesting sequel to The Force Awakens that you could do is you could have like immediately drop the island and have it like have an explanation that he like was stranded there or something like that and was studying the Force, and then like after that Rey brings him back and you make it like a political play where they're like the Senate has been like completely destroyed, like all the systems that like supported the New Republic are gone, so it's like now people are in support of the First Order, and like them bringing back Luke is like something that's like meant to like bring more supporters to them. That's what you could do. You could have it be like a political play, and you could have him be interacting with the other characters. Like that's something that's a potential. Like there's so many stories you could do that don't involve him doing ninja flips, and everyone acts like that's all everybody wanted. It's like, no, dude, I wanted to see him acting in character. I wanted to see him interacting with a bunch of other characters, man, as Luke Skywalker.
Just it's a really false dichotomy. Just say yes. You can either have him doing backflips and being a ninja, or you can have this new arc. It's either or. It's not like that. You could have any way you want the character to be, but Ryan chose like one of the worst possible ways, and it's fucking retarded.
Explore new depths of the character and see him demonstrate his full mastery of the Force, proving what it means to be a true hero. Well, I think I would pick that. Thank you very much. Again, I have talked about this movie so much, and I am so tired. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Then just move on, you fucking retard. Why are you saying that?
I was about to say, then why didn't you just skip it? Like he said that, he's like, I don't even want to talk about this movie. It's the classic video. It says like, I didn't want to make this video. It's like, then just don't, dude. If you don't want to talk about this movie, then just talk about something you do want to talk about.
More. I want to be free of this curse.
And next he's going to talk about Solo, which he loves. So you're going to have a ton of fun with that.
Oh boy, here we go.
I mean, talking about this film still's not a cakewalk for us either. If people didn't bring up dumb shit about it tomorrow, we'd never talk about it again.
Yeah, pretty much.
Both good and bad, and I think that's fine. Because it did not ruin my childhood, and if we're being honest, it didn't ruin yours either.
Thank you for telling me what is and what isn't.
Thank you for telling me my experience with films. That's, yeah, very thankful. Lion King is one of my favorite films ever. The remake last year made me really fucking upset. Is he gonna say that it didn't ruin my childhood? Just my experience should know. Like, fuck off, dude. I do not like Cosmonaut.
It's way better than Rise of Skywalker, and I don't really care if you disagree with that. So
I don't think it's way better, but I think it's better.
Yeah, that's my stance, man. A lot of people, there's a lot of debate about which is the worst Star Wars movie. I mean, and it's kind of up in the air between all the sequels, but like I've stood by the Rise of Skywalker being the worst, both with like how much it damages like what was established. Like bringing back Palpatine is so fundamentally bad on so many levels, and the filmmaking just on a basic sense of like writing structure, like cause and effect, and like how the film is put together, it's just all incompetent. It's one of the most incompetently made films I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's really fucking awful.
I'm in the same boat with that.
I'm gonna give this one a 7 out of 10. Yeah, 7 seems good. These last few movies are really hard to review. Anyway,
Bullshit.
That's a lot, man. I feel with what he was saying, I figured that'd be like a 5 or a 4. Like 7 seems pretty generous. Like
let me see a film that I give a 7 that I think is actually really well made. Actually, okay.
Haven't we just spent like the last hour just him explain how bad it is? Next we're like, you know what? It's a 7 out of 10.
He said he liked some stuff, so I don't know.
What have I given a 7 out of 10?
I gave The Two Popes a 7 out of 10, and I think that's a really good film.
I'd give Spider-Man 1 a 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
I'd give what did I give a 7 out of 10?
I'm checking on Letterboxd.
The Straight Story, I gave that a 7 out of 10. That's an okay movie.
Trying to think if I can find a film that I actually think is really great, but that I give a 7.
I think I gave Hot Fuzz a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, I give like Halloween, the original one. I give a 7 out of 10. I think that's a really good film, but I just
seven seems reasonable with that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 7 out of 10 is it's a good film. It is really competent. So how can you say that about TLJ when you've just been bashing on it for the past few minutes? Like, it's so retarded.
Yeah. The Accountant, I gave that a 7 out of 10.
Same.
I think that's probably a reasonable rating for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 7 for me. I consider that to be something that's like flawed to a degree, but like still very strong, competent filmmaking. Like mine is it's 2 above average. So it's like it's not at a point where like flaws and merits essentially like are a tie, and it's just like it's okay in the end, and it's like it's around a par. It's like it's above par.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like a 7 is like a pretty decent movie. I don't think obviously there's a lot more I'd go with The Last Jedi, but like with what he described, I don't think his review matches his rating really. It's a weird rating to give a movie.
Yeah, it's super weird to say, oh yeah, I give a 7 out of 10 after just saying like the cancel bite doesn't work. After saying the stuff, like the film only kicks off after fucking Snoke dies. It's really fucking weird. And then Neb is upset that you only give Hot Fuzz a 7 voice.
I was about to say I didn't even catch that. You gave it a 7?
Yeah.
I'd say so.
I will fight you on that one. That's like one of my all-time favorite films. You have no idea.
I gave it a 9 when I watched it.
I think it's a freaking 10, dude. That movie, the editing is so good. Yeah.
I remember.
I seriously need to rewatch it nowadays.
Hot Fuzz, I gave it a 10. I confused it with Shaun of the Dead. Shaun of the Dead.
Good.
Yeah, Hot Fuzz.
Shaun of the Dead, like a hot take, man. Like I actually think that's the weakest of the Cornetto trilogy. I think Hot Fuzz and The World's End are the best.
I might have given The World's End a 7. I might get confused.
I'd have to see it again. I actually thought that movie was pretty strong. I'd have to think about that one.
7 out of 10? Yeah, 7 seems good. These last few movies are really hard to review. Anyway, let's talk about a good Star Wars movie now.
No.
No. Wait.
Solo's good.
Wait.
Solo's good.
He's saying, let's talk about a good Star Wars movie now. So does that mean that this is not a good film? But he gave it a 7.
He gave The Force Awakens an 8. I think that an 8 is a good film. Like, by far. Like, Captain America the Winter Soldier is something that I would give an 8 out of
Mission
10.
Impossible Fallout.
I think yeah, Fallout is like an 8 or a 9, like, easily. It's like... I think an 8 or even a 7 to a degree is a good movie at the very least.
Like 8 is, I think, is like an exceptionally good film. Like,
what is your scale, Cosmonaut, for like your rating systems? You don't think a 7 out of 10 is a great film?
I'm so confused right now.
I'm convinced that I am the #1 fan of this movie in the whole world. Sometimes I legitimately feel like a crazy person when I talk about this movie with people. Because
Look at how
I don't know a lot.
disgusting this is, dude. Look at the
Jesus,
blue like darkness, man. It's like it's so. Look at how out of focus Donald Glover is there. Like you can barely see his face. Like the whole point of shots like this, where the central character is in focus while the other person is in the background, is to like get the sense that both of them are in the room, but you can barely see a man. The cinematography in this movie is so bad. It's ridiculous. I just like a good chunk of my hatred for this movie just comes from how it looks. It's just like I cannot enjoy watching it because of just how repugnant the film looks. Ugh.
A lot of people who like the movie. They just aren't as enlightened as me, and that's fine. I shouldn't look down on them as much as I do. But joking aside, I think this is one of the most...
This scene, actually, it's the one I was remembering when I mentioned the lighting. It's so dark, you can see anything.
It's ridiculous, man. Like, it just... I mean, and people are like, it's supposed to be like a war. It's supposed to show the darkness of it. It's like, why have films like 1917 and Saving Private Ryan like managed to show sequences where characters are fighting a war and it's dark and it's depicting the horrors of war without it being so that you can't bloody see anything? It's just, it's so ridiculous what people say about stuff like this, dude. It's really poorly lit.
The scene we just saw with the Han and the Lando with the blue lighting, Neb just said that you should use the Han screenshots as your profile picture for April 1st.
Blue, like that vaguely blue light over the dark brown. It's like, yeah, that's me, my friend. I stick to 100% blue. That's me on April Fools. Oh.
Pure Star Wars movies ever made. That's the best word.
Wait.
One of the most pure Star Wars movies ever made.
What the fuck does that mean?
Define thy terms.
Most pure Star Wars movies ever made. That's the best word I can use to describe it. Pure. If you could distill what I want out of Star Wars into one movie, this would be it.
Then why do you give it an 8 instead of a 10? Like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's like, yes, it has literally everything I want. 8 out of 10. No, it would be a 10. It would be perfect for you. That doesn't make sense.
Fun action-adventure movie starring charismatic characters with a good...
Charismatic characters.
I don't think they're very charismatic at all. Like, Alden Ehrenreich, man, I feel like he's trying too hard. When I watch the movie, I get the sense that his charisma is almost fake. It feels like he's trying to emulate, like, the charisma of Harrison Ford, but... it just doesn't feel like he has his own personality. Emilia Clarke is bland as she usually is. Like most all of the characters act like that way, man. They're all just dull and lifeless.
I like Woody Harrelson, and I think Paul Bettany, his character was
Paul Bettany's pretty good. They did a decent job with him. Woody Harrelson was Woody Harrelson.
Yeah, Woody Harrelson is fun to watch as always, but
no, not really.
Okay then.
Sorry, I just don't like this movie. I don't like it. All right.
Emotional center. This movie isn't bogged down by Jedi Sith bullshit. There are no politics.
But Maul.
There's no Jedi or Sith anything instead of the Rogue One. I mean, I guess outside of Darth Vader, but that like.
But then it's the same thing as having Maul here.
Yeah.
But he actually says that he doesn't like Maul in this film. But either way, Rogue One applies to that same standard.
Yeah.
No allegiances. It's just a fucking adventure. I went into this movie fully expecting to hate it, and I was pleasantly surprised. It is just so fun to watch.
That's arbitrary, and I am living proof that is not true for everybody, man. I despise this movie. I
think it was more fun
I
to
have
watch than
anything
TLJ
but
for me,
fun. Yeah, like legit, man, TLJ, I enjoy watching it infinitely more than this, even though I think that TLJ is probably worse written. It's like, I enjoy The Last Jedi a lot more because the sequences are more entertaining for me, but not this, man. There's no scene that I ever want to watch again.
I had these... Sorry, go on, Joe.
I was going to say, I can't sit through Solo. I can at least sit through The Last Jedi.
Yeah. I don't know, I kind of had some fun watching it. I don't know. It was more fun than watching TLJ, to say the least, to me at least. But, like, it's a film that I after I was done with, I had kind of the same reaction as I did after I watched Justice League. It's just a film where, like, it's just gonna leave my mind and I'm never gonna think about it again. Like, I don't remember anything that happened in Justice League, and it's the same experience I had with Solo. It's like mostly boring. There were a couple scenes where I was like, well, that's kind of neat, and that's it.
It's got some dumb shit in it, but none of that dumb shit makes the movie bad.
Okay.
Except for one thing. Darth Maul should not be in this movie.
Except for one thing. Okay, so there's one flaw. The fact that Darth Maul was in the film is the only flaw that affects the film, apparently.
Okay.
I used to kind of like this, but as time has passed, my mind has changed. It's just so weird and incongruent with the rest of the movie.
This is probably my least favorite piece of fan service in any of the Star Wars movies. It's so intrusive and just in your face, and I swear him revealing the hood and turning on his lightsaber, it's just like, why would you do that? Like, what possessed you to do that, Darth Maul? And why I don't know if that's explained in Rebels at all, man, but like, what is he doing as like a criminal lord working with people who are like traitors and planets? That's weird for him to be doing. I don't know if there's connections for it, man, but this film sure as hell doesn't answer those questions.
It all started back in like Clone Wars and that, and like it continued to Rebels, but I'll not go there.
Yeah, just I find it weird that Cosmonaut is saying this is the only problem with the film that's gonna make it like bad. It seems like it seems really inconsequential to the main plot of the film. I really don't get why this is the thing that makes it bad instead of like everything else, every other piece of dumb shit in this film.
I mean, honestly, you could cut this scene out. Like, she still betrays Han, so like her exact motivation for doing that isn't necessarily like, we don't necessarily need to know. All we need to know is that she worked for someone who was a higher up and was like afraid of him and still worked with him. So it's like this scene, the knowledge that who exactly she is working for in secret was Darth Maul doesn't really influence anything.
Yeah, it's super. It's unnecessary. Like, if they made a sequel, then yeah, explain it. But since you're not gonna make a sequel to this, just don't.
It is foreshadowed very lightly, but it just feels so Marvel-y. Like Disney thought we really.
No, Marvel does this way better. What the fuck are you saying, dude?
I don't even think that Marvel-y.
I think he's saying just like the post-credit stuff that teases stuff that's gonna come next. At least that's what I think he means. Just like kind of like Thanos by the end of Avengers, the after credit scene, or Thanos after Age of Ultron saying "Fine, I'll do it myself." But like that's way better than whatever the fuck this was.
I guess maybe.
Really needed a Thanos reveal in this movie.
Yeah, Thanos reveal. So yeah, just it's a really weird person.
Again, this is just like that, where you could just cut that out. There's a reason why that Marvel always puts those in the end credits of their movies. It's because they don't affect the plot.
Exactly.
You could do the same thing here.
Yep.
Like, yeah, I know Maul is in Clone Wars. I like Darth Maul in Clone Wars, but I don't need to see these two series intersect like this. And for the average viewer who only watched...
You're not gonna substantiate.
Yeah,
I don't
this-
understand why.
Yeah, that's hilarious too, man. Like my grandparents watched this movie and they didn't know what the hell this was. They're like, "Didn't he die?" I'm like, "Yeah, he did." It's like, so why is he back? It's like you need to watch the Clone Wars to understand these movies now. It's great.
Oh, so it was basically advertising for them, like saving in quotations season 7 of Clone Wars.
Something.
They should have kept him out of the main films.
They really should have.
I'm happy him being reserved to being in the Clone Wars, but they shouldn't have. They just really shouldn't have.
Yeah.
It comes across as kind of desperate now. Watch the main films. Look, Maul's in it. He was successful. Because what about all the average moviegoers that don't watch the Clone Wars? They now have to go away and look at an entirely different medium to understand why he's back.
watches the movies and doesn't know about the fucking dumb cartoon show, this feels like the weirdest, most out-of-place reveal ever. But aside from that, I like almost everything in this movie. And yeah...
Okay, so he just said that he said like 2 minutes ago that this film is basically if you get everything he wants for a Star Wars film and put it into one. And then he said that this is the only thing that makes the only flaw that makes the film bad. And like he said that the other dumb shit doesn't make the film bad, which is retarded, but whatever. So how is he rating just? How is his rating an 8? Because like that's just
he
one
likes
above
everything
TLJ.
else.
But like, how
That's
is
the
this
thing.
just one above TLJ? Wouldn't this be like a 10 or like 9.7? Like, wouldn't this be incredibly high considering what he's saying? It seems super weird.
I don't know.
I don't understand the way he rates it. Like it seems like 8 is something that's really good. 7 is something that's mediocre. Like that's really a really weird way to rate stuff.
You gotta turn the brightness up a little bit. It ain't the nicest looking movie. And yeah, the fan service is still here, and Donald Glover's performance is a little odd. But okay, listen, the movie's good, okay? I know it doesn't sound like it, but it is, believe me. To me, this movie is like...
I'm not convinced. And Donald Glover is not the worst actor in this film.
Yeah, Donald Glover doesn't act like he doesn't act like
He sounds bored most of the time, but he's not the worst thing.
Yeah, like he doesn't act like Lando would, but like I don't think he's like really that bad.
Also, the idea that there's a little bit of fan service is
Sorry, you cut out there.
The fact he said it's a little fan servicey. No, it's.
Oh yeah.
You cut out again.
Yeah.
Ah, for fuck's sake! What's going on with my fucking mic?
Are you saying like there's a hell of a lot of fan service? Like it's not just a little bit, there's a lot of it?
Twice.
Hello?
Hey.
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Are you saying that like there's not a little bit of fan service, there's like a hell of a lot of it?
There's loads.
Yeah, like Han winning the Falcon at the end.
Well,
It's so out
not
of
even
place
that,
and
it's
slapped
like
on. Yeah, it's just it's
the
slapped
probe
on. And
droids. They
it's
talk
all-
about
yeah.
Bosk and Dathomir and Kessel, the Zan sisters.
Oh, like remember when they just give that throwaway line that Woody Harrelson's character killed Aura Singh? They just
Yeah.
like throw that out there. What's that? That is just fan service, just for the sake of trying to advance this character by having her like casually kill off some minor character from the other films.
I just love how they got Han Solo's name as well.
Oh yeah, that's the best. That's the best explanation ever. Who are you, Han? Just what's your family? I don't have family. Han Solo. That's the perfect scene.
Solo.
Yes. If I were part of Star Wars Defined, I would have made a video about that scene specifically just for the fun of it. It's so retarded. I love it.
Just Han.
And just
Lovely
the fact
bastard.
that it's a film about Han Solo's origin story, but they don't. They just give him all of his talents at base anyway.
Yeah, like the things they do give origin for is so retarded. Like how Chewie gets his nickname. It's like, what's your name, Chewbacca? Well, I'm not gonna say all of that. Just call you Chewie. Like that's unnecessary. That's just like normal. They become friends after that. He'd call him Chewie. Like, how is that the thing they needed to explain?
He was already great at flying the Falcon, despite never flying it.
Yeah, it's so retarded. Like, you're explaining all the wrong things in this film. It's so stupid.
Yeah, I remember like before the film came out. I remember someone on Twitter jokingly saying like, "Oh, he got his vest because like his jacket got stuck in the door," and I genuinely thought that's actually how it happened because it just seems like that's how it would happen.
A joke Neb made. Where do you live? Over by those hedges. Jeb Bush. That's amazing.
Sake.
Kill me.
Let's get back to this amazing video about this amazing film.
Iron Man 3 of the Star Wars universe.
What?
A movie that is secretly really good.
What?
That people hate because it isn't connected to a larger story.
What?
That's not why I hate it, man. I hate it because it's boring, dull, and I don't like it. All of them subjective. I can dislike a movie for whatever reasons. I hate this movie. I despise it.
No,
It's not very well written either.
How can you compare this to Iron Man 3 and say, yes, both of these films are well written? Like, that's such a retarded comparison. Iron Man 3 is fucking awful. It's by far one of the worst MCU films. And then you're just comparing it to Solo. Like, it's not a good look. Oh, that's so stupid. Like, yeah.
We've got these soldiers who are exploding. It's like, what do we do? I'm like, I know. We'll fake them as being terrorist attacks and we'll directly threaten the President of the United States to cover them up. Great plan, Killian. Let's do it.
Remember when the president is inside the suit? In the end, he's just suspended inside the suit. And then when Rhodey gets access to the suit, he can just fly it away. So, like, the president didn't do that because he just didn't want you.
Superpowers of like the evil men, like they're so selective and they're so incompetent. They like fight in the middle of open areas and like do things that are like clearly exposing their program and no one seems to care. Oh, that movie's really bad. There's so many reasons for it.
Yeah, I need to get around to making my critique of it soon. It's really fucking bad, and like loads of people say that it's like the best Iron Man film, and I'm like, no. Like Iron Man 2 isn't perfect, far from it, but it's actually like pretty good. Like it's, I don't know, it's 6 out of 10, and like especially compared to Iron Man 3, like that shit is fucking really solid. And then you get to Iron Man 3 and you're just like, I wanna die, but most people apparently love it because I don't know, because it's fun. It's a fun like Christmas film. It's set during Christmas, so.
I love Alden Ehrenreich's performance as Han because he isn't just doing an impression of Han Solo. He doesn't even really look like him. But from
how is that?
I think they shouldn't have even tried, man. They shouldn't have tried to make him sound and act and be like Han Solo. They should have just had him.
He's very wooden.
He is, and again, I think it's because they tried to make him like Harrison Ford. I just wish they just let him do his own thing, man. Alden Ehrenreich is actually a really good actor, man. If you ever seen Hail Caesar by the Coen brothers, he's really good in that movie. He's essentially the main character, and he brings it.
From the first fucking line, you can just tell.
You were gone too long. I knew something must have gone wrong.
This is nothing. You should see them.
Oh yeah, that's Han Solo. His mannerisms perfectly
That
reflect
was
a young.
flat as anything.
What?
Oh, you should see them.
Oh my! What are your standards, Cosmonaut? This is so bad.
And more naive Han. It would have been perfectly fine for him to act like the Han that we've already seen, but I love that he makes him.
He's a young and more naive, but like by the end, he shoots first and kill Woody Harrelson. But whatever.
Feel younger with the performance. I like Woody Harrelson in this movie too, and his role in this story is actually pretty fresh and unique. I actually like all of the side characters and how they're handled because you don't
really you like Emilia Clarke's character, whatever the fuck her name is.
Kira or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah, Kira.
Bitch's name is.
Like I like Emilia Clarke, but Jesus Christ, her character is bad in this film. I actually don't think her acting is good either, but yeah.
I think that man, Emilia Clarke, man, she's fantastic in most of Game of Thrones, but dude, outside of that, this Terminator Genesis, it's like, Emilia, you need to pick your roles better.
Yeah. Oh, dude, she always picks like these rom-coms. It's super weird, like the roles she picks. I really don't understand. Like, she's a good actress. She should pick stuff that actually lets her showcase her acting talents.
That's the case with most of the poor actors in freaking Game of Thrones, man. Like, you don't see a hell of a lot of them, except for the characters who are like the actors who were already like well established and like had been in stuff before that show. Like, most of the actors who were new to the business, man, they have not made careers for themselves, and it's a shame.
Sophie Turner, she's a Dark Phoenix. She's amazing.
Same with Arya, man. She's inside of the New Mutants.
Oh yeah.
She was also in Doctor Who.
Oh yeah, she was a shielder. Yeah.
Yeah, not her. Don't bring her up. Oh, Jesus Christ, that just pisses me off.
At least I think she acts pretty well as a shielder. Like, her character is fucking awful, but she acts
Yeah,
alright.
get it. I'm not going. I just.
The hybrid is me.
Just. That stupid bitch pisses me off.
Yeah. Anyway, getting back to Solo.
I don't know if they're gonna survive or not. Hell, most of them don't. The thing is, I usually hate prequel movies because you already know what's gonna happen most of the time. The tension is just non-existent. I know Han Solo's not gonna fight.
I don't know. I hate that argument. It's like, oh man, I can't get invested in a prequel because the characters aren't going to die. It's like, is that the only way you think you can create drama or tension inside of a story?
Dude,
by
right.
your knowledge about the characters dying? Like, spoilers, you know that Walter White is not going to die in the final season of Breaking Bad because they show him at the end in a different position. So you're like, okay, until here on out, he's not going to die. But it's like, you can still create drama in a story without that.
Like, Red Dead Redemption 2 just fucks his argument out of the park. Like, the story, we see a prequel to the first game that makes you like empathize with new characters that you didn't know existed before, and like when something happens to them, you feel the tension, you feel the conflict building. Like, yeah, prequels aren't necessarily like that unless it's like a poorly made prequel, which is Solo is that, but you know, not in that aspect.
I know Han Solo's not gonna fucking die, but this movie never feels like it loses tension. If you asked me 3 years ago if I would be okay with seeing
I don't care what this movie pretends that this is the Kessel Run. This is a wormhole with a Cthulhu monster. You are not the Kessel Run. I don't care what you say.
A gigantic space monster that's conveniently next to the only thing in the galaxy that can kill it with ease.
And they cheat. They literally cheat. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, like, because like
you and your horrible action sequence.
Like, it was all because
to have a visually shocking monster, only to then have a writing ploy to get rid of it immediately.
Like,
it's right next to a wormhole. Fuck it.
One thing that I find, like, because like they did this because in A New Hope, right? Han says like, oh yeah, we're like, hey, this is the ship that did the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs. Like, parsecs is a measure of like space and not time. Then like George Lucas didn't know that, so because of that issue they had to like make this scene so that it would make sense in that. So they cheat in the Kessel Run to make it make sense with George's dialogue instead of just being like a throwaway line that just kind of doesn't make sense. Like, it's getting a throwaway line from A New Hope and making an entire film out of it, and it's fucking retarded.
In a movie, I'd say, fuck no, I don't give a shit. But in this movie, it's one of the most exciting scenes. I actually...
Really? You can see what's going on? Because I can't. How is this exciting? Like, for real? I'm just so bored watching this.
I really like it. If only every action set pieces in this movie. The train heist is a super fun scene that we get to start.
They don't establish the stakes, man, and that's, for one, that scene is really horribly edited, and for two, like, they don't establish anything about the train. What they needed is they needed to establish exactly what they were trying to steal, what they needed to get through in order to get there. They just say train, steal, thing, and then after that you get on here and you don't understand exactly what they need to do to get what they need. So it's a really confusing scene to watch, and like, it makes it difficult to get invested, man. That's my trouble with it. Like, and seriously, the editing in this movie is really bad. I've wanted to potentially make a video on it, but cinematography is one thing, the editing is another.
The idea that the Empire need to move things on a train.
Oh yeah, that's
Wow,
super
voice.
fucking retarded.
Talk about nitpicking. Yeah. Are you saying it's?
They have these things called Star Destroyers, spaceships.
Most people do not know what a Star Destroyer is.
I'm really tempted just to recreate Wolf's rant right now. just for just and giggle.
Oh, this is fucking.
Everyone knows what a fucking Star Destroyer.
Well, why would they do that? Why would they need to build a big, complicated rail system through the mountain?
Be expensive as hell to
because action scene. There's no question it.
They already have technology to fly over, build a railroad through them. What possible use does that have over a spaceship?
Like the only reason to do it is so the action and set piece can happen. It makes zero sense whatsoever.
The jailbreak scene is a cool segue to the Kessel Run, which is just...
Jailbreak scene? Wait, I remember that scene being really fucking retarded, but I don't remember why.
It is. Because the psycho, like whatever sexuality that robot is who screws Lando regularly is like against droid slavery, even though that's not how that works, and decides to like unleash all of the droids and then gets murdered after that, and Lando acts like she's dead even though he can just repair her with the parts and then makes her into the Falcon. This movie is really, really bad. I hate it more than how bad it is, but geez, that entire sequence is a disaster, and it's really embarrassing to watch.
Yeah, Neb actually made a really good point about the train scene. Like, them using trains is the same thing as fucking Mando taking a boat in season 2 episode 3, or Rey in TROS using it like using that skimmer instead of just using the Falcon to get to the Death Star, or the speeders with threads. Yeah.
Well, I think the narrative reason is that the Falcon's taken damage or something somehow. They never explain.
That's the thing, is it's arbitrary. It's meant to make it so that it's like, oh, we don't have the Falcon anymore. But then they do later on without fixing it, so it's just, yeah.
Well, no, they do fix it, don't they?
Yeah, in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, there's a little bit where Poe's like tampering with something, but yeah, there's no indication of why the Falcon crashed. It just crashes, which makes no sense either, because it crashes like a spaceship. It's a spaceship that takes off and lands vertically like a helicopter. So why does it crash like an aeroplane? Did the engines fail? Because the only thing we know is that Poe had an issue with the landing gear, is what he says. He said Chewie complains and Poe goes, "The landing gear's busted. How busted we talking?" And then the next scene, they just show that the Falcon has plowed into the earth like it's a plane crash, but the landing gear for the Falcon is deployed when the Falcon lands vertically. It doesn't need a run up it doesn't need a run up to take off and a run down to land, because that's not how spaceships work.
Yeah, you could just hover down and just drop down easily instead of fucking dropping the ship.
So why do they fucking crash like an aeroplane?
Because they're fucking retarded.
It's not even related to the landing gear.
Because they wanted a reason for people in the audience to think, oh, they can't use the Millennium Falcon to get to the Death Star, even though they still could use it. Yeah.
Star Warsy as hell. And then we get this cool...
It's Star Warsy as hell. See, Evan, you were wrong for disliking this film. It's Star Warsy as hell, dude.
Star Warsy.
So Star Warsy.
Why you complain?
Star Warsy.
Why you complain? You get to look at Star Wars.
Barely. It's so dark. Oh.
Double cross James Bond encounter with the final boss.
So ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, it really makes no sense.
All the double crosses, man, and all the betrayals, like 3 people betray each other at the exact same time, and none of it adds up when you consider things in retrospect.
I
the
really like the
characters'
way
motivations.
summarized that scene. He was like, "Huh, actually, I actually thought the scene was pretty good because I like the movie actually was able to just knock that past me. Like I was a review that I think didn't think was coming. That he said, yeah, but then I stopped to think about it, and it literally makes zero sense. Like just the double crosses and whatnot is so fucking retarded, but people like it because it's subversive.
The Kira character with the double backstab only to re-betray Han.
Yeah, it's a really fucking retarded scene. I still don't get it. I have no clue how it works.
The idea that Han Solo's plan involved him being taken at gunpoint. And that Vision's plan to double-cross their double-cross involved letting them take guns into the room and just pretending that he didn't know they had them.
It just makes sense, don't question it. You're just nitpicking. It's Star Warsy as hell, dude.
I'm sorry.
This movie is just basically an Uncharted game in space. I just want a Star Wars movie.
Well,
I haven't played Uncharted. I can only pray to God that it is better than this horrible movie.
It is.
This is nothing like. This is nothing like fucking Uncharted, alright? Like, Uncharted is actually fucking good for one.
What a retarded statement.
Oh man.
Like
the
Uncharted.
PS5, please just become available so I can play the PS4 exclusives.
PS5 arrived this week, so, you know.
I'll go ahead, show off already.
I know it did, Marcus. Dude, I went to GameStop on like the night before Black Friday. Dude, legit 9 p.m. There was a line of like 10 people waiting for like the 2 like PS5s that were like waited that like were promised by GameStop if you arrived there. They were literally gonna camp out all night. That's how like insane some people are to get this thing. It's
Jesus.
Just, I don't know when I'll be able to get mine since I didn't pre-order.
Yeah, but Sony said that they like restocked the retailers in like mid-December, like December 18th. So that's probably when most people are gonna get it.
I totally don't have one.
Of course, you just.
Me and Jeb just flexing on you, park people.
I still hate how you changed the group chat name to PS5 Gang plus 10. That's just awful.
I'm sorry, Tin, but it's just, you know, true.
Screw you.
F in the chat for 10. Okay. Uncharted in space. Let's do this.
Yes.
Movies to be fun adventure movies. That's all I want, man. And it's so hard to get it sometimes. I also love the writing in this movie. The script is pretty good for the most part. It helps the actors put on convincing.
Wait, what?
That face that Donald Glover is making is my face. Unfortunately, it doesn't have so much blue haze on it like the rest of the movie does.
Oh, this is so dark on my screen, dude. I can barely see his face. But, you know.
Donald Glover there just be like, this shit don't make sense.
That's a perfect reaction for a Cosmonaut to say, like, for fuck's sake. I also really like the writing. It's very good for the most part. Okay, Cosmonaut. Whatever you say, but...
Performances. Some of the line delivery in this movie is pretty good.
A little something I picked up from my pal Needles.
How is that good? That seems so bad. It seems really fucking bad, and I don't even remember the context.
Street racer in all Corellia.
That's so flat.
Till he crashed. And
Look,
died.
This is so embarrassing.
This is so
He's
bad.
all like hopping up and down in his seat. He's like, this is so exciting. And I'm moving up and down in my seat. And it's just, it just screams that like he's like, okay. Ron Howard's on set and he's like talking to Alden and he's like, hey. He's like delivering his lines. He's like, hey, can you move up and down in your seat to make it look like you're going through turbulence?
Cosmo wouldn't know what good writing, what good acting was if he fucking slapped it in his face. Like, it's so... Cosmo is so retarded.
The actors in this movie have that electric charisma. The action is good.
His obsession with charisma is insane, man. He's like, I need the actors to be charismatic. It's like, dude, then just watch movies with charismatic actors. I don't know what to tell you.
as hell, and this movie has one of the best and most underrated Star Wars soundtracks of all time.
I don't remember a single track.
It really doesn't. It's like people cite a couple of them, man. It's like there's some decent stuff every now and again, man, but it's really generic.
Okay, like for one track that I think is actually any good is like the one that plays from the Kessel Run. Because that's like, it's like a bunch of classic stuff and it's like all nostalgic, and that's the only reason. Like that's it. Like it's not underrated. It's not good at all. It's just meh.
And seriously, dude, people do not understand. Most people who are movie reviewers do not understand how to critique movie soundtracks. Like seriously, you want fantastic reviews of movie soundtracks? Watch Sideways. That's a fantastic YouTube channel. But most people just are like, the music is really good and underrated. And then they play a clip. It's like, I love this Star Wars soundtrack. It's like, okay, then you're gonna go into any more detail than that? It's like, no, I guess not. Okay.
It's mainly about the music's application towards the scene that they seem to ignore.
I really don't understand why people are so hard on this movie when it is just so fun and harmless.
Harmless, but like Hunt's character is really fucking destroyed by this film.
Lando,
Even Lando
being pansexual.
They even fucking destroyed
having a sexual relationship with this droid.
They even fucking destroyed the Millennium Falcon. They made the Millennium Falcon and you have the droid inside it. Like you even ruin the fucking ship. It's so retarded. Like it isn't inoffensive. Not at all.
It's not harmless because it made me want to self-harm.
Talk about it more. Again, I already kind of reviewed it, so go watch that if you want more. So 8 out of 10, a good Star Wars. Now it's time for the bad one.
Oh, the bad one, okay.
Oh boy, here we go.
8 out of 10?
By the way...
You gave Force Awakens an 8 out of 10 and you criticised that.
But I don't know.
Yeah,
I find it funny that he says that Rise of Skywalker is the bad one when he gives it a 6 out of 10, which is the same as he gave to fucking Rogue One.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm probably gonna head out here now. Like I think we've gone through a lot of this, and I'm sure like you guys won't have any problem with the Rise of Skywalker. So I have other things that I need to attend to.
Yeah, no problem. It's been really fun having you.
Yeah, dude, it was great to be on. Like, glad to have properly guested, and yeah, this is a lot of fun, dude.
Yeah, always welcome to come on again.
Indeed.
I will catch you guys next time.
Bye.
Take care, man.
See ya.
Okay, now I gotta make up for being one of the blue people here. So let's do this.
The Rise of Skywalker is not very good. This movie is so fucking strange. Also, I don't actually have the footage from this movie because it just came out, so you're gonna have to watch the stream footage of me playing Star Wars games. Okay, I'm not gonna go. Oh, fucking Christ. Now, before I went to see this movie, I was pretty worried because the reviews were not good. But you know what? The truth is, I am the biggest Star Wars shill. I will watch...
Yeah, we noticed for the past 32 minutes and 8 seconds.
Anything and find a way to have fun. And when I watch this movie...
You say that, but you fucking can't have fun with the prequels, while you say the sequels are better, but whatever.
I saw exactly why people don't like it. But I also kind of had fun. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I guess I could say I had fun. Like, I was watching it with a friend, and we were just laughing during the entire film in the movie theater. And, like, people weren't even, like, angry at us. They were just laughing that we were laughing, because that film was so bad. Like, except for one person who tried to start clapping after the film ended, but nobody joined him. That was funny as fuck.
Just the fact that my family actually unironically likes this film just makes me wanna.
I knew the leaks going in, so all my friends were looking at me when I facepalmed all confused. I was like, "Good luck."
I was basically the same thing because I knew the leaks, and I was telling my friend after I think it was the scene. I think it was the scene where Rey is pulling the prisoner ship down, and my friend was like, "This is so fucking bad." I was like, "Dude, just you wait." And then like the lightning came out, and he was like, "Dude, what the fuck?" And then by the end, like he said, like at the end, he was fucking awful. And then he was like, "Oh, thank God, it's almost over." It's like, dude, it's gonna get worse. And the way she says, Ray Skywalker, he just fucking lost his mind. It was really fun, because I knew what wasn't gonna happen already. So, the film is so bad. But let's see what the Cosmonaut says about it.
It's dumb as fuck, and I sure as hell would prefer if it was better. But I think I'm just in this abusive relationship with Star Wars where I've been hurt so many times that I don't care anymore. So to start things off, let's talk about what I actually liked. I'm gonna start off by saying that I actually really like the relationship between Rey, Finn, and Poe.
For what's there, yeah, sure, but it's never developed.
Like, that's just it seems like it's where we'd get after 2 films of development, but we just arrive there without any development at all. Like I mentioned earlier, the when you skip a bunch of time with the time gap, like they just skip 1 year and they say, yeah, they're friends now, but like you can't just do that. We need to see that. It's a really unearned if you don't just say they're friends now instead of showing it.
First movie where we get to see them all hanging out and going on adventures, and I love it. People say they hate the first chunk of this movie where they're on the
everything about this movie, but okay.
Scavenger hunt, but I kind of love this shit. Also, some people have complained about the fact that our heroes argue with each other too much, but I kind of like
What? They argue with each other once, twice, I don't know.
I don't care if you like it. Tell us if it's well written. I don't give a shit if you like it. Good for you. Enough with the I like. People keep saying this thing, but I like it. People keep saying this, but it's never bothered me.
Yeah, it's such a pointless video if you just keep saying the same shit over and over and over.
You might as well just start each conversation and then just...
You cut off there.
You might as well just... I said, you might as well just start saying, hey, The Rise of Skywalker, then give it a number and then move on to the next topic, because you're saying just as many substantial things.
Yeah, pretty much, because like if you just say, yeah, I like that, I dislike this, it's just, you need to substantiate what you say.
that they're stressed out, and it adds an interesting dynamic to the group. Realistically, why would Rey and Poe get along? They wouldn't. They're completely different people.
How do you know? What's Rey's personality?
How do you know? We don't know how they get on because we've not seen them in a scene before.
It's just... it's a weird...
And
how do
the
you say
idea
that
the idea that they argue and disagree gets thrown out the window anyway.
Yeah, like they disagree once and that's it. And it's like a retarded disagreement as well.
They'd be like... Yeah, it's a very dumb disagreement to begin with, and then they have the scene where they decide they need to go get Chewie, and despite the fact Poe said previously when they had 8 hours of time arbitrarily remaining that they wouldn't go back to base because they don't have time, he'd just be like, okay, let's rescue Chewbacca now. There's no time to discuss options and what would be the best choice based on what each character believes, because there isn't fucking time. Because they gotta get through the scavenger hunt and move on to the next thing. It'd be the perfect time for the characters to have a disagreement over who's correct on whether they get Chewie rescued now or not, but they don't have that discussion despite the film opening up with them having an argument over something so fucking stupid. Like, Rey gets mad at Poe for light speed skipping the Falcon, despite the fact that she understands what light speed skipping is and isn't concerned by the fact that Poe was forced to do it. You'd think by sheer virtue of her knowing that Poe knows he shouldn't and did it anyway, that they were probably in some danger, and she shows no cause for concern about that. And neither does Poe say, oh, we're fine, thanks for asking, implying that he doesn't care if Rey was worried or not. That's the takeaway, whether they intended it or not, and then it's dropped for the rest of the film. And the next time we see them, they hug. It's like, what? Why?
Because, I don't know, because they...
Feelings.
Yeah, they wanted the Return to the Jedi ending, to have everyone be happy, whatever.
Like these characters.
Oh, start over.
No.
That been me. I Man, watched again, I think was dragging it, so I just opened the thing again. I think we're at like 30 minutes, I think. So we're in
Realistically,
there.
why would Ray and
Again,
Poe
again,
get along?
again,
They
apologies.
wouldn't.
My
They're
bad.
completely different people. I really like these characters in theory. I enjoy Poe and Finn and Ray, but the movie unfortunately doesn't use them properly. I also really liked C3.
And how do you... Okay. That's just... In the other two films, he also doesn't use them properly, but whatever. Like, he even admitted that Finn and TLJ and TROS is fucking awful, but whatever.
3PO in this movie, which is weird, but I like that he gets a big role in this one, and it actually kind of pays off. He also has some of the best humorous scenes in the movie.
That I agree, he's funny, but I don't really like the way he was included.
Has some of the best humorous scenes in the movie. As a whole, I'd say that this movie nailed the jokes for me, and that's another thing that a lot of people...
They fly now? They fly now? Yes, great joke.
Will disagree with me on, but you can tell that they toned the humor down a lot. The humor was mostly...
Really? I thought wow. I really disagree. I think that it has way more humor in this film. I just think it's better executed because for some reason they were able to write C-3PO to be funny. But just, wow, I really disagree that they toned down the humor. Like, this film seems to be like the silliest one of the trilogy.
Appropriately and actually pretty funny. And I love that the finale doesn't have a lot of jokes in it. I think the only one I can think of is when Kylo Ren jumps on that chain and he says, ow. And that was a little...
His last line, by the way. Last line of dialogue before he dies. I want to go out with a line like that, not gonna lie.
Was a little weird, but that was like the only joke in the whole last third of the movie. The performances in this movie are also pretty good.
He says that, but the color shrugging.
Doesn't Kylo Ren... Yeah, I was just about to say he does a little shruggy.
Yeah, that is a joke, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's meant to be.
It is. It's meant to be a reference to Han doing that.
The same way's been. But the problem is that while the performances are fine, the script is really bad. Yes,
How do you give a 6 out of 10 to a film you just said the script is really bad?
Actors have their charisma intact, but the lines they say in this movie...
Actually, I actually disagree with it. I think the acting in this film is the worst in the entire trilogy. Like, it seems like everyone was just not caring anymore. Everyone wasn't giving a fuck. So it's like, it seems so... Every actor was like, whatever, let's just get this over with. Like, how do you say there's charisma? Like, it seemed... Everything seems so forced, so out of place.
Charisma, quote, is a compelling charm and inspired devotion in others. That is the definition for charisma. So when you use it in this context, I have no idea what you mean. Who are they inspiring? How are they doing it? Where is the charm? What is their charm? Just saying charisma doesn't mean anything. It's a buzzword. Please elaborate, because I'm just hearing a fart noise when you say that. The characters...
Is this like the Star Wars version of arrogance? It's just
yeah.
Cosmonaut's version of arrogance is just charisma.
Are awful. This script is honestly one of the worst I've ever heard in Star Wars. The first half of this movie is just characters spewing exposition or saying some really corny
I thought you said
shit.
you liked the first act of this movie.
Yeah, he actually did say that. And he says that, but he gave the film a 6 out of 10. How? Just how?
Every time you might see something good in this movie.
I knew Cosmonaut had an issue sticking to points he's made and positions, but God, I didn't think it was this bad.
Cosmonaut is awful. I'm really embarrassed that I share a name with him.
Like, I like him as a person. I think he'd be, a swell guy, sort of thing. I just... If he could be a bit more direct and detailed and stick to a position.
If he had some integrity in them.
Doing exposition or saying some really corny shit. Every time you might see something good in this movie, something dumb will happen right after. And that's the problem with this movie. There is so much shit happening that you barely...
I don't know, he doesn't substantiate anything. It's super weird.
That you barely have time to breathe. When I watched this movie the first time, I legitimately forgot most of the stuff that happened. This is a pretty...
Jesus. That's... Okay, that's weird. But yeah, the pacing of the film is really fucking awful. The pacing is really bad.
I forgot most of things.
Well, he says that he can't understand the plot through Phantom Menace or Attack of the Clones or whatever. So, like, he clearly has a hard time watching films like a normal person.
Cool scene at the beginning of the movie where Poe skips through hyperspace, and I forgot about it until I saw it the second time. The one word I would use to describe this movie is overwhelming, and that is not in a good way.
But yeah, I agree. Like, there's so much shit going on at the same time. They're trying to set up stuff so they can pay off in the same film because, like, Rian Johnson didn't leave anything to work with. So yeah, it really is overwhelming. They're trying to pack a lot of stuff into 2.5 hours.
Works in this movie's favor sometimes. Like, the movie can show you something really dumb, but right after that, something new happens and you forget it.
Yeah, I actually think this. I actually agree with that. Like, the film, it just moves on so quick from the retardation that it's just like, yeah, you don't pay enough attention. Like, you're gonna miss a lot of stuff if you just watch it.
I just wish he was providing an example.
Yeah, true. Yeah, like, he doesn't substantiate any fucking point. Like, he's been almost 35 minutes of this video and he hasn't substantiated basically anything.
About it more than once and actually stop to think, shit stops making sense real quick. Right from the beginning, we have the new worst title crawl in all of Star Wars. Remember when I said that I don't like when the title crawl tells us all the important stuff that happened off screen? Yeah, well, that's basically this entire title crawl.
Wait, what? But isn't that the point of the title crawl? The title crawl is your world build. You're just saying, this is what happened between one film and the other.
We're going to say this and not acknowledge the title crawl.
Sorry, you cut off there.
We're gonna say this with a straight face and not acknowledge the title. In The Force Awakens.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for some reason he just likes the title crawl. I'm pretty sure in his video he says like
Luke Skywalker has vanished.
I'm pretty sure he says in his TFA video like oh, Star Wars is back after you just like start reading the title crawl, but like the title crawl is so fucking bad.
That sounds like some pretty important stuff we've missed. There's a story. Skywalker's vanished. All sounds like a big deal. And we skip it. So, does that apply to your metric as well, Cosmonaut?
But I don't know, that applies to his metric is so fucking flip-floppy.
Palpatine comes back to life off screen. We never learn how he came back to life, and I think that it's kind of important.
Luke Skywalker disappears off screen. He runs away to hide on an island to die off screen. Han and Leia's child turns to the dark side and raises
and they get separated, and Han regresses to his character just at the beginning of A New Hope. Like, all of that stuff happens off screen.
The Empire is resurrected off screen. They've built a giant Death Star Part 3 off screen. Snoke appeared and did things to cause the world building to revert this way, all off screen. The simple way of looking at it is a massive reset, which gives the label of the very start of the sequel trilogy being pretty damn lazy or insulting based on how much you valued what happened at the end of the original trilogy. If it's bad in episode 9, then the start of episode 7, the start of the sequel trilogy, suffers just as bad.
Yeah, I'm just tired at this point. 16 minutes still to go, fucking hell.
To show us, because the last time we saw him, he exploded. Plus, Palpatine's plan and motivations make no fucking sense in this movie. He changes his mind like 7 times. First, he wants Kylo Ren to kill Rey. But then, he wants Rey to come to his spooky castle and kill him so he can possess her body. And then, he decides to just suck her soul like a fucking Dementor and regain his powers that way?
Yeah, but because, like, Dyad or whatever the fuck, like, it's super fucking retarded.
I do want to point out in inaccuracy, he still does want Rey to kill him, despite that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, if she kills him, he can go. If she kills him, he goes into her body, and then boom, he like, that's it.
And then she kills him, and
then
that doesn't
he goes
happen.
into her body.
Yeah.
Bro, why do that from the fucking start? Rey even being his granddaughter is the dumbest shit I've ever heard, because you guys know that I really liked that she was a nobody.
Yep.
They wouldn't have Palpatine's granddaughter if you guys didn't spend the last 2 years making YouTube videos complaining about this. So was
it's
it
our
worth
fault,
it?
is it?
The
I'm sorry. What?
Fuck you. Nah.
Yes, it's our fault. Just yeah, the film ruins this. The film makes this character be not make sense at all in this universe, and fucking ruins the rest of the universe by proxy. But yes, it's our fault that we wanted something that made sense. I apologize, Cosmonaut.
Don't you think the guy that started Rey's character and is now given the responsibility, the unenviable task of finishing this trilogy, now that someone has interjected and threw out his initial ideas, wanted to actually revert back to the ideas he had? How do we not know that this was the plan all along for JJ, and that Ryan came in halfway through and meddled? We can't know, and neither can you. You have no idea how much influence people did or did not have, and this is the same person that says that we have no influence whatsoever. And yet somehow we made this massive change in the last trilogy because we didn't like the idea of Rey being nobody. Do we hold all the cards or not?
It's
Please explain to me just how powerful I am. Lack of power efficiently.
like if we were that powerful, like the Rise of Skywalker wouldn't have fucking Palpatine. Like that's the last thing everyone wanted. It ruins the rest of the universe. Like it ruins Anakin's sacrifice. It's so bad.
And if anything, it's at least something of Rey's. The idea that she struggles with this conception that she's related to someone quite evil, and how that might cause other people to perceive her and how she perceives herself, that's something interesting in comparison to her parents were nobody, and that's it. That's where the conversation ends. Go off into the world with your huge array of talents and no backstory.
The sequel trilogy makes me depressed.
Worst twist in all of Star Wars, written by Reddit. But you know what?
Written by what? Reddit.
It was written by J.J. Abrams.
They didn't write it. They just found it out before the film came out.
It was written by the guy who wrote Save Martha, dude. Like, what did you expect? And just like, no one wanted this. Like, everyone was saying, like, the only thing they can still ruin is Anakin. And Anakin's sacrifice. And they fucking did it. They brought back Palpatine and fucking ruined him. It's so stupid.
Much of a fucking Star Wars shill that I still went along with it. I accepted it. I figured, you know what, fine. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen, but I'm along for the ride.
That's very noble of you, Cosmonaut.
You know what he did? He pretended it's what he wanted and saw how he felt. You know?
Yeah.
It's smart to do that.
Alright, I don't give a shit. I'm buckled in. And honestly, it could have been handled worse. I actually really like Rey in this movie, all things considered. And while I think that the whole plotline is dumb as shit, I do like that we get to see her deal with some internal conflict.
What? Yeah, the one that just comes out of fucking nowhere.
Internal conflict that wouldn't have existed if they had stuck to the Rey as nobody thing. So is it good, or was this a good writing decision or a bad writing decision? Now I'm confused.
Cosmo.
Cosmo, please remember what you said 5 seconds ago.
Really liked seeing Rey struggle in this movie. I like that at one point she's just so fucking tired that she can't even beat Kylo Ren in a fight.
Yeah, it's fucking retarded. It's fucking stupid. She beats Kylo Ren in TFA without any training whatsoever fucking ever. But in
no, this time she feels tired. It's fine.
Yeah, she's kind of tired, kind of sleepy. Yeah.
She's dozy.
Fuck.
A little bit grumpy.
Enjoy that this movie takes a lot out of her. Hell, she fucking dies at the end.
Yeah, but she is brought back by a power that was introduced literally just for that. Like the episode a day earlier for the Mandalorian, they had for fucking force healing. Like that's so fucking overt.
And then, because she can do it and save people from near death, and you know, there's no repercussions. And then Kylo does it, and he kills himself because reasons.
Because why the fuck not?
Why not? Fuck it.
I've never say she's a Mary Sue, but it's nice to see her face some new trials in this movie. However,
what?
But doesn't she kill Palpatine by holding out a lightsaber and walking forward?
No, she kills Palpatine by holding out two lightsabers.
By 2 lightsabers.
Oh shit! Sorry, I stand corrected.
Yes. So you are now proven wrong. She's not a Mary Sue.
I mean, she's fucking levitating in this film.
Wounds. Ahsoka dies off screen, by the way.
Yeah, apparently so. Unless they're gonna kill her in The Mandalorian, which I seriously doubt.
I don't even know anymore. They could do whatever the fuck.
I mean, who's gonna kill her? Is she gonna die of old age?
I don't know.
Die of sadness.
She'll die of sadness.
Die of a broken heart.
It's like, oh, Anakin's dead. Oh, I die.
Oh, that's two women that were dead because of that. That's sad.
Well, but
You
no,
get to look at dead women.
Rey in this film is more powerful than ever, I'm sorry to say. The fact that the film arbitrarily makes her lose to Kylo for the first time is neither here nor there when she's healing wounds, she's teleporting stuff across large gaps of time and space because they've got the Tizzy Force call thing.
Remember her first scene in the film?
Yeah, she's levitating.
She's levitating and then she just does a backflip in the air and just sighs frustratedly. Amazing scene.
And she could channel all the Jedi in her. Not even Anakin could do that, but she can.
Of course, because she's a granddaughter of Palpatine. It makes sense.
And Anakin will jump into Rey when she needs a pep talk, but not Kylo Ren. When Kylo Ren's being deceived by a fake Anakin voice.
Nor Luke, when Luke's kind of like
neither of them went, "Hey, Kylo, this isn't true. You're being deceived. Here, I'm actually your blood relative. Let me guide you." They let that happen.
And now we know Force Ghosts can affect the universe. I don't know what's stopping them.
The sequels are so bad.
Remember, Yoda could just kill Palpatine. He's a Force Ghost.
Why? Like, apparently, people in chat are saying that Ahsoka isn't necessarily dead. That David Filoni made some art about it.
Yeah. When Rise of Skywalker, he said that she isn't actually dead.
I don't give it.
Not help me.
I'm gonna be frank. I don't give a shit what he says. What's happening then? Randomly, she gets the Force sucked out.
If I know, I can't look into old Davy's mind.
It just the thing that comes to mind, like just as in like instinctual, is just why doesn't she just help then if she's alive? But whatever, that's like more external problem with just the mainline films. Then Ahsoka doesn't exist until she does because they brought her to Rise of Skywalker. But yeah.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing?
I hate that her story is the only one that matters here. If you're not a Jedi or a Sith, then you are basically not in this movie. The whole emotional core of this movie revolves around Rey, Kylo, Palpatine, and Leia to some extent. All of these regular, non-Force sensitive people just don't matter at all. Nobody else in the whole movie has an interesting character arc. And this
No one in the movie has an interesting character arc. Take that else away. No one in the film has an interesting character arc. You could even say no one in the film has a character arc. You could also say that.
No character in this film has any character.
That as well.
The thing is, he's saying that it doesn't give a shit about anyone else, but it tries something with Poe and Finn.
Yeah, like Finn has the stuff with this woman. What's her name? Jana or something like that. The stormtrooper people.
Like Gianna, I think she's called, and like Lando Jr.
It's not really a character arc though.
No,
He talks to her for a scene.
It seems like they want to do something, but they just they didn't have the time to do it. Like everything in this film, to be honest.
This is most offensive in the case of Finn. Finn is supposed to be our other main character, and he's so underused in this trilogy. He goes from having one of the most complete character arcs in the first...
Alright, we already argued against that, whatever.
If he's underused, how can his character...
I guess he just thinks his character arc was complete by TFA, and then they had to do a different character arc after that? Or, I don't know.
It's not, though. It's groundwork for something interesting, and
they shit the bed 5 minutes later because TFA is fucking awful as well.
They skipped a bunch of developmental stuff for Finn, and besides...
First movie to getting nothing for 2 movies in a row. In this one, it's heavily implied that he's Force sensitive, but they don't do anything with it. Then he meets a character who also abandoned the First Order, and they don't do anything with it.
Yeah,
I could write a 3-movie Finn story arc with my fucking eyes closed and my hands tied behind my back. You have so many opportunities with him, and it drives me crazy that he's wasted this badly. They did my...
I agree. It's such an interesting concept to work with, and then they just fuck it up in TFA, and then even more in TOJ, and then even more in TROS. So yeah, I agree. Like, the way they did it is fucking terrible, and I can't believe they fucked it up so bad.
They did my boy so dirty. And then we have Poe, who only has an arc in The Last Jedi, and then spends this whole movie just driving the fucking spaceships for the other characters. There's one...
Yeah, but he's a spice runner. Isn't that interesting? Or at least he used to be a spice runner. Isn't that interesting?
Which is technically contradictory to the canon, because he was always a rebel fighter, so they can't even get their own canon right.
I mean...
maybe he was a spice runner before he joined the rebels.
Maybe he was just doing one as a hobby and the other one as a full-time job.
And also, he actually saw a jump trooper before TRS, so that whole life fly now thing is a bollocks.
Yeah.
Point where they kind of argument, and Finn says something that kind of cuts to his core, and he's a little sad about it, but then they get over it and they're friends again, so, I don't know, fuck me, I guess. Rose is apparently in this movie. She only has 2 fucking lines because people bullied her so hard that Disney was too cowardly to let her do anything.
Oh, it's our fault again, is it?
No one bullied her, but okay.
It's our fault.
Cosmonaut just, he said during his CRJ review that he thought she was awful anyway, so... whatever, we already addressed how, this is fucking retarded, let's just move on. I'm really getting pissed off at this video, I just want it to end.
I didn't bully anyone, did you?
I did.
No.
I hate fucking Asian people, fucking degenerates.
Right. Wow. That's gonna be taken out of context in future.
Well, there's worse things that I've said in the server, so I guess this is fine.
Yeah.
Plus you have a tendency to say retard a lot on this podcast.
Well,
yeah, retards.
I mean, there are 2 retards here with me, so I guess I can say it, pretty fine.
Are you implying that I'm one of the retards?
Yes, of course.
No, I'm a faggot.
Oh, so you're a faggot retard?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So is Jeff.
Yeah, I'm getting confused now.
So we have 2 faggot retards. That's good. If we ever get monetized, this video isn't gonna get monetized. No fucking way. Anyway, getting back to this amazing video.
Charlie from Lost has more lines than Rose.
Charlie from Lost. I thought he was gonna mention for
Pippin.
Yeah, for Pippin from Blood of the Rings, but whatever.
Not lying. I counted. We have these Knights
Congratulations, you know how to count.
of Ren guys who are basically the new General Grievous because they come out of nowhere without any explanation, and
I mean, they don't come out of nowhere. They were set up in TFA, and then TRJ were like, "Kylo, Knights of Ren."
Also,
Ooh.
comparing them
Just,
to General Grievous is very generous because General Grievous is actually it's a character that has some impact on the plot.
I mean, I actually don't think General Grievous is bad at all, especially if you watch the 2D.
He captures Palpatine, which is the kickstart of the Revenge of the Sith, and his death marks the end of the Clone Wars, and thus Chancellor Palpatine is forced to give up his emergency powers, which kickstarts the third act of the film.
Yeah, he's quite important.
He's actually quite important, despite having a small amount of screen time.
I actually like Grievous in the prequels, even like ignoring the 2D Clone Wars. But if you add the 2D Clone Wars, then he's just a really interesting character.
But you cannot say that about the Knights of Ren. They show up, they don't really do anything.
Like in the first film, they were set up. In the second film, they don't show up, and then the third film, they show up and stand around, and that's it. Like it's just super retarded.
Yeah, they don't. They stand around for a bit. I think they report that the characters of Rey, Finn, and Poe have been located on Kijimi, which could have been done by any stormtrooper, and then they disappear for a while and then fight Kylo at the third act for no reason that I can understand.
And then they die.
And then they die. There you go. They have no bearing on the story. It's very disingenuous to even say they're anywhere near as good as Grievous.
Weren't they employed to be people that were studying under Luke as well?
Maybe, but we don't fucking know. We know nothing about them. They are the Golden Company of the Star Wars universe. They're about as useful as the Golden Company in Game of Thrones. From a writing standpoint, they are bizarre.
Brilliant.
They're just an entity.
I'm an idea.
only exist to give the character a cool fight scene. We have this really cool flashback where we see young Luke and Leia training, and
it's not cool, but whatever.
It's not that cool.
Kind of enjoyed this scene until I realized that it doesn't make any sense. Because in this scene, we learn that Leia had
Then how do you enjoy any other film here that you mentioned? Like, if you just... I enjoyed it until I realized it doesn't make any sense. And then with Solo, he's just like, well, there's a lot of dumb shit, but none of it makes the film bad, except for one. That's such a retarded standard. Like, yeah, I agree with you, that scene is fucking bad. It could be enjoyable until you realize how it makes zero fucking sense. But, like, me agreeing with you here doesn't mean you're right, because your standard is so inconsistent that you're contradicting yourself, you moronic fucking retard.
a premonition. She became a Jedi, her son would die. So she doesn't become a Jedi, and her son dies anyway. This whole movie is just structured.
Yeah, she says, like, if I finish my journey, my son will die. And then she's like, I want Rey to finish my journey. And it's just, what? Are you retarded? Whatever.
Structured so badly. Like, this is the kind of movie that feels like it was written by 500 people. This movie also has 4 fake-out death scenes. If it had
those are
one,
awful.
I would be kind of annoyed. If it had 2, I would be pretty upset. If it had 3, I would be furious. But
Okay, we
4
fucking get it.
really is the magic number, because now it's just fucking hilarious. First, Chewbacca fake dies, and at first, I thought it was real. I fully expected this.
That scene was so bad. It doesn't even make sense how Chewie
not
doesn't
believe-
die. It's so retarded.
I did not believe that they would kill off Chewbacca for an instant, because unlike all the other characters, they can keep Chewie forever. They just get another tall guy in a suit.
Yeah. Yeah, just, I knew because of the leaks,
He
but
will
it was
be
like, it was so
infinite
funny to see.
An infinite Disney marketing ploy walking around Disneyland.
Which is kind of why they don't kill R2-D2 or C-3PO either. They just revert back to their normal
Exactly.
states. They just can't be there forever. Like you just can't get an Anthony Daniels impersonator, then that's it, and then C-3PO is good. But one thing that I find funny was when Chewie died. My friend who was watching with me, he was like, "Wait, you fucking killed Chewie?" I was like, "No, dude, wait a minute." And then just like 1 or 2 minutes later, he's just fine. He's like, "Oh, fuck off! Why did you fucking pretend he's just dead?"
He's pretending he's dead for all of like 2 minutes.
It's so
He's
stupid.
like, "Oh, he's fine. Gotcha, lol."
And she didn't feel him alive.
Oh yeah, the fact that Rey can also sense Chewie's alive when they're at Kijimi and she looks up at the Star Destroyer, but she couldn't sense that back on the Sand Planet, and she can't sense that once they're actually in the Star Destroyer either. They have to go and ask for directions.
And they never see the second ship either take off.
Or land, yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that they capture Chewie round the Knights of Ren see Chewie climb down the rock to go get Rey, and obviously they must report it to the stormtroopers because they captured Chewbacca, but they didn't think to look atop the rock where Chewie came from, knowing full well that the Wookiee was with a bigger group of people and maybe they're hiding in the ship.
Such a good film.
Such a good film that made you blind.
It would make more sense if the Knights of Ren weren't there, because they disappear for the rest of the scene. They don't grab Finn, despite the fact he yells to Rey across the desert. They don't grab Poe when the engines of the ship start up, which are blaringly obvious, and no one goes to approach Rey in that scene either. It's like they might as well not be there, which they almost aren't anyway. How's that for a description on the Knights of Ren?
I'd say that's pretty spot on. But a better description is Knights of Ren? Ghouls. Anyway.
This movie to be that it would unceremoniously kill Chewbacca off screen. I really had that little faith in this movie. But then he comes back after 2 scenes. And then C-3PO gets a fake out death. I say death because his memory wipe basically serves as a self-sacrifice. It's presented as the death of a character, but no, he gets his memory back and he's just back to normal. And then Kylo Ren gets a fake-out death where Rey stabs him and then just heals him right afterwards.
Yeah, that scene is fucking awful. The choreography and everything. It's probably one of my least favorite scenes in the entire...
The choreography is not bad. There's like 80 different cuts, which means it's good.
Oh, okay.
Quote from whoever it was, someone stupider than Cosmonaut.
Well, that's hard to find, to be perfectly honest.
88.
And then Rey gets a fake out death when she dies fighting Palpatine. This movie is just so fucking manipulative. And these last 2 deaths are fixed with the same plot device. In this movie, we can just use the Force to bring people back to life. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't mind when we see the Force used in new ways, but I mind when the Force is just treated like fucking plot magic. This movie...
I'm sorry, Space Leia.
He actually didn't even mention that in this video.
I wonder why.
I'm trying to think if I can think of any inconsistencies with, like, any contradictions with what he says. Because, like, he doesn't like when it's used as, like, just like Force magic. But didn't he like the way it was used in TLJ to, like, rescue people by the end in the cave? So that seems pretty contradictive, I'd say. Well, whatever. It's Cosmonaut, he always contradicts himself.
Has too much force. Palpatine shoots a fucking Kamehameha wave into the sky to destroy the hero's spaceships. This movie demystifies the Force so much. And honestly, after this movie, I don't want to see any more fucking Jedi for a while. I feel like this movie uses the Force to solve problems way too often. Oh, they need to destroy the enemy signal tower, but they don't know where it is. That's okay.
Really?
Finn uses the Force to sense which ship it's on.
Oh yeah, it's so retarded. It's like the second time he says a feeling, right? Oh no, it's Rey who says that she has a feeling when she senses the fucking dagger. Great writing, though.
Oh, we need to turn Kylo Ren into a good guy. That's okay. Leia's gonna use the Force to tell him to chill out. Oh no, Rey has been defeated.
I mean, it's more him forgiving himself afterwards, but yeah.
That's okay. She's gonna use the Force to get all of the dead Jedi to motivate her to get up and keep fighting. And then when she dies, they use the Force to just bring her back to life. I wouldn't mind these things individually. In a vacuum, this is all fine. But this movie uses the Force to explain everything that
I mean, for using Force healing, just even if they did it once, it's not fine. It breaks a lot of stuff with the universe. Like, it's a really big fucking problem for the universe, the fact that they can Force heal when no one has used it before. Especially when you think about the last episode of Mandalorian, when they said that the Baby Yoda was fucking trained. And then you could argue, well, that's how he knows Force healing. But then if the Jedi know about Force healing, then why didn't they use it in any other film? So, like, yeah, it's a really fucking retarded thing that these films try to do.
Happens.
Yeah.
It's so lazy and messy. The only thing in this movie that kind of works for me is Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren has the only arc that is carried through every movie. But the funny thing is that they clearly wanted to use Leia to bring him to the light side, but then Carrie Fisher died and they had no way of making it convincing. So he just gets stabbed and he sees Han and then he decides to be a good guy. I give it the benefit of the doubt considering how little they had to work with, but still, it's like every good thing in this movie is cursed to be a little disappointing. And honestly, it's not fair to say that The Last Jedi ruined this movie. This movie is flawed because 80% of it is devoted to trying to undo The Last Jedi, which is...
So that means that The Last Jedi did fuck it. What the hell? That is a retarded thing to say. But not only that, but yeah, The Last Jedi really fucked this film, but it's bad on its own as well. Like, it ruins a lot more stuff than it should. It could be really inoffensive trying to just continue on after TLJ. And it was like, no, let's fuck shit up even more.
It's just a cowardly thing to do. That's not The Last Jedi's fault. That's Disney's fault for thinking they have to make this reactionary Star Wars movie to make up for the movie that some people didn't like. If they just fucking went along with what that movie set up, then people wouldn't be upset.
The film set up nothing.
Star Wars should not be written by...
The film set up nothing. How are they gonna continue on? Whatever. Let's just fucking move on.
A committee. You actually need to plan out a 3-movie storyline. I am so fucking amazed and shocked that they didn't plan out the basic plot of all 3 movies.
Yeah, it's pretty baffling.
Who the fuck does that? Even George Lucas planned out the prequels. He didn't do a good job, but at least he knew how to write.
I'd say it's a pretty cohesive story when you just look at it in terms of like how it sets out to tell one story. It does it so pretty well. I wouldn't say he did it poorly. I think his planning for the prequels was actually pretty good.
Write the fucking synopsis down. Honestly, in some sick and twisted way, this is the most appropriate conclusion to the sequels. People have been arguing about these movies since they started, and now the last one is easily the most divisive because it has too much shit in it.
The most divisive? Most people agree that it's really bad. Like, it's really hard to find people that actually think TROS is good.
Yeah, TLJ is still the most divisive by far.
Yeah.
And if you can turn your brain off and just go along for the ride...
If you pretend it's what you want and then see how you feel...
This movie isn't that bad.
This movie isn't that bad. Yes, if you don't pay attention at how bad the film is, it really isn't that bad. So, you know.
Want a movie that actually wants to say something and has themes, then you are going to be upset. Personally, I ride the line between these two groups, and I would really like if Star Wars challenged me again and showed me new stuff, but I know I'm not always going to get that. This movie isn't the worst Star Wars movie ever. The prequels are still worse, but this one is definitely very low on the totem pole. 6 out of 10.
How do you give this a 6? How do you fucking give this a 6?
Fucking give this a 6.
Like,
it is. This film should pray to be as good as the prequel trilogy.
Yeah. And like, I'm pretty sure no one here is like a prequel apologist. Like, I'm pretty sure we all agree that the prequels aren't very good, like, are good at all. Yeah, I think like the first two are really bad, and the second one is like mediocre at best, like average. but like, those are like miles better than the fucking sequels, like way better. But whatever the fuck you say, Cosmonaut, just get this over with.
Well, all I'd say to Cosmonaut is if you turn your brain off, then the prequels are good, okay? Just do that. Just turn your brain off, like you said, and expect colours and interesting sounds and whatever the fuck you said that was stupid.
Just watch the prequels pretending it's what you wanted, and then boom.
Yeah, just pretend it's what you're interested in. Turn your brain off. You fuck.
So retarded. But because by that logic, everything is good. If you say just turn off your brain and it's a good film.
Just sit there, brain in hand, and look at the colours and cute animals.
Guys, so we talked about all of them. Now we gotta rank all of them. So let's go from worst to best, starting with Episode 1, The Phantom Man. Episode 1 is the lowest because I glean almost no enjoyment from it.
So it's subjective.
This is all subjective then. This has entirely been subjective. This isn't really a review talking about the films and quality then, is it? You didn't like it. Well, I say turn your brain off.
Yeah, if you turn your brain off, then the Phantom Menace is actually a really fun, good film.
Turn your brain. I can't do his voice. The nasally. I'm gonna talk like this kind of thing. I'm gonna say turn your brain off. Turn your brain off, and you'll. This movie's a lot of fun. I think you should enjoy it.
Fuck's sake.
Pod racing is only fun the first time you see it, and the final battle is just emotionally empty. I also, to this day, do not fully understand the plot. This movie is straight up poodoo. Episode 2, Attack of the Boys. The only reason Attack of the Clones is higher than Phantom Menace is because Attack of the Clones is hilarious. It just so happens that I can get a lot more enjoyment out of watching this with my friends. Both of these movies are honestly equal to me, and the only way I can place one higher than the other is by deciding which one doesn't put me to sleep. And I can't fall asleep if I'm laughing the whole time. Episode 3...
I like how he puts that clip as like an example of falling asleep, but like that's one of the best scenes in terms of acting from Hayden Christensen, but whatever.
Revengeance. Sorry guys, this movie still is not good. Honestly, a lot of people rank this one higher than they have any right to. I liked it when I was a kid.
Then they have any right to?
I mean, that's a retarded statement considering his stance.
You're gatekeep. You are gatekeeping where people get to rank this film. Do you fucking listen to yourself, Cosmonaut, or are you just embracing the meme that you have no brain in your head when you write these scripts?
Like, if it's all subjective anyway, then why...
Turn your brain off. Fuck it. That's the answer to everything. Look at the flashy sparks. Ooh.
Like he's fighting with 4 lightsabers. Isn't that cool? That's like it's one the most Star Warsy shit I've ever seen.
General Grievous might be the most interesting character in all of Star Wars now, and that's true because I fucking said it, and I'm not gonna qualify.
But it's not now. This movie is just as flawed as the other prequels.
No. God, no. No, it's far from being as bad as Attack of the Clones and Phantom Menace. Like, it's a lot better. Like, it's still not good, but it's still a lot better. And,
I mean, just in terms of frequency of issues, then yeah, I would say so. But you know it'd take me hours to list them all out.
Yeah, like
and long man bad. So
yes, of course. I mean, this video is 51 minutes long. It's a long man, so he's therefore wrong. So we have proved that we are correct. So we have won today's coverage. So thanks for watching.
We say, despite being 4 hours in now.
5 hours and 16 minutes, but yes.
Yeah.
Or 7 minutes to the end of this video. We can do this, guys. Come on.
Search your feelings. You know it to be true. Star Wars Rogue One, a Star Wars story.
No,
this is where we go from basically unwatchable
not.
movies to decent, if not edible. The next.
Okay.
Definitely not this low.
Then I guess he's gonna put TROS over it.
Over this?
Fucking
God
hell.
no. God no, Cosmonaut. Why? Oh Lord.
three movies are all kind of on the same level for me, and Rogue One is awesome in the last third, but everything else before that is really dumb and boring. The characters all have bad motivations, and you don't really like most of them. But that
I like him.
Yeah, how can it be
Well,
talking
there you go,
for
point
me?
defeated.
Yeah. I actually think Shiro is kind of interesting. I like him.
I love how he gatekeeps how we should think and feel about these things. This film is placed, place this film higher than it deserves to be. You don't like many of the characters. No, I do. And yes, I do choose to put Revenge of the Sith higher than you've placed it. You can't tell me otherwise. It's how I feel.
But you don't have the right to do it, though. You just said it. How dare you defy what it says?
Yes, I don't. I'm very sorry, people. I'd put both Revenge of the Sith and Rogue One above not only the first two prequel films, but the sequels and Solo. Easily.
Yeah, I mean, Revenge of the Sith is like a lot better than everything the sequels ever did, and I'd say it's kind of the same level.
I know
as
it
Rogue
sounds like he's. I know it sounds like he's doing this thing, and we say no, it's this thing. But I feel like we can make a cogent argument for the quality of the writing more than he could.
I mean, the thing is, he just doesn't substantiate anything. So, like, when he brought up points about these films, what we did was we paused the video when we talked about these flaws. We talk about how flawed the film is, and like we have references to back us up. He doesn't say anything. He just says, "Well, I kind of like this. This was kind of fun. The characters though, this is retarded. Oh, I hate this fucking review," and that's it. It's just like you don't understand why he likes it still. Like he made a 51-minute video. We're 44 minutes in. I still don't know exactly why he likes these films. He's just like, well, I have
People
fun.
say this, but it doesn't bother me. People say this, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
That last third is pretty good. Episode 9, Rise of Skyman. This movie is a fucking mess, but it's a crowd-pleasing mess. It was literally just made to try and piss off the least amount of people, and in that process we got a movie that you can never really love, but also never really hate.
No.
I hate this.
It pissed me off way more than TLJ. What the fuck are you saying?
I hate this film. What are you talking about?
Is he retarded? What the fuck?
Film made me go blind, so it's dead to me.
This is honestly, I don't think this film actually pleased anyone. No, at least not from what I've seen speaking to people across the internet.
I have a friend who watched it on like a pre-release, and he said it was amazing. But like I was talking to him yesterday, and he was like, "I don't think the Disney films are good anymore."
Oh, okay, cool.
At least he came around. It took a while though, but yeah.
Carried only by the fact that I actually genuinely love some of these characters and wish that they were in a better finale. Episode 6, Return of the Jam Band. Yes, I know I am always way too mean to this movie, but honestly, I just can't...
You.
Okay, so the thing is, I don't think it's a good film. I think Return of the Jedi has way too many problems. But really, are you going to be placing TLJ, TFA, Solo above this? Fuck off.
No. Just no, don't do this. This is like the most arbitrary list of I like these things. This is why it's a better film. Conflating the subjective take with the sentence or the statement that comes across as if it's fact. The objective statement with your subjective opinion. Flismtism, bism.
Stay awake while watching it. It is ranked higher though because it has a good emotional plot with Luke and Vader. That story is the best part by far. Episode 8, The Last Jedi is weird for me because sometimes I like it and sometimes I don't. And it just so happens that you guys caught me on a day when I like it. I really love the last half of this movie.
Fuck?
So basically he's saying what? So basically he's saying that if he reviewed this film like a week later, then it would be ranked differently?
So
like that's so fucking inconsistent, dude. What's your fucking standard?
If you were on your period, you wouldn't like this film, or what? I'm confused.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Catch Me on a Good Day. I like this film. Fuck it.
Cosmo, stop it.
Stop my brain.
this one part, and the story of Luke saves this movie so hard.
No,
for me.
it does
I
not.
think it's honestly done perfectly.
No.
This movie is
It saves it. It fucking saves it. What?
It's one of the biggest gripes people have.
It's genuinely the biggest issue with the film, and that film has a lot of issues. What? It saves it. Fucking no.
Cosmo, you're retarded.
No.
Fuck off.
actually trying to fucking say something different. It has flaws.
Wow, it's trying to say something different. Isn't that cool, guys? It's trying to say something fucking different. That's awesome. Does it do it well, though? No, that doesn't matter. It tries to, so, you know.
If The Last Jedi was a film, it's like, hey, Marcus, I never thought I'd say this, but wibble wibble wubba dibba 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 flibba dibba. And you're like, what? Oh, that's just something I never thought I'd say.
See? Well, it subverted my expectations.
But I have to give props to the only Star Wars movie that tried something new. Star Wars Solo, A Starman Story. I love this movie so fucking much, man. This movie and the next entry are almost tied for me, and this one's only lower because the brightness is too low and because they had to put Darth Maul in the movie for no reason.
Okay.
But aside from those things, I just have so much fun watching this movie. I put this one on all the time, and when I meet someone who doesn't watch a lot of Star Wars, I show them this movie, and they actually end up enjoying it a lot.
Good for you.
This is the kind of Star Wars
So
movie
that's
I-
kind of what, appeal to popularity? Is that what he's doing? Kind of?
Tickles your balls, doesn't it?
Wait, I'm confused. If this is subjective and it's his
Fucking face.
ideal Star Wars film, wouldn't this be number one? I don't understand.
I'm tired, confused, and a little bit depressed. I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
I'd say that summarizes everyone here, to be honest.
I love that face that Donald Glover's pulling right now. Can we? I'm gonna hang on. Don't move the thing. I'm gonna fucking get the snipping tool out.
Alrighty.
Hey, this is my subjective list. So this is everything I look for in a Star Wars movie. Not number one, no. Okay, Cosmo.
Yeah, that's the extra confusing part to all of this. It's everything I want in a Star Wars movie. That's why I've put it fourth. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna keep that for future.
If you could send it in the group chat.
I will.
I like small-scale adventures. Episode 7, The Fucking Awakening. This movie is just so easy to like. Yes, it...
No, it's not.
I don't find it easy to like, to be perfectly honest.
I find it actually easier to just sort of loathe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it seems like it's just... It seems like it's not trying, like, basically at all. So, yeah. I don't know.
It's a retread of a lot of things that we're familiar with, but I don't care. I like that stuff. It's fun.
Didn't he say that the only thing he wanted was something new? And didn't he praise CLJ for it, having Luke be something new? What are your standards, Marcus? Are you fucking retarded?
I don't know
It just sounds like you're talking to yourself in a very self-hatred way.
Yes, that was the point of my joke, yes.
I don't know what he stands for, and this is why I made a tweet at him saying he has no integrity.
I like Finn. I like Ren. I like how this movie focuses more on Han and where he's at. The lightsaber fight is really fucking good because it's not an over-choreographed, excessive mess. It's just...
more choreographing would be good because the choreograph isn't really good, like, at all here, but whatever. It's better than TLJ and the TROS, I guess.
Two people trying to...
Except for the fact that fucking Finn is holding his own against the Sith Lord, or Apprentice, or whatever.
Overpower someone who's naturally stronger than them. This movie reminded me why I love Star Wars. It doesn't need to fucking change my worldview. It's pure distilled Star Wars, and there's nothing wrong with that. Episode 5, The Emperor Stands Up. Now this is where we get to the good shit, baby. It's kind of funny because everything before this is just okay, but this one's actually really fucking good. Star Wars is just like that. This movie is the movie that...
Hang on. Hang on. He just said Solo's the ideal Star Wars movie for him. And now he's just said all the ones before this are just okay. I don't know anymore.
All of them are just okay. What?
8 out of 10, okay. Fucking hell.
Who said what are your standards, Marcus? Are you fucking retarded?
That was me.
Oh, I didn't hear that. That's a great soundbite.
Especially when it comes from me.
I'm in pain, I'm suffering, I don't know what this is.
We're like 4 minutes away, we're almost there.
Trying to recapture for better or for worse. This is the height of Star Wars in every aspect. Lovable characters that all have their own stories to explore. The hero's journey. Intense space encounters. The best lightsaber fight in the whole series. And a good twist that leads to an exciting cliffhanger. Star Wars has not been this good since this movie came out, and it's going to take a lot of work for it to reach this level.
What about Solo?
And finally, Star Wars episode...
I mean, he put it below, like... He put
but he said it was his favourite.
And it was everything.
But remember, there's a difference between being favorite and being the best, even though he says that everything is subjective and that it's only his opinion.
But here's the thing: he voted a lot of films lower because he didn't like them, and voted a lot of films higher because he did like them, regardless of the quality. And now he's talking about the quality of the last 3 entries.
Everything I want in a Star Wars movie, but it's okay. It doesn't do everything.
So I'm confused. Is this a vote based on subjective opinion and how much you enjoy it, or based on the actual quality of the films? Because he's shifted from one to the other. Like, this is the 4th time he's done that.
I don't know anymore.
I'm so lost.
We're almost there, guys.
He has a million subscribers.
Star Wars. I'm not fucking calling it A New Hope anymore. That title sucks. This one may surprise people, because everybody puts Empire at the top. Well, those people are clowns.
What?
So,
huh?
But isn't it all subjective, you fucking retard?
Not anymore.
Why are they clowns? That seems like an over-aggressive fucking statement.
Cosmo, you're a fucking clown. You have Solo way too high, you twat. I don't care.
It's a good argument. You're a clown. Yeah, cool.
I mean,
Play it.
Third Eye is truly open, and I am here to tell you all that this really is the best Star Wars movie of all time.
I disagree, but putting it just... I don't know. It's just
it is an expertly crafted film. It is the only Star Wars movie that I would call a masterpiece.
What?
No.
Really? Over Empire, even?
Expertly crafted? Why? How?
I mean, I guess he substantiated that in his OT video. So, like, this is just the conclusion. Like, this is a trilogy of videos, so this is just the conclusion. It just, I'm not even having a problem with that he's not substantiating. It's just that I disagree. I don't think it's a masterpiece, and I would never put over Empire, like, not in a million years. But whatever, like, just putting it 1 or 2 is fine by me. At least he didn't fucking put TLJ up the top.
An actual good movie. A movie that is so well paced and so well made that it should stand alongside the other greatest films of all time. I am not exaggerating. Okay. I speak no hyperbole. I genuinely mean every word I'm saying right now. The effects are truly revolutionary to the point where they still hold up today. You'll watch this movie and still wonder how the fuck they did some of this stuff. It is the most solid movie to the point where you won't even notice how good it is. And that's why...
It's good.
You won't notice how good it is. What the fuck are you saying?
You can't just use adjectives and expect people to just nod and go, yes, instead of asking you to, like, explain a little.
Explain?
I think it's the best. This movie is the reason we have Marvel movies. It's the reason we have any of these summer blockbusters that we love so much.
What? How? What?
I thought Jaws was the first blockbuster, so why is Star Wars?
I'd even say that 2001 is a bigger influence on a lot of films than Star Wars. 2001: A Space Odyssey, but whatever. Let's just move on. We're almost there.
My mind cannot be changed. If you watch this movie and really immerse yourself and pretend that you're a person sitting in the theater in the 70s, you will love this movie as much.
I love this film. I don't need to pretend anything. The film is just good. That's why I love it. I don't have to pretend anything.
If you have to add variables to make the film better, then it's not as good as you're saying it is.
If you have to create a scenario in your head where you're sat in a theater of the 70s just to make the film better, then don't fucking do that. It's already a good film. Don't just pretend to make it better.
Just me. Believe me, nothing makes this movie better than watching it in the right mindset. This one is a true masterpiece. That's it, guys. I'm done. It's over. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a little bit weird right now.
I mean, I do feel a bit weird as well. What's the exact quote, Tin? That you said? I'm tired, confused, and a little bit depressed.
Yeah, I'm tired, confused, and a little bit depressed.
Yes, that's yeah. I think that summarizes the feelings of all four of us, and probably even Evan as well.
Oh yeah.
Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Okay.
Because I call myself a Star Wars fan when I just looked at my ranking, and honestly, I can't say I even love all of these movies. But at the end of the day,
whatever. Whatever.
Hey,
I was gonna mention
I
I'm
still
too
like
tired
Star
to do
Wars. But I grew up with this franchise, and yes, it is manipulative, and yes, it brainwashed me, but damn it, I like seeing space wizards fighting each other, and I don't care who knows it. It's not a stretch.
So he said that he brainwashed him, but in his prequel video, he says that people who like the prequels are just brainwashed.
Cosmo, you are fucking retarded.
To say that Star Wars is the most popular franchise in the whole world. That's a lot of people watching the screen with a lot of different perspectives. To me, Star Wars is kind of like a family member. Each movie is its own thing. Right now, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that I only like 2 movies in the original trilogy, 1.5 movies in the new trilogy, and a few parts of 1 movie in the prequels. That's fine with me. The fact that I don't like all of them doesn't stop me from enjoying the ones I do like. Star Wars can't ruin my childhood because I still feel the same things when I watch the movies I enjoy.
No, I don't.
I don't.
But let's just come down to the person, I guess. But it's just
Well,
this
no.
seems really disingenuous when you said earlier in this video this film this film didn't ruin your childhood. Let's be honest, because
In terms of writing, though, you can't look at the the Return of the Jedi and be like, and they lived happily ever after anymore.
because we know that didn't happen.
Nothing fucking happened of it. It's like, oh, thank goodness the Emperor's dead. It's like, nope.
No, he's not actually dead. They didn't actually live happily ever after. They actually everyone of the 3 main characters fucking died. It's just it's so bad. I hate the sequels.
If anything, you could skip the OT because it's mostly just inconsequential.
Like honestly, the sequels work a lot better without the OT because like they really drag it down. But yeah.
I still feel inspired when I watch A New Hope, even if I'm watching a version where Greedo shoots first. I still like the final battle in Phantom Menace, and I can enjoy Rogue One while still making fun of it. Star Wars is done.
So something can be bad while you still enjoy it? Wow, Cosmonaut. That's a shocking sentence that I would never have thought you would say. Because that's fucking inconsistent with every fucking one of your views that you hold, but whatever.
And Star Wars was never always dumb, okay? It had campy ideas behind it, but it wasn't dumb in terms of writing. There was some fun and campy ideas, and the prequels are chocked full of those, and a little bit too much CGI, but God, the writing wasn't stupid. It was poorly written, but it wasn't intentionally stupid. So you can't use that as an excuse. And to say that, oh, it's always been dumb is really disingenuous.
Like something
Especially if
being
you consider
campy and
yourself a
something
Star Wars
being
fan.
sillier now isn't the same thing. It's
Yeah.
really different.
It's dumb and it's fun. And as long as someone is making these movies, I'm probably going to watch them. And regardless if they're good or not, I'm going to find some way to enjoy myself.
Oh dear.
Thank you for watching my YouTube videos.
Have
I'm
you
gonna go
tried
to bed
watching
now.
porn?
Hey guys, thanks for watching.
Okay, we're done. Yeah, we're done. We're not gonna watch this last 40 seconds or so. So who wants to give their conclusion first? I guess Voice, since you're the guest here.
I've said my piece.
Fair enough.
Yeah, not good. Not a good fucking summary of any of the films, I feel. And I can't tell when he's talking about personal opinion and when he's trying to make statements of fact. And because of that, and the fact that, you know, he's chop and changing what he says and how he feels and what his points on several things are. I feel like there's nothing said that holds any weight or holds any water. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes, Jab next.
Okay, I don't know what's more inconsistent, this video or the sequel trilogy. I have no idea what his stance on anything is after this. I can't tell when he's being subjective, objective, what conclusions he's making. I can't tell what he generally has standards of. And this video was an insufferable mess, and if Cosmo deleted YouTube, I think it'd be better, to be honest, at this point, because he's fucking retarded.
Then, Tin.
Please grant me the sweet release of death. just this was a convoluted mess of a video. As Jeb said, it's just what's more confusing, the actual sequels or this video? What actually was his argument? Because he goes from saying, "Oh, this film was bad."
I feel like after watching this film, after watching this video, I understand Cosmonaut less than when I began.
I agree.
I'm in the same boat.
The same boat, yeah.
I never understood him. I just want to find out. What the fuck? I genuinely have no idea what the fuck to say because I am just depressed, tired, and just so confused.
Oh yeah, I mean, okay, I used to watch Cosmonaut back in the day. I remember like his Crimes of Grindelwald video. I thought the video was pretty good, even though I haven't seen the film. So like, after I see the film, but like, I don't know if I will see the film actually. But like, I heard from people who have seen the film that his video is actually pretty good. So you know, maybe he doesn't miss 100% of the time. But fucking hell, he's so inconsistent with his values, his standards, and everything, and it's so fucking retarded. And it's really fucking annoying to watch a video of his when you know like external context of what he said on Twitter or of what he said on other videos. Is like he's super inconsistent with himself. Even in this video, he contradicted himself so fucking much. Like not even to hold these 5 films to the same standard. He just fucking says that he just creates each standard for each video for each film, and it's fucking stupid. So yeah, it's really frustrating to watch a Cosmonaut video, even when you agree with his take, because he usually says some dumb shit that contradicts something he said previously. And yeah, this video wasn't good at all. And like, I think it was the first ECUM we had where we watched the AT-AT chat where he just didn't substantiate basically anything. I don't remember if it was him or Sharafilas, but whatever. Where I was like, dude, substantiate. And my conclusion was literally, dude, you have to substantiate your points. You can just state things. Because Monroe is on the same boat. He doesn't substantiate anything he fucking says. Every time it's the same thing. He's just saying stuff, and we have to take that as face value because like he thinks we're just gonna agree, and he doesn't bring clips or references or anything. Maybe because he thinks his video is gonna be too long, but I'd rather have a longer video that actually makes sense than a shorter one, even though considering the the points he was making, his video wouldn't be good either way, but at least he'd have references so we could analyze them, but he just doesn't have anything, which is really fucking annoying for someone watching from the audience, and for someone who I have 100 around 150 subscribers. The dude has 1 million. It feels really unfair in terms how that works. Just a YouTuber that doesn't put any work into his videos. It seems it's just really annoying to see how much attention, how much positive feedback he gets. Yeah. So in conclusion, very poor video. So yeah, I guess we should. Guess you should end the ECUM today. So thank you so much for being here today, Voice. It was really fun talking to you, even if watching wasn't that much fun.
Fuck you.
Yeah, if you're always welcome to come on again, because yeah, it's really fun.
I appreciate. I enjoy this a great deal.
Yeah, that's good to hear. And
oh my goodness, I am a sleepy radio.
And before you go to recharge your batteries, if you'd like to plug your channel or something like that.
Yes. Watch my channel.
Very good.
I started streaming recently to make up for the fact that I lack a great deal of content in between me releasing videos because they take so long to write and edit. So a couple people take part in those. Francine, who's in chat, is one of them. I've had Shiny FX on and Literature Devil. I'm literally just playing Pokemon as a Nuzlocke challenge while people come in and talk about however they feel, and whatever they feel like. So it's been good. It's a great deal of fun, especially watching me fail, and it's a very, very interesting conversation as well. So come check out that. And in between that, I am releasing content on Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker. That critique is taking a very long time, but getting through it ever so slowly. Halfway through editing part 2. I have no idea when it's going to drop, and I'm not going to promise when because I have no clue. And also I do watch-togethers with the Smudcast crew from this Smudcast as a podcast, including Smudboy, again, Literature Devil, Glib, who's on EFAP occasionally, and a handful of others. I think we're planning to have Shadiversity for a D&D game at some point, but we shall see. So yeah, all of that and hopefully more in the future. Do check me out. It'll all be in the description. And yeah, I will see you there.
Oh yeah, his channel is in the description for anyone who wants to see it, as is mine and Tin's. And Jab doesn't have a link in the description because he's a lazy bastard. Speaking of Jeb being a lazy bastard, we have a video we've been working together that should release soon. So if you guys want to check that out, it only depends on Jeb not having tisms. So yeah, but it should be pretty good. I've been working on it for a while. And Tin, do you have anything you want to say about plugging yourself?
Well, I wouldn't really say that much because I haven't really got that much content planned. I mean, I am working on a sort of Unbridled Rage sort of video of Justice League, but that's going to take quite a while, and I'm also planning a video of Zodiac about the fucked combat of Jedi Fallen Order, but that'll not be out until well into next year, but yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, just go watch my shit when it eventually comes out in 5 million years.
Yes, I can confirm it will be good rat. Not biased at all because he's my friend. But yeah, everything's in the description. And yeah, thanks everyone for joining us today. It's been a lot of fun. Chat as always has been great. And yeah, and also I forgot to mention this earlier. Thanks for Neb for making the new layout for the stream and the thumbnail and the new icon and the new banner and everything. So yeah, it's a really great. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. See you guys later. Bye.
Bye guys.